I finally found you. She grinned at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt that she sounded a little scary. He quickly rushed out and grabbed the old lady's neck, but she quickly disappeared. An automatic vanishing technique? This old lady is quite smart. Siko Wu Yuan saw this and quickly went to the wall and knocked out an empty part. It was hiding the old lady. The old lady fell to the ground. Her eyes were filled with anger. She glared at Siko Wu Yuan. How did you know I was here? Jiang Ming was shocked by Siko Wu Yuan's reaction, but he quickly composed himself. After all, Siko Wu Yuan had traveled to various places, so it was not odd for him to know these things. Yuan Hehe was amazed. He looked at Siko Wu Yuan and said, as expected of you. You know so much. The old lady smiled sinisterly. What's the big deal? Regardless, it's good that you're here. I need the lives of some young people to extend my own life. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that she had thrown something at them. Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong. He quickly raised his hand and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, he released a barrier to separate him and the old lady. The old lady snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. You can't get out of here. As she spoke, she started laughing again. She spread her arms. The room was instantly covered by something. This thing was transparent, but Jiang Ming knew that it was probably some kind of barrier. If we can't get out, then so be it. At most, we'll sacrifice you to let us leave. Yuan Hehe did not think much of it. He looked at the iron cage at the side and immediately grabbed the old lady. The old lady did not move at all. Instead, she grabbed Yuan Hehe's neck and threw him into the iron cage. I can hear your thoughts. She patted the dust off her shoulder and threw something at Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe instantly turned into a rat. He looked at his own body and could not help but scream in fear. However, he could only make creaking sounds. How can you turn a human into a rat? Jiang Ming took a step back, suspecting that everything here was fake. This is probably a smokescreen. Siko Wu Yuan shook his head. Do you think this world is only a smokescreen? The old lady laughed. I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, I'll eat you. You sure know how to scare people, but we're not children. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yuan Hehe. Although everyone else thought that Yuan Hehe had turned into a rat, he was the only one who noticed that his body had not changed at all. He could not help but want to laugh. This smokescreen was really useless. These words made the old lady fly into a rage out of humiliation. She went forward and wanted to grab Jiang Ming's face. She said sinisterly, I want to turn you into a rat too. I want you to be with your companions in your dreams. Jiang Ming took advantage of the fact that the old lady was not paying attention and turned her into a rat first. The old lady could not believe it. She looked at her body and could not help but feel strange. How did you learn the same spell as me? When Siko Wu Yuan saw this, he immediately understood. It seems that it was indeed a cover-up. It's just that Ning Saichen's spiritual energy is stronger than ours, so he could tell that we didn't know. The old lady did not expect her plan to be seen through, and she immediately gritted her teeth. This isn't a smokescreen. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. The knocking was so strong that the door was about to be shaken open. Open the door. Open the door. The voices of a group of people mixed together came from outside, and Jiang Ming could not help but be vigilant. This person had to be the old lady's subordinate. He glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. The two of them understood what he meant and immediately blocked the door. However, the person who was supposed to be dead suddenly opened his eyes and quietly went behind Jiang Ming. He only felt a chill on his back and saw that person smile at him. This smile was the same as the old lady's smile. Looking down, there were still faint lines swaying on the person's body. With a shake, this person spat out something from his mouth. The ground instantly turned black. Jiang Ming raised his hand and blocked the spit with his sleeve. His sleeve immediately turned black. In order to prevent the things outside from seeping into his body, Jiang Ming cut the sleeve with a knife and threw it on the ground. Many small bugs appeared on it. If one did not look carefully, one would not know that these were bugs. Sikong Wu Yuan took a step back. How sinister. The old lady actually raised such a pet. Doesn't this pet need human blood to grow up? This is too strange. That's right, the old lady said. They need human blood for nourishment. You guys are the best food for them. Jiang Ming looked up to find the exit, but he found a black object spreading above the house. Although he could not see it clearly, according to the old lady, he felt that this thing was the pet. Following that, the black object not only expanded but also fell down. Jiang Ming quickly pulled Yuan He and Sikong Wu Yuan back. However, as he retreated, he realized that the wall beside him was also covered in black gunk. Now, if they wanted to leave, they could only go out through the door. Jiang Ming informed Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He about the situation, and the three of them reached an agreement. No matter what, even if it was horrible outside, they had to get out through this door. When they reached the door, the old lady was proud. Even if you open the door, you won't be able to get out. My people are outside. Can you beat them all? After roughly understanding the situation outside, Jiang Ming opened the door without hesitation. This was the only path left for them. As the bugs spread, the entire wall suddenly turned black. Those people rushed in. They did not know about the problem with the bugs and surrounded Jiang Ming and the other two. Jiang Ming did not attack them. He had constructed a barrier for himself and even brought Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He into it. Seeing this barrier, the two of them could not help but be stunned. As the bugs fell, they moved extremely fast. The rest of the people were instantly bitten by these insects, and they repeatedly cried out in pain. Seeing this, Yuan He and Sikong Wu Yuan roughly understood something and could not help but praise Jiang Ming in their hearts. He was right. If it were them, they would have been bitten to death by these bugs. However, the old lady suddenly burst into laughter. You guys have really helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Jiang Ming suspected that she was mentally unstable. Her people had been bitten by her own bugs. Despite that, this old lady could still smile and thank them. Sikong Wu Yuan, Yuan He, and Jiang Ming had the same thoughts. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. As these people were bitten by the bugs until they were completely out of breath, the old lady's appearance also changed drastically. Her originally wrinkled skin began to become smooth, and even her pale face became rosy, looking very healthy. Seeing this phenomenon, Jiang Ming could not help but make a bold guess. Could these bugs be the secret of this old lady's power? However, this was a little too outrageous. She She actually became younger. Sikong Wu Yuan was incredulous. Even after traveling the world for so many years, he had never seen such a spell. Now, he actually saw it at this place. The old lady's smile became even sweeter. The dimples at the corners of her mouth were deep, and her voice was like a young girl's, clear and pleasant. Why don't you guys become nutrients for the bugs? This way, I will become younger, and all the spiritual energy in your bodies will be mine. You're delusional. Jiang Ming rushed forward and threw a ball at the old lady. The ball was very powerful. The moment the ball got close to the old lady, it exploded and destroyed her face. The old lady could not believe that the appearance she had painstakingly obtained was destroyed just like that. Her expression instantly became ferocious. You want to destroy my beauty? There's no way. I think you'll be buried with my children here. Children? Was that puppet one of your children? You're really heartless. You can even harm your own child. Sikong Wu Yuan roughly understood what the old lady meant. He rushed over and clenched his fists. He flattened the puppet and threw it in front of the old lady. The old lady was already very afraid of her son. Now that she saw him, she subconsciously trembled. Even though she knew that he was already dead, she still could not help but push the puppet forward. At this moment, the group of people suddenly seemed to have mutated. They rushed straight toward Jiang Ming and the other two. They muttered to themselves, "Give me back my life. Give me back my life." Although the people around them did not understand, Jiang Ming understood clearly. These people had been imprisoned by the old lady at some point. These ropes should be the key to the old lady's control over them. Jiang Ming pretended not to move. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he thought something was wrong with him and quickly went over to check on him. However, the people who were being controlled had already pounced over. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to cut all the strings. The old lady had lost control of everything, and those people all fell to the ground. If you want us to die with you, why don't you die first? After all, you're their biological parent. They must miss you very much. Jiang Ming pulled the broken wire and controlled these people to surround the old lady. The old lady was shocked, and her body stiffened, but she had no choice but to move forward to deal with it. She had spent a lot of spiritual energy for her appearance, and now her spiritual energy had dried up. If no one helped her, she would inevitably die. She thought for a moment and shook a bell secretly. The sound of the bell spread throughout the entire place. Some people's eyes suddenly became empty. They gathered together and rushed toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Their movements were extremely loud, and Jiang Ming and the other two heard it clearly. Yuan he and Sikong Wu Yuan panicked. Looks like something is coming. Perhaps it has something to do with that bell. Jiang Ming saw the old lady's actions clearly and secretly told Yuan he and Sikong Wu Yuan to take the bell away. This time, the old lady had learned her lesson. After changing the bell, she destroyed it. The bell instantly turned into powder. The powder evaporated in the air and gave off a strange smell, which also reached the tip of Jiang Ming's nose. Jiang Ming was extremely sensitive to smells, so he quickly sealed the acupuncture points of Sikong Wu Yuan, Yuan he, and himself. The three of them could no longer smell anything, and the old lady was going crazy. She did not own this bell to begin with. It was given to her by her son to save her life. Instead, she was tricked by her son. She had thought that her son would not notice her killing intent toward him. But in the end, he had held such resentment. This spell summons the unconscious. The old lady disregarded everything and used all her spells to shout into the distance. Those people suddenly sped up and surrounded Jiang Ming and the other two. I was wondering who this spell was used on, but it turned out to be used on this group of people. 3 swords appeared in Jiang Ming's hand, and he handed the other 2 swords to Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan. They understood what Jiang Ming meant. They took their swords and headed toward the main group. Although their consciousness was controlled, they could still fight. Not long after, Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan were exhausted and began to pant. They felt dizzy, and their bodies could not hold on any longer. Jiang Ming noticed the state of the two and quickly sped up. Most of them fell to the ground, but they quickly stood up again. Seeing this, Jiang Ming simply brought Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan out of the door and closed it, leaving only the old lady and the rest of the group. Seeing that she was gone, the group turned their attention to the old lady. The old lady looked at the swarm of people and immediately panicked. "What do you want? I'm the one who summoned you." However, this large group of people no longer had any consciousness. They only knew how to kill. Jiang Ming and the other 2 heard the old lady's howls from outside and could not help but shake their heads. She really reaped what she sowed. "You guys are quite amazing. You know how to counterattack and even made that old lady fall to her knees." Ning Qi's voice reached the ears of Jiang Ming and the other 2. Jiang Ming clenched his fists. He recognized Ning Qi and sneered. The Ning family has no qualms about using elders to further their agenda, I see. Ning Qi smiled awkwardly and said proudly, "Of course. The Ning family is one of the best. You can try to join the Ning family. I can ask my father to help you." Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh at her words. They were so fake. "It's not difficult for us to join the Ning family. As long as you give us your peerless treasures, we'll agree to join your family." Sikong Wu Yuan felt that they had suffered too much this time. No matter what, they had to get some benefits from the Ning family. Ning Qi shook her head and said, "You are not strong enough to get the Ning family's peerless treasures. If you want, I can give you some of the Ning family's herbs. Although these herbs are not as precious as their peerless treasures, they can also improve your abilities and nourish your bodies. Are you going to give us herbs or poison?" Jiang Ming did not trust Ning Ku at all and asked her directly. "Let's go. Don't pay attention to her. You're really asking for death." Ning Qi took out a whip from somewhere. The whip was full of thorns. She raised her hand to hit Jiang Ming and the other 2. Jiang Ming did not dodge. Instead, he grabbed the whip. The strange thing was that when the thorns touched his hand, they shrank back and disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan looked confused. The power of Ning Qichen was really unfathomable. How could the thorns retract automatically? In fact, Jiang Ming used his spiritual energy to break the thorns. It was just that in the eyes of others, they were automatically retracted. "How can my whip listen to you?" Ning Qi was shocked. Jiang Ming laughed at her words. After all, she was a spoiled young lady who had no knowledge at all. Yuan Hehe shook his head. "Miss Ning, I advise you to go back and train some more. Don't embarrass yourself here." Ning Qi realized that something was wrong. She clapped her hands and said, "This is the Ning family's territory. If you want to go out, you have to listen to me." It's not easy for you to come all the way here. Why don't you come to the Ning family as guests? The Ning family will treat you well. Cherry, the servant beside her, also chimed in. Yes, Miss Ning has always been warm and kind to others. You will be taken good care of. Let's not act stupid. Si Kong Wu Yuan grinned and released a ring from his hand. The ring directly bound Ning Kiki. It was a very tight grip. She immediately felt out of breath. She said with difficulty, I am the Ning family's biological daughter. If you kill me, the Ning family will not let you off. Jiang Ming was already used to hearing such words. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by another person. The old madam of the Shang family walked over slowly. Master Ning was standing beside her. Jiao Zhu, I'm here to bring you home. The Ning family has gone too far. I've already punished some of their people. Jiao Zhu, how do you feel? Are you injured? Shang Lele also came up to Jiang Ming and sized him up. She looked worried. And it did not seem insincere. Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable for no reason. He felt that Shang Lele was looking at him in a lewd manner. Master Ning, I've said it before. If Ning Kaichen is injured, I'll do my best to deal with the Ning family. The old madam snorted coldly, her eyes fixed on Master Ning. Master Ning did not expect her to do so much for Jiang Ming. He coughed and said, how is that possible? Kiki was just having a small argument with Ning Kaichen. Madam Shang, why don't you have a cup of tea with Ning Kaichen and discuss the marriage between your daughter and my son? How about it? I think the Ning family is too disrespectful to the guests of the Shang family. Let's forget about this marriage. The old madam walked in front of Jiang Ming and did not look at Master Ning again. Jiao Zhu, I'm sorry I'm late. Let's go. She heaved a sigh of relief. The life tree could not be gone just like that. Master Ning really did not have any foresight. No problem. It's just that there are some things that the Ning family doesn't seem to understand. Jiang Ming turned his head and looked at Master Ning. Just like Si Kong Wu Yuan said, if they did not get anything in return, it would be too much of a loss. What do you mean? Do you want to take something from the Ning family? Speaking of this thing, the Shang family has 100 times more than the Ning family. You can discuss it with the Shang family head. Master Ning tried to divert Jiang Mi's attention, but he was starting to get irritated. Judging from this situation, it was obvious that Ning Kaichen wanted to bleed them dry. This was not his problem, but the problem of those servants. Why should the Ning family bear the responsibility for it? So, you don't want to take any responsibility for all of this? Si Kong Wu Yuan pursed his lips in displeasure. They had suffered so many grievances, but Master Ning did not care at all. That's right, Yuan, he added. No matter what, Master Ning has to give us an explanation. What do you think? Naturally, the old madam was biased toward Jiang Ming and the other two. She patted the dust off her clothes and said, Master Ning, what Ning Kaichen said is not wrong. You should compensate them. As for the Shang family's things, Ning Kaichen can use them as he pleases. He doesn't need the Shang family to give them to him. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned for a moment. He was not a member of the Shang family. Was it worth it for this old madam to do this? Or was there something on him that was extremely tempting to her? However, he could not understand. What could he have that was worth her being like this? Except for his life, of course. At the end of his thought, Jiang Ming quickly rejected it. That should not be possible. His life was not worth anything. Sikong Wu Yuan had been looking at the old madam. He was as confused as Jiang Ming. He knew Jiang Ming's strength, but he also felt that the Shang family did not lack powerful people. Then what do you want? No matter how unwilling he was, Master Ning could only compromise. A bowl of porridge. Before Jiang Ming could speak, the old madam spoke on his behalf. Porridge? Hearing her, the others could not help but be stunned. Jiang Ming seriously suspected that he had misheard. The old madam had insisted on compensation. Despite that, all she asked for was a bowl of porridge? What an odd request. Unexpectedly, when Master Ning heard this, his expression changed and became completely distorted. The things that the Shang family had once are really precious, but the Ning family does not have them now. I'm really sorry. Yuan Hehe could not help but laugh. Why doesn't the Ning family even have a bowl of porridge? You can just go and get it. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Judging from the attitude of Master Ning, this was not an ordinary bowl of porridge. The old madam snorted coldly. Are you lying? Do you need help to find it? Do remember that the Shang family will not be kind to those who deceive them. The latter part of her words was obviously threatening. Master Ning's expression changed again. Then, he smiled. Madam Shang, you really know how to threaten people. However, there's only one bowl left. This should be enough, right? Let's not talk about the amount. Let's take a look first. Jiang Ming was very curious about what the porridge was, so he could not help but speak up. Of course. This must be genuine white porridge. Master Ning clapped his hands, the smile on his lips widening. Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything. He vaguely remembered that he had heard of such a porridge before, but he just could not remember. A few servants immediately gathered together. Their hands were holding a tray that was covered with a red cloth. The silhouette of a bowl could be seen. Jiang Ming vaguely felt that something was wrong. Was this really plain porridge? Was the porridge of the Ning family so precious? Could it be that drinking it could nourish spiritual energy? Just as he was thinking about it, Master Ning removed the red cloth. As Jiang Ming had guessed, there was indeed a bowl of porridge under it. The rice grains on it were very small. It looked like it came from a soup kitchen. Jiang Ming felt a headache coming on. They were probably joking. How could such a thing become a bargaining chip? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe stared at it, but they could not find anything special about the porridge. Master Ning saw this and laughed out loud. This porridge is just plain porridge. You don't have to look at it anymore. The old madam nodded. This porridge is not bad. However, just one bowl is too little. Master Ning, you should get more. Madam Shang, you're as cunning as ever. In that case, how about adding the jade seal? Although this jade seal is not comparable to the Shang family's jade seal, it is still the Ning family's treasure. Master Ning felt his heart ache, and the smile on his face had already somewhat collapsed. Ning Kiki could not understand what was going on. She frowned and said, Father, this jade seal is one of the better items in the Ning family. Is it really okay to give it away like this? As she spoke, she glanced at the old madam. She knew the Shang family's strength, but wasn't this too much? Then do you mean that you're not willing to give it to the Shang family? The old madam snorted coldly again, but she was not too unhappy as she slowly drank her tea. How can that be? Don't be silly. Master Ning secretly patted his daughter's hand, signaling her not to speak. Ning Kiki felt upset, but she could not say anything directly. She could only swallow her anger and feel indignant in her heart. This old madam from the Shang family was such a bully. When she took over the Ning family, she would definitely make the Ning family stronger and not let them suffer such grievances. Jiang Ming still could not understand their conversation. What was the use of this porridge? There was nothing special about it. Si Kong Wu Yuan could not help but say, as long as this porridge is sprinkled on your body, you will be able to obtain a new skill. Rumor has it that someone who drank this porridge obtained the invisibility technique. At the end of his sentence, the old madam's eyes lit up as she rejoiced in her heart. If not for the fact that the Ning family could not use it, it would have been squandered by them long ago. However, the Ning family was really stingy. They could not use it and were unwilling to give it to other families. I didn't expect there to be such an amazing thing in this world. Si Kong Wu Yuan also praised it. Yuan Hehe felt that it was a little strange. It's just a bowl of porridge. How can it have so many uses? Some things can't be seen with the naked eye. The old madam smiled. She was kind to these people because they might become her friends in the future. Grandma, there are some things in the family that need you to deal with. At this moment, Shang Leilei's expression suddenly became critical. She looked at the old madam carefully. Even though the Shang family had a bright appearance and was feared by the other clans, they were not united internally. The other family members were eager to fight for the Shang family's riches. Moreover, Madame Shang was already old, so the people around her had even more intense thoughts. Thinking of this, her eyes could not help but dim. Those relatives did not care about her grandma's health at all. Old Madame Shang knew what was going on. She quickly followed the others and said, "Jiao Zhu, you guys can stay here for a while. Or go somewhere nearby. I'll go and settle some matters first. My granddaughter, Shang Leilei, will lead you. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Ming nodded politely. Shang Leilei narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, "This porridge is fake. How can Master Ning use such an ordinary thing to fool people? What's wrong?" Not expecting Shang Leilei to be able to see through his tricks, Master Ning coughed and said, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? How could this be fake? How could we even think of fooling the Shang family?" Shang Leilei did not reply and pushed the porridge to the ground. The bowl shattered and the porridge disappeared. The old madam was furious and stepped on the remaining pieces of the bowl. She looked at Master Ning. "Master Ning, this attitude is not good. Although there are some small conflicts in the Shang family, I'm not dead yet." Ning Kiki could not bear to watch her father being forced into this state. She stood in front of her father and said, "If you have any problems, come and find me. Don't make things difficult for my father. We will solve the problem of the porridge. I don't need you to solve it. Just give us the real porridge." Jiang Ming felt that it would be bad if he did not step forward, so he did. However, at this moment, the communicator beside Shang Leilei's hand kept flashing. It was obvious that something extremely important had happened. She could not help but urge the old madam in her heart. "Grandma, we can't take it anymore. We have to hurry back. It's just that the matter here." The old madam could not help but feel troubled. Jiang Ming saw through her thoughts and quickly said, "We'll settle the things here. You just go and do your own things." "Is it really possible?" The old madam looked at him suspiciously and was a little uncertain. Master Ning heaved a sigh of relief. If the Shang family's old madam was not here, then he could still continue the negotiations. Ning Kiki was still secretly trembling. She was still young, and now that she had offended the Shang family's old madam, she did not know if she would be angry. If you don't believe me, then neither side can do a good job. Jiang Ming analyzed the pros and cons. The old madam felt that it made sense, so she looked at her granddaughter and left. Shang Lele knew her grandmother's intentions. Then, she said to Master Ning, "We don't want to waste time. We hope that you can send the porridge here as soon as possible." There was no room for refusal in his words. Master Ning pretended to be troubled. Recently, many things have happened in the Ning family. We have used this porridge to make a lot of friends. Now, there is no more porridge. We have to wait for new porridge. His words made Jiang Ming suspicious. Can this porridge come out of thin air? Although it's a little ridiculous, it's true. Master Ning pretended to be friendly and said, "The porridge of the Ning family will only come out once every 1,000 years. This porridge will multiply in the soil deep in the Ning family's garden." It's said that there are guardian beasts guarding the Ning family's porridge. If the Ning family wasn't willing to hand it over, they would have snatched the porridge back. Why don't we wait another 1,000 years? Ning Kiki asked. I'm sure you guys aren't in a hurry. Since you're stalling for time, don't blame us for being impolite. Shang Lele could tell that they were spewing nonsense. She released some tiny bugs from her hands. These little bugs were transparent and sneaked to Master Ning's side. Sensing something wrong, Master Ning stiffened. He raised his hand and set up an inescapable net around him. The bugs were trapped by the net and tightly bound together. You're really impatient. You're already attacking us. Ning Kiki felt that these people had gone too far. She went forward and wanted to give Shang Lele a slap, but she was stopped by her. Do you think your strength can compare to mine? The Shang family's training is not something the Ning family's training can compare to. Shang Lele was not afraid of falling out with her. She lifted her leg and kicked Ning Kiki, directly hitting a vital spot. Ning Kiki immediately covered her lower body, her eyes filled with tears. Kiki! Master Ning's heart ached when he saw this. He quickly went forward and pushed Shang Lele. She fell to the ground and hit her leg. You actually dare to touch me. The Shang family is still too good to the Ning family. Shang Lele exploded with anger and snapped her fingers. The secret guards who were protecting her in the dark instantly surrounded Master Ning and Ning Kiki. Ning Kiki knew the strength of the secret guards of the Shang family. She immediately hugged her father and said, "Don't hurt my father. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." Master Ning clapped his hands. The Ning family is not to be trifled with. Since things have already come to this, we don't mind fighting to the death with the Shang family. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Jiang Ming directly made a barrier to separate Master Ning and Shang Lele. Master Ning did not think that this barrier had any effect, so he sent his spiritual energy over. The barrier did not move at all. Instead, the spiritual energy flowed back and hit his chest directly. Master Ning's heart was already in a bad state. Now that he was stimulated like this, he immediately felt endless pain. He clutched his chest and said indignantly, "Aren't you going too far? Aren't you helping the wicked?" You are clearly relying on the Shang family's strength to bully us. Jiang Ming was confused by Master Ning's train of thought. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I just wanted you to stop the battle. Who knew that you would want to break through the barrier? What you said is quite funny. It's not without reason to treat you like this. Master Ning. Sikong Wu Yuan sneered. Then, he said to Ning Kiki, Miss Ning. You're the ones at fault now. No matter what, you have to pay for this. Porridge. Seeing how powerful Jiang Ming's barrier was, Shang Lele could not help but feel confident. Don't think that you can negotiate with us, just because my grandmother isn't here now. You still have to give us what we asked for. Now that this barrier is so strong, do you think you can beat him? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the white porridge. Master Ning knew the current situation. He could only grit his teeth and insist. All right then. Ning Kiki, hand over the real porridge. Father, are we just going to listen to them? Ning Kiki found it hard to understand. She clenched her fists, wishing she could kill these people. Are you stupid? Can't you understand what's going on? Jiang Ming looked at Ning Kiki seriously. Ning Kiki knew that their situation was already unfavorable, so she could only signal to the servants beside her. The servants immediately took out the real porridge. Shang Lele nodded. That's right. Master Ning, we'll meet again if fate allows it. The Shang family still has matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. First. Jiao, are you still going to stay here? She was a little worried about the old madam and turned to look at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming glanced at the sky. We still have to walk around here and wait for a while before going back. Then let my servant accompany you. Shang Lele's servant girl left in a hurry. What's the fun in staying in the Shang family? Master Ning asked with a fake smile. It's better to stay in the Ning family. The things in the Ning family are good. As he spoke, he had another plan. Jiao seemed to have a lot of good things. After he fell asleep, he might be able to absorb a portion of his spiritual energy to increase his strength. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Instead, he spilled the porridge on himself. Spiritual energy immediately entered his body. Jiang Ming felt a strong sensation in his body and could not help but let out a breath. The power of the whirlwind spun in his body. Jiang Ming raised his hand and twirled it. A tornado suddenly appeared in his palm. The wind was extremely strong. Ning Kiki could not help but feel terrified. She did not expect the power of the porridge to be fully displayed by Jiao. She found it hard to understand. How did he do it? Still, in that case, there might be a glimmer of hope for the Ning family to break the barrier. She made a decision. Then, she smiled at Jiang Ming and the others. I think I should bring you along. Father, you should rest well first. I'll take care of Jiao. Master Ning looked at his daughter in disbelief, but he also felt that his daughter would not harm him, so he nodded. I'll be leaving first. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that Ning Kiki's idea was a little dangerous, so he immediately rejected her. I don't think we need you anymore. You should go. Rest with your father. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Jiang Ming shook his head. No, let her come with us. He could tell that her thoughts were not simple. Perhaps he would gain more benefits. Jiao, you're... Sikong Wu Yuan felt incredulous and turned to look at Jiang Ming. No, don't worry. Leave it to me. You'll understand later. Jiang Ming had a strong premonition. The eldest daughter of the Ning family would bring them a different kind of surprise. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could only give up and not say anything else. Ning Kiki was pleasantly surprised. Even the heavens were helping her. She led everyone to a cave. The cave was very spacious and brightly lit. Jiang Ming did not ask any questions. Sikong Wu Yuan felt strange. Didn't you want to show us around? Why did you come to this cave? Could it be that you want to do something to us? Ning Kiki, on the other hand, was covered in snot and tears. To be honest, the Ning family is plagued by a curse. Only outsiders can solve it. I can see that, Jiao, and you are so powerful. Perhaps you too can help the Ning family solve the curse. As she spoke, she deliberately knelt down with a sad expression. The Ning family did not have a curse at all. They just needed a tamed beast. At that time, after taming the beast, the Ning family's strength would greatly increase, and there would be no need for them to submit to the Shang family. These people had to die. Jiang Ming saw it clearly. Knowing that the eldest daughter of the Ning family was scheming against them, he pretended to believe her and said, Ning Kiki, get up quickly. Since Ning Jia is so miserable, then let's help her. Ning Kaichen, you agreed too quickly. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hihi were both shocked and asked in their hearts. To them, Ning Kaichen was not someone who would agree so easily. What was the reason for him to agree? Seeing that no one else said anything, Ning Kiki thought that her acting skills had fooled everyone. She went along with Jiang Ming and said, Jiao, you really have the heart of a saint. After the curse is broken, I will ask my father for a great reward for you. You can have anything you want. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. That's great. However, we just want to help you. It doesn't matter if there's no reward. Ning Kiki nodded in response and led Jiang Ming and the others deeper into the cave. There was nothing inside, and the place was very wide. There was no danger at all. Jiang Ming looked around and realized that the ancestors of the Ning family seemed to be here. They had been painted and stuck on the walls, with their names carved at the bottom. Ning Kiki introduced them at length. These are all people who have contributed to the Ning family. Everyone in the Ning family makes contributions. We have always been proud of these people. As they were talking, some soft sounds reached everyone's ears. Sikong Wu Yuan was extremely sensitive to these sounds. He quickly told Jiang Ming and the others, I think this thing is some strange creature here. We'd better be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, some bats flew toward them. They gathered together and almost took Jiang Ming away. Jiang Ming thought that these bats would not come back once they went out. Unexpectedly, they flew back and forth repeatedly. It was obvious that they wanted to block their way and did not want them to move forward. These damn bats. Do you really think that the eldest daughter of the Ning family is easy to bully? Ning Kiki took out a pouch from her pocket and opened it. The powder inside was immediately thrown out. When the bats smelled the powder, they retreated outside, not daring to come back. What is this? Jiang Ming looked down curiously. It's not poisonous. Ning Kiki placed the purse on his nose and said, take a whiff. It's not poisonous. Jiang Ming took a whiff and realized that it was the smell of wormwood. He could not help but be stunned. The wormwood can make these bats retreat? This is a little too bizarre. Sikong Wu Yuan also said, I've never heard of such a thing. Is this really wormwood? Why wouldn't it be? Ning Kiki laughed. I added spiritual energy to this thing. Otherwise, these bats wouldn't have dispersed. There are still many dangers ahead. We have to take them seriously. Rumble. The outside suddenly collapsed, sealing off the exit. It was dark inside, and countless arrows flew toward Jiang Ming and the other two. As they could not see, the people around them could not help but panic. Sikong Wu Yuan was still calm. He comforted Yuan Hehe. Don't worry. We can definitely get out. Jiang Ming snapped his fingers, and flames appeared at the entrance of the cave. Arrows also appeared. Jiang Ming raised his hand to break the arrows and signaled for the others to calm down. Ning Kiki quickly followed Jiang Ming and broke the arrows. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan followed closely behind. The four of them worked together, and the arrows immediately disappeared. However, Sikong Wu Yuan was not paying attention, and he was stabbed in the heart. In just a moment, his chest turned black. The black color made everyone present tremble in fear. Ning Kiki looked around. There's no antidote nearby. There seemed to be some herbs growing in front of us. We might be able to cure him there. Let's go and take a look. To her, they were on an adventure. If they encountered any danger, losing one person would make them seem like sitting ducks. Ning Kiki's words did not seem to be fake. Jiang Ming followed closely behind and took Sikong Wu Yuan's pulse. Realizing that the poison had not gone too deep, he immediately used his spiritual energy to block it. Sikong Wu Yuan did not have any reaction. Instead, he waved his hand. I don't seem to feel anything. You guys are making a fuss. Yuan Hehe shook his head. You can't just sit there and wait for death. Some things aren't that easy to get over. As he walked forward, a crack appeared in front of him. Below it was a bottomless abyss. There was also a string of candles around him. They were not lit. Are we supposed to light these candles? Sikong Wu Yuan walked over and snapped his fingers. A few wisps of fire were released from his hands. He went forward to release the flames, but Jiang Ming blocked him. No, we don't know what will happen. It's better not to light them rashly. Yuan Hehe could not help but go forward and light the fire. Jiang Ming could not stop him in time. As soon as the flames appeared, the lights were bright. Stone golems with blood-red eyes appeared in front of him. These golems were wearing armor and holding long swords and shields in their hands. They were approaching Jiang Ming and the others in an orderly manner. I'm afraid these people are not soldiers buried in ancient times. Yuan Hehe looked behind him thoughtfully. At some point, a long bridge had formed behind them. There was bubbling lava below it. What's going on? Look behind you. He could not help but panic. This place is too strange. The things behind me have actually changed into something else. Don't be afraid. We have to deal with these things calmly. Jiang Ming was still relatively calm. He raised his hand and released the barrier. However, these soldiers directly passed through the barrier and became even faster. They seemed to be able to absorb spiritual energy. Hurry up and go to the long bridge. We can't beat them. Ning Kiki noticed this and quickly led everyone toward the long bridge. However, as soon as he went over, the long bridge disappeared in an instant and became transparent. Don't go over. Yuan Hehe, who was at the back, went forward and grabbed Ning Kiki, who was walking over. Ning Kiki exhaled. If Yuan Hehe had not stopped her, she would have fallen into the lava. Si Kongwu Yuan could not help but feel nervous. This is great. We'll never be able to get out. Then let's charge forward and see if we can figure things out. Jiang Ming did not give up hope. He saw the spear and armor hanging on the side and equipped them. He raised his sword and attacked the soldiers. The two collided, and one soldier's head was instantly chopped off, but his body was still moving. Jiang Ming slashed a few more times and cut his body. The others also started to fight the other soldiers. However, unlike Jiang Ming, they had no way to defeat them. No matter how they used their spiritual energy, the heads and bodies of these soldiers would not fall off. Could it be that only by wearing their armor can we deal with these soldiers? Si Kongwu Yuan noticed the problem and hurriedly wanted to take the armor. However, he was discovered. The soldiers raised their hands and threw their swords over. The armor was yanked out of his hands and tossed into the armor. Ning Kiki could not help but get angry. These soldiers are too cunning. What should we do now? However, things got worse. Their spiritual energy was absorbed by these soldiers, and their hands and feet could not help but rise into the air. They wanted to break free, but they could not stop it. Instead, their bodies became weaker and weaker. Jiang Ming was a lucky guy. His spiritual energy was not absorbed, but he also discovered this situation. He went forward to stop it. However, no matter what he did, the suction force could not cut him. Not only that, but there were also some injuries on his body. These soldiers also surrounded him. Countless waves of spiritual energy were gathered by them and hit Jiang Ming directly. He felt as if the spiritual energy was about to pierce through his body, and he could not help but feel pain. However, he felt as if his bones had been removed from his body. Could it be that he was already in so much pain that he could not feel anything? He could not help but feel a little despair. Then, he realized that Ning Kiki had rushed to the front of the soldier with strong willpower. She rammed into the soldier with her body and sent him directly into the lava. The soldier did not come out again. It turned out that there was no problem pushing these soldiers into the lava. Jiang Ming endured the pain and kicked the soldiers inside. The others also stood up and pushed the soldiers one by one. The soldiers were completely shocked by the perseverance of these people and did not know how to resist. The scene began to become chaotic. They went straight into the lava. In a short while, the soldiers were all wiped out. Ning Kiki and the others were panting. They had lost more than half of their spiritual energy and were now crippled. We finally solved the issue. Jiang Ming found that he no longer felt pain. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief and collapse on the ground. This spiritual energy is the strongest proof that I can gain a position in the Ning family. Now that it's gone, what will I do in the future? Ning Kiki said with a sad face. Si Kongwu Yuan could not help but sigh. My experience is similar to yours. I'm already like an ordinary person. I can't take risks as I please in the future. Yuan Hehe did not say anything. He was dejected, and he could not help but feel frustrated. He was a person without spiritual energy, so he was still bullied by others. One could imagine how difficult his future would be. It would be better to let him die. Jiang Ming went forward to comfort them, but he found that there were a few halos in the lava. He could not help but get closer and found that the spiritual energy had formed a circle and was floating on the lava. Come and take a look. The spiritual energy doesn't seem to have been completely absorbed by those soldiers. You might still have a chance to obtain your original spiritual energy. When they heard Jiang Ming say this, the three of them could not help but muster up their courage. Ning Kiki did not care about anything else. She aimed at her own spiritual energy and jumped into the lava. The spiritual energy fused with her body and protected her. Go! Ning Kiki quickly called out to the others. You guys should go as well. Don't let the spiritual energy dissipate. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were delighted and followed Ning Kiki. Her movements and spiritual energy also protected them as they got onto the shore. Then, the long bridge in front of them returned to its original state. It seems that the soldiers just now were all part of a test. We can go out now. Ning Kiki was excited. She looked at the narrow bridge in front of her and could not help but be curious. She did not know what good things were ahead. Let's give it a try first. Don't let this long bridge disappear again. Jiang Ming threw a stone onto the long bridge. The stone fell onto the bridge with a sound, but it did not disappear. We can continue moving forward. He led everyone to the long bridge. The long bridge suddenly swayed, as if it was going to shake them off. Yuan Hehe was not used to this. He threw up and could only sit on the bridge. Who is controlling this bridge? He asked, somewhat speechless. Wasn't that stone fine just now? Let's not panic first. Otherwise, we'll fall into their trap. Some things are easy to resolve. Jiang Ming had the same thoughts as Yuan Hehe, but he looked around and did not find anyone who was secretly pulling the strings. However, he did not intend to be a sitting duck. He closed his eyes and felt the shaking of the bridge. He suddenly realized that the bridge was not moving evenly. Only their area would move the most violently. The border was relatively peaceful. Jiang Ming instantly understood everything. Then, he told everyone in his heart, let's walk to the edge. It'll be better this way. What? The others approached the edge suspiciously. They felt a little strange. Won't we be thrown out if we go to the edge? Trust me. Jiang Ming could not wait to go out and urged everyone. Everyone did not say anything else. However, when they reached the edge, they did not feel the swaying any longer. Instead, they felt that it was much calmer. Yuan Hehe could not help but praise Jiang Ming in his heart. Ning Kaichen, you're brilliant. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have thought of this idea. Yeah, who would have thought that a dangerous place is the safest place? Yuan Hehe also heaved a sigh of relief and walked forward slowly. However, the scene in front of them put them in danger again. A huge toad appeared at the edge of the bridge. Its body was covered in lumps of fat, and its eyes were wide open. Seeing that someone had arrived, it stuck out his long tongue and swept it toward Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Jiang Ming saw that the others were petrified and threw a sword over. The blade immediately cut the tongue into two halves. The toad was in great pain and jumped. However, it was unwilling to give up. It bounced toward Jiang Ming and the others again. Along with this movement, the bridge began to shake even more violently. This time, even the edge was not spared. Sikong Wu Yuan and the others grabbed onto the edge of the bridge in a frenzy, feeling frustrated. This toad was really annoying. Immediately after, the toad began to crash into the bridge as if it did not care about its life. The bridge was already a little old, and after it did this, the ropes gradually loosened. You stupid toad, are you getting more and more intense? Yuan Hehe felt upset. He clenched his fists and threw a huge ball of spiritual energy at the toad. The toad opened its mouth and swallowed the spiritual energy ball. It smacked its lips and said with relish, "This spiritual energy ball is quite delicious. You guys should give me another one." Yuan Hehe didn't expect this thing to speak. He widened his eyes and said angrily, "You freak. What is wrong with you?" He was so angry that he did not know what he was talking about. The toad did not get angry at all. Instead, its movements became even more serious. The rope binding the bridge instantly broke in half. Jiang Ming and the others could not help but panic. Then, they said urgently, "Let's run over quickly." Jiang Ming used a technique that was extremely fast. He immediately arrived in front of the toad. The toad knew their intentions and quickly used its body to block in front of them. At this time, the last line was also broken. Jiang Ming and the others could not help but fall down. Below them was a bottomless abyss. Jiang Ming used his last bit of strength and rushed over to grab a piece of wood at the edge. The others also grabbed Jiang Ming's body parts. They accumulated like building blocks. The toad leaped up and landed on the flat surface without falling down. Seeing that Jiang Ming and the others were still holding on, it lifted its leg and stepped on them. Jiang Ming let go and grabbed the ground again. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, the toad's tongue attacked everyone again. "Why don't I go up while you guys take over from behind?" Yuan Hehe let out a sigh of relief. Before anyone else could answer, he slapped his palm. His speed was extremely fast, but it also made the others feel endless pain. "Hey, why didn't you wait for us to answer?" Ning Kiki was not happy, but she had no choice. After Yuan Hehe went up, he quickly went to Jiang Ming. He threw a huge spiritual energy ball at the toad, but he missed. Having tasted the spirit energy ball before, the toad hurriedly rushed over. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yuan Hehe directly pulled Jiang Ming and the others up. Jiang Ming did not relax. Instead, he faced the toad directly. Because of this toad, they had to delay crossing the bridge for a long time. No matter what, he had to take revenge. As he thought about it, he looked at the chain at the side and released lightning from his hand, attracting the chain over. The chain and the power of lightning made the toad feel a lingering fear. It took a step back, but it could no longer dodge the chain. The power of lightning began to swirl around its body. The big toad could not stand the torture and quickly knelt down. It kept kowtowing to Jiang Ming, obviously wanting it to let it go. Jiang Ming did not forget the toad's killing intent just now. He threw a punch at the toad again. After a few consecutive strikes, the toad's body was covered in wounds. It immediately erupted with all its strength. Countless poisonous needles came out of its body and directly hit Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming saw that there was poison on it, so he quickly released a barrier to block them all. Ning Kiki, on the other hand, acted as if she was being controlled. She stepped forward and used her body to block the poisonous needles. Countless poisonous needles pierced through her body, giving them strength. The needles gradually gained self-awareness and attacked Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming could not believe it, but he didn't have the extra energy to care about Ning Kiki. He simply waved his hand and formed a chain to block these poisonous needles. The poisonous needles could absorb the power of the chains, and the lightning disappeared. Jiang Ming could not help but feel troubled. However, Ning Kiki fell down like a corpse. Her body was full of wounds from the poisonous needles. Yuan Hehe could not bear seeing this and went forward to catch her. However, the blood that flowed out of the wounds also landed on his body, and he immediately felt extremely itchy. What is going on? I feel like I can't take it anymore. He could not help but scream in pain, and black tears even flowed out of his eyes. Jiang Ming noticed Yuan Hehe's condition. He pushed Ning Kiki away and realized that the pus on Yuan Hehe's body could quickly transfer to another person. He could only keep a distance from the other party and then release a barrier to stop the two of them. At this moment, Ning Kiki's eyes were empty, and her footsteps were blurry. She raised her hands and kept walking toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming didn't know what the other party wanted to do, but he felt that something bad was going to happen, so he raised his hand to stop the other party. However, Ning Kiki suddenly emitted a blue light. This light was water. The water rushed in front of her and covered her entire body. Jiang Ming felt as if all his organs were about to be sucked away. He quickly restrained the spiritual energy in his body, tightened his grip on the chain, and threw it at Ning Kiki. He did not want to do this to her, but he had no choice. He could not figure out what Ning Kiki was doing. At this moment, the toad suddenly appeared behind Jiang Ming and gave him a big slap. There was poison in its palm. Jiang Ming sensed that the toad was coming over, so he quickly jumped up and slapped Ning Kiki. With this, the wounds in Ning Kiki's body miraculously healed on their own. Not only that, but many bugs also came out from above, and she immediately returned to normal. Seeing Jiang Ming looking at her warily, Ning Kiki could not help but feel strange. Jiaozhu, what are you doing? You seem to be controlled by something just now. Are you feeling okay? Jiang Ming was not sure if she was really the eldest daughter of the Ning family from before. He went forward and wanted to touch her. Ning Kiki retreated vigilantly as if she had been possessed. She then said angrily, "You were the one who was being controlled. One was almost killed by you just now." 3 big question marks appeared above Jiang Ming's head. He could not believe that Ning Kiki had said those words. Yuan Hehe was speechless. It's obviously your problem. Why do you say it's Jiaozhu's problem? You must have been mesmerized by the toad's poisonous sting, right? What poisonous sting? What are you talking about? Ning Kiki was still puzzled, but she could not get any confirmation. The toad charged at them again. This time, it spat out many small toads. These little toads were extremely fast and soon surrounded them. Some people had already been bitten by the little toad. They were also stuck in it. What is this thing? Hurry up and save me. Ning Ku used her spiritual energy to break free from these little toads. However, they stuck to Ning Kiki tightly and were not afraid of spiritual energy at all. They immediately began to bite Ning Kiki. Ning Kiki wanted to cry. She took care of the flesh on her body the most in her life. Now that it was torn apart, she would have to be ugly in the future. Ning Kiki, don't move. Jiang Ming understood. As long as he did not move, perhaps this would not happen. Ning Kiki thought that he had given up and could not help but feel angry. Jiaozhu, what are you doing? Your duty is to protect me. Hurry up and take the little toad away. You even made me unable to move. Jiang Ming clenched his fists. Why did Ning Kiki get angry? Did she really not care about her status at all? Yuan Hehe was speechless. Hey, Miss Ning, this is not the Ning family. It's easy for us to save you. Just stay there and don't move. Otherwise, do whatever you want. Ning Kiki could not help but look nervous. At this moment, she was already in extreme pain from being bitten by the little toads, and she could no longer say anything arrogant. Is it really useful for me to stand still? She understood the current situation. Yes, one can tell that these toads are following the sound. The others should not move. Jiang Ming nodded. However, Yuan Hehe immediately committed a grave sin. He wanted to burn these toads to death, so he snapped his fingers and released flames. As a result, these toads were dyed in flames, and their viciousness became even stronger. They even had more vision. As he could see Jiang Ming and the others being grabbed by the toad, Yuan Hehe scowled. He could not see the road ahead clearly and could not help but struggle. However, he did not notice the big hole in front of him. He was about to follow them. Jiang Ming quickly stepped forward to stop it and placed his hand on the toad. However, the toad was stuck tightly to him, and he had no way to tear my hand away. Not only that, but Yuan Hehe could feel the pain on his face and could not help but exclaim, "Forget it. Let him stay up there. Don't let him come and mess with me again." Jiang Ming sighed and made up his mind again. He comforted Yuan Hehe. Bear with it for a while. It'll be over soon. After this little toad is pulled down, I will also be disfigured. Yuan Hehe could not help but feel uncomfortable. He was hesitant. However, it did not take long for yellowish-brown marks to appear on his face. The mark became bigger and bigger. Jiang Ming shook his head. Even if you don't take this little toad down now, you will still be disfigured. You should take it down. He did not wait for Yuan Hehe to make up his mind and pulled the little toad down. This time, it was much simpler than the last time. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned for a moment before he understood. It seemed that as long as his hand was fast enough, he would be able to tear the little toad off. After finding the trick, Jiang Ming helped the others pull it down. These little toads were directly thrown into the bottomless abyss by him. However, this did not kill the little toads. Instead, they gathered together to form a big toad. The two toads surrounded everyone. Great, Ning Kiki said helplessly. There's another big toad. Jiaozhu, you really know how to make things worse. Yuan Hehe was unhappy. If it weren't for Jiaozhu, he said with a grin, you'd be dead by now. Sikong Wu Yuan also defended Jiang Ming. At the end of the day, you're the one who brought all this disaster. If you know what's good for you, take us away as soon as possible. How could that be? Ning Kiki smiled. I'll think we should continue moving forward. These toads probably won't chase us for too long. She gestured to the others and quickly led them forward. A door suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a dragon head pattern on the door. Jiang Ming found it strange. They had not seen this door before. Why did it suddenly appear? He glanced at Ning Kiki. She seemed to be largely unsurprised, but there was a hint of shock in her face. Jiang Ming roughly understood something. All of this was probably Ning Kiki's plan, but she did not know about the danger. You know a lot, huh? Yuan Hehe said sarcastically to Ning Kiki. You even led us to this door before it appeared. The last part of his sentence was self-explanatory, and it directly exposed Ning Kiki's plan. She was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I saw it by accident just now. Let's go in a little more. Maybe we can see the exit." Don't worry, everyone. At this point, she turned around and changed the topic. She said this deliberately for Jiang Ming to hear. In her opinion, since Yuan Hehe could see through her thoughts so straightforwardly, Jiao Zhu must have already guessed what was going on. No matter what, he had to trick them into going to the divine beast first. Before the divine beast opened the seal, they had to offer sacrifices, and these people were the best to be sacrificed. Ning Kiki was extremely fast. She arrived at the door first and called Jiang Ming and the others in. However, Jiang Ming did not go lane. Instead, Annie pushed Ning Kiki, looked at the button beside him, and pressed it. The door closed immediately. Hey, Jiao Zhu, what are you doing? Ning Kiki shouted in disbelief as the door closed. If they did not go in, did they want to be killed by the toad? However, they cared so much about their lives. How could they die for no reason? She really could not understand. However, she had no choice. Once the door was closed, it could not be opened again. Even if she was a member of the Ning family, she could only open it once. Inside the door, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe looked at Jiang Ming in disbelief. Once this door is closed, we can only be attacked by the toads. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "We don't even know what's inside. If we go in rashly, we'll be courting death. As for the toads, I think we should be able to deal with them." That's what you think, Jiao Zhu. We can't act so rashly. We'll die. Jiang Ming knew that Yuan Hehe was easily agitated. He quickly patted his shoulder and said, "Don't just look at the surface. We can definitely solve it. Don't be afraid." Sikong Wu Yuan also blamed Jiang Ming in his heart. He knew that blaming was not going to solve anything. They had to deal with the toads first. We can't completely predict anything now. Let's deal with these toads first. As he was speaking, the two large toads had already arrived in front of him. The other little toads wrapped around them and stuck out their slender tongues. The three of them were instantly entangled by these tongues. Their tongues licked their eyeballs. The three of them waved their spiritual energy and kept cutting off their tongues. However, they kept growing back. They were all exhausted. However, the tongues still kept growing back. We can't continue to stay here. We have to take emergency measures. Yuan Hehe's hands were suddenly tied by one of the tongues. When Jiang Ming saw this, he quickly went forward and slashed with his sword. The tongue was cut off. However, the tongue could no longer grow again. Jiang Ming could not understand how the tongue stopped growing. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not understand either. Then, they said to Jiang Ming in their hearts, "Do you want to use your sword again? We'll force their tongues out." Jiang Ming felt that this was a good idea, so he agreed. However, things became more and more difficult. No matter what they did, the toads refused to stick out their tongues. Not only that, but they also used the poisonous stingers on their bodies and headed toward Jiang Ming and the others. Although Jiang Ming was able to cut off the poisonous stingers, he understood that these things could not be cut off completely. What's wrong with these toads? Could it be that they've become smarter? Yuan Hehe became frustrated. The toad still did not show any emotions. When Jiang Ming saw this, he went straight to the front of the toads and pulled out the tongue of one of the toads. This action was very courageous, and Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but be shocked. The other big toads seemed to feel the pain of this toad. One went over alone and wanted to push Jiang Ming down. However, Jiang Ming used the stickiness of the saliva to hold on to the toad's tongue tightly, not letting it go. They screamed in pain. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan also reacted and went to the side of the other toad. They followed Jiang Ming's example and pulled out the toad's tongue. With this pull, Jiang Ming immediately realized that the toad's mouth was full of venom and he could not help but panic. "Leave this place quickly. There's poison on the tongue. You'll die if you touch it." The toad stuck out its tongue and tied Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe up. Their skin immediately turned red from the poison. They cried out in alarm. However, since it had already happened, they could not do anything else. Then, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's skin turned green. Jiang Ming was stunned. The change in their condition was too fast. "Ah! Help!" Yuan Hehe cried out in alarm. It was as if a limb had been cut off from his body, and the pain was unbearable. Jiang Ming realized that the situation was getting worse. He rushed to Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan and cut off the big tongue that was wrapped around them. As it felt the pain, the toad retracted its tongue, which gave Jiang Ming a chance to make a move. He pulled Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe over. However, the poison continued to pursue them, wanting to infect Jiang Ming as well. He secretly took out silver needles and pricked Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. The two of them felt a surge of power flowing through their bodies, and the green tinge on their skin quickly faded. "As expected of you. Just a few silver needles, and we're already healed." Sikong Wu Yuan felt refreshed. He felt as if his entire body had been reborn. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had pulled him back from the gates of hell. At this moment, the toad attacked them again. This time, it did not use its tongue but pressed down on them. It was so heavy. Yuan Hehe could not help but be shocked. Have these toads evolved? What a perfect opportunity. A huge blade appeared in Jiang Ming's hand, and he handed it to Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan understood his intentions and waved his blade together with him. The two blades came together and directly cut the toad in front of them into two halves. With this slash, many small toads appeared from its body. These little toads quickly bit at the big toad's skin and swallowed it bit by bit. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe felt like vomiting at the sight. Some of the little toads suddenly became stronger. In an instant, they all turned into large toads, and the remaining two large toads turned into countless large toads. Sikong Wu Yuan was about to cry. Why are there more and more of them? Jiang Ming patted Sikong Wu Yuan's shoulder. Let's tackle this together. Sikong Wu Yuan sighed. Then, he noticed that the large toads were rushing toward them. Their tongues rolled together, forming a circular barrier. These barriers tightly bound Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming and the others felt as if their internal organs were about to be squeezed out of their bodies. They could not help but frown. Jiang Ming raised his hand and released a beam of purple light from his palm. The light directly cut the tongues. However, these tongues were different from the other tongues. They were tightly bound. It would be strengthened with a new tongue with every injury. Sikong Wu Yuan was already out of breath when he saw the tongues tightening around him. His face was twisted from being squeezed. He shouted intermittently, "Help! Save me!" Yuan Hehe was furious. These tongues were really relentless. Then, he clenched his arm tightly, and the veins on it bulged. He also started hammering the tongue. Feeling the impact, the tongues loosened for a moment, but they quickly retracted even more tightly. Jiang Ming saw this loophole and followed suit. He signaled Sikong Wu Yuan to follow him, and the three of them rammed forward together. The tongues were released immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Ming and the others escaped. Seeing that everyone had dodged the attack, the large toads united and used their bodies to block their way. They even surrounded them in a circle. "Aren't you afraid that we will do something to you if you gather together?" Jiang Ming sneered. No matter what they did, they should not be treated like this. Jiang Ming and the others waved their palms again and directly cut the bodies of these large toads one by one. The toads' upper bodies were separated, but they were still able to continue attacking. Not only that, but they could also release all the spiritual energy in their bodies. The spiritual energy had a strong sound wave that directly shocked Jiang Ming and the others. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but it was useless. He had no choice but to endure the sound. Jiang Ming noticed that Yuan Hehe was about to suffer the same fate as Sikong Wu Yuan. He rushed over and blocked the mouths of the toads. The tool he used was a stone, but the stone could not block their mouths for. Not long after, those giant toads destroyed the stone. Jiang Ming did not relax and quickly used new stones. Sikong Wu Yuan felt much better. Jiang Ming also sealed his five senses. Yuan Hehe knew that he could not escape Sikong Wu Yuan's fate, so he also sealed his five senses with spiritual energy. Seeing that both of them were okay, Jiang Ming did not throw in new stones. Then, they realized that the toads could not bear the weight of the stones at all. The toads walked while pulling them. This scene amused Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. These toads were really pitiful. Jiang Ming had other thoughts. If the stones could not be digested, then what about the spiritual energy added to the stones? Thinking of this, he drew out a stone and coated it with spiritual energy. Before stuffing it into the toad's mouth, a large toad immediately exploded. Jiang Ming used other stones to make the other toads explode. All the toads exploded at the same time, causing the cave to shake. There was a hole in the wall outside. Water flowed out of the hole continuously and went down, surrounding Jiang Ming and the others. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe did not notice and choked on a lot of water. However, they simply started swimming. Jiang Ming looked around and found that the door that was previously closed was open again. He could not help but hesitate. This was the door that Ning Kiki had allowed them to enter, but they did not know what dangers lay inside. They might not be able to escape unscathed. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also noticed this door. They could not help but clench their teeth and say to Jiang Ming, "Let's go in first. There's only one door left now, and Ning Kiki isn't here anymore. We probably won't meet her. And we won't encounter the danger she wants us to encounter." Jiang Ming knew that this was the case, but he also felt that it was best to go back. However, when he saw that the water had already flowed out and that he still had not crashed into the other doors, he had no choice but to give up. However, a huge dragon-headed fish appeared in front of everyone. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Its body also became bloated. Jiang Ming and the others watched with trepidation and hurriedly swam toward the door. They did not want to waste any more time on this fish. Yuan Hehe was not a good swimmer, so he was immediately chased by the fish. The fish did not look big, but its mouth was wide open. It went straight for Yuan Hehe. The mouth was closing in on him. Yuan Hehe hurriedly swam forward. He swam faster and faster so that the fish in front of him would not have such an opportunity. The dragon-headed fish released its phantoms and attacked them from the front and back. Its shadows were everywhere. Seeing so many dragon-headed fish, Yuan Hehe could not help but be shocked. Wasn't there only one? Why are there so many of them? This was too strange. Jiang Ming did not give him a chance to think. He saw that the other fish were all phantoms and directly slashed at the real one. However, the dragon-headed fish did not feel anything. Not only that, but it also spat out bubbles. The moment these bubbles approached the water, they also became huge. Jiang Ming and the others could not help but be stunned. Then, they realized that these bubbles were following them closely. One bubble first wrapped Yuan Hehe up. Yuan Hehe used all his spiritual energy to knock on the outside of these bubbles, but he could not leave the bubbles, no matter how hard he tried. Not only that, but he also felt his breath gradually being sucked away. He began to have difficulty breathing. Jiang Ming noticed the situation and asked Yuan Hehe how he was doing. However, Yuan Hehe did not hear what Jiang Ming said. He probably understood something and asked the same question in his heart. Yuan Hehe immediately replied to Jiang Ming's in his heart. Realizing that he was about to die, Jiang Ming rushed toward the bubbles without any regard for anything else. Sikong Wu Yuan saw Jiang Ming's suicidal behavior and immediately went forward to pull Jiang Ming away. Stop. We can't be reckless. Jiang Ming knew what he was thinking. His eyes were firm. If we don't go over, Yuan Hehe will die. Again, only by getting close to these bubbles will we know how to break it. But you might also be able to blend in. At that time, one won't be able to save the two of you. Sikong Wu Yuan felt scared. Don't worry, one can handle it. Jiang Ming comforted him and rushed over, ignoring Sikong Wu Yuan's objections. Sikong Wu Yuan saw that Jiang Ming was desperate, so he decided to head toward the bubbles as well. His thoughts were simple. Since no one else was afraid of death, he was not afraid either. These bubbles could not be broken with stones, but couldn't they be broken using softer methods? Jiang Ming thought to himself as he quickly arrived in front of Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe felt that the bubbles were expanding and quickly shook his head at Jiang Ming. However, Jiang Ming did not notice his actions. Instead, he approached the bubbles. At that moment, the speed of the bubbles increased, and they doubled in size. Wanting to integrate Jiang Ming into them, Jiang Ming could tell what the bubbles were thinking, so he simply put a barrier around his body. The bubbles wrapped around the barrier, but they could not withstand the force of the barrier and shattered. Yuan Hehe took the opportunity to escape. He still had some difficulty breathing in the water. He simply rushed out of the water and breathed heavily. The other bubbles were relentless. They pursued Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe. Sikong Wu Yuan was not surrounded by the bubbles, but he was injured by them. He went around Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe and signaled them to run to the door. The three of them swam at high speed. In order to prevent these bubbles from enveloping them again, Jiang Ming used a barrier to block them. However, these bubbles suddenly increased in strength and directly passed through the barrier. At that moment, the bubbles stirred the water. A tornado instantly formed at the bottom of the water. The tornado grew larger and larger, and the wind was strong. It directly approached Sikong Wu Yuan and the other two. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He immediately felt unbalanced and were about to be dragged into the mess. When Jiang Ming saw this, he quickly raised his hand and set up an inescapable net around the barrier. The seaweed at the bottom of the sea was also immediately attracted by this spiritual energy. They could not help but rise and directly turn into a square barrier. The barrier surrounded Jiang Ming and the others. With these things blocking them, the tornado did not sweep them away. The dragon-headed fish became even fatter. It opened its mouth and released an endless suction force. Jiang Ming felt that the barrier was a little broken, and it began to shake. He hurriedly brought the other two to the door. However, this door could not be closed no matter what. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but become anxious. He looked around and found a secret door in the innermost place. It was very dark inside. However, there were a few rays of light. He did not know what was emitting them. Yuan He hesitated. Are we really going in? We're injured and tired. The situation is very critical. I wonder what the light inside is. However, before he could finish speaking, Ning Kiki appeared in front of them with joy in her eyes. Didn't expect you to still come in. Follow me in. There's nothing inside. Jiang Ming glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. They nodded and followed Ning Kiki. Jiang Ming knew that the arrow was already on the bowstring, and they could only follow Ning Kiki, so he stepped forward helplessly. However, at this moment, the dragon-headed fish also entered the cave. It seemed to know that it could not beat Jiang Ming and the others, so it began to slam violently into the cave's entrance. The cave entrance was not stable to begin with. After being hit, the stones on it immediately fell down. Jiang Ming and the others did not notice and were almost hit. When they entered, Ning Kiki hurriedly closed the door. Miraculously, the inside was not affected by the dragon-headed fish's impact at all. Instead, it was still intact. The inside is not connected to the outside, Ning Kiki said as she walked. Every room has its own barrier. That's why we were able to come in safely. Jiang Ming nodded but did not say anything. Ning Kiki did not know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that the three of them were silent. Isn't it a good thing that you can come in? Why are you all so dejected? Yuan He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but his body went limp, and he fell down. The dragon-headed fish had bitten his ankle, and one of his tendons had been severed. He was already having a hard time swimming just now, but he was afraid that Jiang Ming and the others would be worried, so he did not tell them. In the darkness, Jiang Ming did not notice Yuan He's condition. He did not continue walking forward and tripped over Yuan He's body. He knew that someone had been injured, so he cried out in alarm. Who's lying down? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but panic. It should be Yuan He, right? Oh right, I forgot to turn on the lights. Don't be afraid when you see what's in front of you. Ning Kiki suddenly remembered and hesitated. Jiang Ming was speechless. What's the situation now? Are you still afraid of us? The most important thing now is to take a look at Yuan He's wound. Yuan He endured the pain in his body and comforted everyone. I'm fine. Don't worry. Who disturbed my sleep? At this moment, a shout suddenly cut through the air. It sounded like the voice of a young man. Ning Kiki could not help but laugh. Is that a child pretending to be an old man? The voice was instantly enraged. Little girl, how can you be so disrespectful? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Ning Kiki asked arrogantly. With your status, you might even have to kowtow to me. The voice did not continue. However, a few bats suddenly appeared around them. They were different from ordinary bats. They were large and vicious. Their claws scratched the ground, and they spat out some darts. These darts carried a lot of venom, and they spatted at Jiang Ming and the others. Due to the dim light, Jiang Ming and the others could not see clearly and did not know that there was poison on them. They could not help but catch the darts. Jiang Ming was about to take a closer look at what was on the darts when he felt some mucus in his hand. He seemed to have understood something and immediately brought Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan to the corner. When the bats saw their actions, they attacked even more fiercely. They waved their claws and slashed at the faces of Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming raised his hand, grabbed one bat's leg, and threw it out. The bat was smashed into the ground by him, but it did not give up and continued to fly up. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, I won't let these bats attack you. That voice sounded again. This time, the voice sounded a little older, as if it was responding to Ning Kiki's mockery. Ning Kiki put her hands on her hips and said, I am the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Your cave has been guarded by the Ning family for generations. Now, it is time to disperse these bats according to etiquette and let us in. She knew what this thing was. It was the guardian of a divine beast. However, she also knew that this guardian god was useless. After so many years of exposure, its spiritual energy had long been exhausted. Now, it was just an empty shell. Even these bats were just useless. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that there seemed to be something invisible in front of him. That thing was observing them in the dark, but it did not come out. He raised his hand to stop Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Be careful. There seems to be something we don't know about here. After Jiang Ming said this, the others also noticed the situation here and discovered it. They could not help but step forward. Don't believe it. What else can there be? Jiang Ming immediately stopped Yuan Hehe and pulled him back. It's better not to take the initiative to look for it. If it wants to come out, it will come out on its own. These words made everyone fall silent. However, the thing in the dark seemed to understand what Jiang Ming said and stood up involuntarily. It was a child covered in wounds. This child's body was wrapped in some vines. These vines seemed to be alive and kept moving. His body was covered in blood. Jiang Ming was stunned. It was obvious that this child had been tortured. Who had tortured him to this state? Yuan Hehe saw that the child seemed to be similar to him and could not help but sympathize with him. You can come with us. We can take you out. I heard that there's a young lady from the Ning family. So I came over to take a look. The child pushed Yuan Hehe away and smiled sinisterly. However, I want to know if killing the eldest daughter of the Ning family will really result in bad treatment? Who are you? Ning Kiki's face darkened when she heard this. She could not help but curse at him. Who allowed you to come here? You're not the guardian of this place at all. I remember that there was only one person here. Do you think you can see the guardian god? Did you think their power would weaken? Don't worry, they're even stronger than before. The child took out a vine in his hand and threw it at Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming raised his hand to block it with a barrier, and a barrier immediately appeared beside him. With the previous lesson in mind, he felt that it was time to protect the people around him. However, the vine did not go for him. Instead, it slid along the barrier and arrived in front of Ning Kiki. Ning Kiki's face was immediately wrapped by the vines. They were tightly wrapped around her and kept absorbing the spiritual energy in her body. Not long after, her body became weak, and she collapsed to the ground like Yuan. Hee. What enmity does the eldest daughter of the Ning family have with you? Yuan. Hee hurried forward to check on Ning Kiki. However, Ning Kiki kicked him away and shook her head. Don't come over. You'll be sucked in too. She suddenly remembered what this thing was. This child was probably transformed by the monster in an attempt to deceive others. Who would have thought that everyone would be fooled by this? No matter what, there could not be a second person involved now. Hey, I just wanted to save you. What are you doing? Miss Ning, aren't we teammates? Yuan Hee felt a headache coming on. Seeing Ning Kiki begin to weaken extremely fast, he could not help but panic. No matter what, he had to save her. Ning Kiki wanted to explain, but her mouth was already covered by the vines. And she could no longer speak. She directly lay on the ground, no longer caring about her life. When Jiang Ming saw this situation, he went forward and cut the vine. However, the knife did not cut through it properly. There were some small marks on Ning Kiki's face. Seeing that she had a chance to survive, Ning Kiki could not care about anything else. She began to breathe heavily and continued to absorb the energy from the vines. However, she did not manage to absorb the energy properly. The color of the vines began to appear on her body. Ning Kiki could not help but jump in fright. She hurriedly jumped back, tears flowing out of her eyes. Help! Come and save me. I really can't handle these things. Her mind was filled with countless thoughts. She took care of her skin so well. How did it turn green? It was all because Jiao and the others were incompetent. Otherwise, she would not have suffered such a disaster. Ning Kiki felt resentful and glared at the child. Is that all you have? I think you should go back to the furnace and work harder. The child was not angered. Instead, he smiled and said, Do you still remember how much of your spiritual energy was absorbed just now? Hearing this, Ning Kiki immediately became nervous. She felt that there seemed to be some problem with her spiritual energy. Before she could think too much, she felt her entire body start to heat up, as if many flames had been kindled inside it. This was the first time she had experienced such a situation, and she could not help but scream. However, the moment she screamed, the heat in her body increased. Jiang Ming noticed that the sound made Ning Kiki's spiritual energy even more chaotic. He could not help but look around and throw a stone into her mouth. Ning Kiki cried helplessly. As her whole body was burning, she could not put her hand in her mouth to take out the stone, but she knew who had thrown the stone into her mouth. She glared at Jiang Ming and really could not understand. Why was Jiao being so cruel to her at this time? She had really misjudged him. She had thought that she could still make use of Jiao, but she did not expect that she would be the one to suffer. With this thought in mind, she secretly took a step back, leaned against the edge of the wall, and pushed back. That was the mechanism that she knew was hidden here. The mechanism also moved backward, and a huge square vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Ming did not notice it and fell into it with Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan made a silent gesture to Yuan Hehe. He had clearly seen Ning Kiki push a mechanism just now. One could imagine that this vortex was also created by this mechanism. He signaled Yuan Hehe to be on guard against Ning Kiki. Yuan Hehe naturally understood. However, right after Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan fell, the vortex closed. He could no longer save the two of them. Seeing that the two of them had no chance of coming out, Ning Kiki started to put on an act again. She pretended to be shocked. How did this vortex come out? Yuan Hehe, there's only the two of us now. We must work together to get rid of this child. She began to wipe away her tears and sob. Why are Jiaozhu and Sikong Wu Yuan's lives so miserable? How did they fall? This is awful. What should we do? The child understood and could not help but laugh coldly. This is clearly your own doing. Why are you blaming others? Don't blame me for this. You can solve your own problems. Ning Kiki did not expect to be seen through by this child, so she started to play dumb again. Don't slander me. You were the one who did it. If it wasn't for you, why would Jiaozhu and Sikong Wu Yuan be in such a situation? You'd better stop pretending. Hurry up and let them out. The child was furious. He clenched his fists. Why is the eldest daughter of the Ning family so good at falsely accusing people? What a joke. He hated being falsely accused the most. Thinking of this, he punched the wall opposite him. As Ning Ku was pressed against the wall, she felt the punch as well. Her waist was hit in an instant. She clutched her waist and could not help but scream in pain. Yuan Hehe, look at this kid. Don't believe what he says. He wants to silence us. He's not a child at all. He's a vine demon. You can't believe the words of a demon. As she spoke, she had completely forgotten that Yuan Hehe was also a demon. Yuan Hehe felt uncomfortable hearing this. He said coldly, what's wrong with being a demon? There are good and bad demons too. You make it sound as if all demons are bad. The child could not help but agree with his words. He immediately patted his chest and said, I'll agree with you. Let me tell you, it's this woman from the Ning family who is causing trouble. You must not believe her words. She will definitely kill you later. Yuan Hehe was skeptical of the child's words. Then, he smiled again. Don't know if that is true or not. But I think Ning Kiki does not have good intentions. He said that on purpose, because he wanted to see what kind of tricks Ning Ku would play. At the same time, he could not help but worry. He wondered where Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan were and how they were doing. He did not even know how to find the two of them. The two of them walked to a secret chamber. The secret chamber was filled with coffins. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan had nowhere to put their feet. They could not help but frown again. What is this place? We have already entered many secret chambers, but this is the first time we have seen such a secret chamber. I wonder what's in this coffin. Sikong Wu Yuan wanted to touch it, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. The most important thing now is to find another place to join you on, not to see what's here. That's true. I wonder if Yuan will be hurt by that sinister woman. He's young as well. He mustn't be deceived by a woman. Jiang Ming was silent for a moment, his eyes staring straight at a certain place. Seeing that Jiang Ming did not reply to him, Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel strange. He followed Jiang Ming's gaze and found a painting of Ning Kiki. Ning Kiki was still relatively young, but it was obvious that it was her. There was a sweet smile on Ning Kiki's lips, and the look in her eyes could penetrate one's heart. What a pity. She used to be such a sweet little girl, but now she has become so mean. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but get angry when he thought of what Ning Kiki had done. Jiang Ming suddenly pushed him and said, "Don't go near it. There seems to be something on the painting." Sikong Wu Yuan was stunned. He shook his head and said, "How can there be anything? Are we seeing things?" "Well, we've already seen many things. But still, is there anything else?" Jiang Ming did not say anything and watched the painting burn itself to a crisp. In the blink of an eye, the painting had completely disappeared. Sikong Wu Yuan turned his head and realized that the painting was gone. He could not help but feel scared. Why did this painting suddenly disappear? Could it be that someone is watching us? Or perhaps that thing in the dark has destroyed this painting. It's fire. The fire burned those things. Jiang Ming lowered his voice and looked at the ground. There weren't even any ashes. He could not help but feel strange. Could there be another trap nearby? If there really was one, then they might be able to go back to their original place through that mechanism, but they might also be able to go to other places. Sikong Wu Yuan activated the mechanism. He stepped on a blue grid, but there was no reaction from the surroundings. He could not help but feel confused, but he was also afraid that something would suddenly attack, so he called Jiang Ming to come with him. As soon as Jiang Ming lifted his foot, many squares appeared around him. He looked around and found that the ground had turned into a grid. As long as he lifted his foot, the grid would flash. Seeing this, he began to think. This grid must have some other use, but he did not know what it was. What was the use of this grid? He was puzzled. Sikong Wu Yuan also noticed this and took a step forward. As he spoke, a wisp of fire suddenly appeared in the grid he was in. His feet immediately began to burn. He immediately panicked and hurriedly waved his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy emitted a fine stream of water that directly extinguished the flames around him. Sikong Wu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and then became more motivated. There seemed to be something strange about this grid. Jiang Ming seemed to understand. He reminded him, this place seems to have a fixed punishment or reward. As long as we enter a new grid, something will happen. Perhaps nothing will happen too. After knowing the rules, Sikong Wu Yuan became frustrated. This is great. There will be a certain test for the two of us to get close to each other. There will also be a test for us to walk up to the grid. When the time comes, just solving the tests will make me go crazy. If I take another step forward, there might be a new solution. But how did this grid change? Jiang Ming still could not figure it out, so he took a step forward. Vines immediately appeared on the grid, trying to pull him into it. Jiang Ming reacted quickly and used a spell to summon a blade to cut the vines away. The vines immediately retracted. Jiang Ming's test on this level was over. It doesn't seem very difficult, but it's quite taxing on spiritual energy. Siko Wu Yuan pursed his lips tightly, feeling a little restless. When you encounter such a thing, you have to calm down even more. It can be solved. Jiang Ming knew that the current situation was not optimistic, so he quickly comforted him. Ning Kaichen, you're still the calmest. If it were me, I'd probably need some time to calm down. Siko Wu Yuan sighed and sat on the grid. However, as he sat down, his hand could not help but touch the grid in front of him. The grid immediately became empty, and he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If he took another step forward, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. He and Jiang Ming had fallen into this secret chamber. If this continued, he would be separated from Jiang Ming. Seeing the situation of this grid, Jiang Ming could not help but feel afraid. The most important thing now was to not be separated from Siko Wu Yuan. The strength of two people was always greater than the strength of one person. They would probably need to work together at some point. What should we do now? I didn't expect there to be a test where people disappear. I don't know if there are any more grids in front of us that can make people disappear. Are we still going forward? Siko Wu Yuan was confused. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, gathered a small ball of spiritual energy in his hand, and threw it forward. The spirit energy ball hit the wall and bounced onto the grid. It immediately opened a mechanism on one of the grids. It was a huge spider, but after the spider swallowed the spiritual energy ball, it immediately disappeared. Although the spider was huge, it was confined to the grid. Jiang Ming thought about it. It seemed that this test could only be on a fixed grid and could not go out of other grids. However, this spiritual energy ball had also found a way for him. Siko Wu Yuan's eyes lit up. So, we can do that, huh? Then I'll try it too. As he spoke, he also released a spiritual energy ball. Due to the collision of its spiritual energy balls, a certain grid triggered a mechanism, and the mechanism disappeared. Jiang Ming realized that the grids that had already been activated had returned to their original state. He immediately understood. He said to Siko Wu Yuan, "We will use the spiritual energy ball to trigger the mechanisms of these squares. This way, we don't need to spend too much energy to solve all the mechanisms in this room." Siko Wu Yuan felt that it made sense and began to compete with Jiang Ming to make the grids disappear. However, when the spiritual energy ball touched the last grid, the grid did not disappear at all, and the mechanism on it did not activate at all. Siko Wu Yuan was already panting from throwing the spiritual energy ball. He asked in confusion, "What's going on with this grid? Why isn't there any reaction at all?" Jiang Ming frowned and said, "I didn't think of such a problem. Why don't I go there and give it a try?" Siko Wu Yuan shook his head and said, "No. If you go missing or something happens to you, the chances of me saving you are slim. But if we don't try, we'll never be able to get out of this room." Jiang Ming saw the situation clearly and said without hesitation, "How is that possible? This grid is in the middle. That means we can find a new door by going around this grid." Siko Wu Yuan was still very naive. He did not take Jiang Ming's words seriously. He smiled and said, "What do you think I should do, Jiang Ming? I'll help you now." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. In the end, the grid seemed to be able to sense it and released a transparent barrier in front of him. Siko Wu Yuan did not notice that his head had hit the barrier. He grimaced in pain, but he could not see what was in front of him. He could not help but find it strange. Jiang Ming, who was far away, saw it clearly. He then told Sikong Wuyuan, "There's a barrier there." Sikong Wuyuan could not believe it. He shrugged. "I don't see it." "Jiang Ming, are you seeing things?" As he spoke, he wanted to move forward again. Jiang Ming simply went forward and wanted to block him. However, there was an invisible barrier between Sikong Wuyuan and him. Jiang Ming was stunned when he touched the transparent barrier. Then, he said helplessly, "This grid is really smart." This time, Sikong Wuyuan bumped into the transparent barrier again and immediately believed Jiang Ming's words. "I'm sorry, Jiang Ming." He coughed awkwardly. "Elle didn't think of that." Immediately after, the grid emitted another beam of light. This beam of light directly transformed into an owl. This owl looked extremely ferocious. Before Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan could recover from their shock, the owl had already come toward them. Sikong Wuyuan did not think that this little creature could do anything to him, so he threw the spiritual energy ball over. However, they were completely useless. Not only that, but the owl also became even larger and more powerful. Jiang Ming felt that the spiritual energy would make it grow stronger, and he could not help but feel afraid. He quickly pulled Sikong Wuyuan back. No matter what, the owl had to be dealt with. However, he thought that it might become a way to get them out. Jiang Ming deliberately sealed Sikong Wuyuan with a barrier. Sikong Wuyuan thought that Jiang Ming wanted to commit suicide, so he quickly knocked on the barrier and shouted, "Jiang Ming, let me out. This owl is not something you can handle alone. Don't be like this." Jiang Ming did not have the mood to humor Sikong Wuyuan. He lifted his feet and jumped up. He stayed around the wall and made faces at the owl. Sikong Wuyuan could see everything clearly from the barrier. He could not help but be shocked. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Ming act like this, and he could not help but tremble in fear. Wouldn't such actions attract the owl's attention more? Did Jiang Ming want to die? Just as he was thinking about this, the owl came forward. It only came in front of Jiang Ming. It started pecking at the ladder. Jiang Ming jumped up the moment it approached him, and its beak pecked the wall. The wall was so hard that the owl almost fainted from pecking at it. Then, it persevered and turned to Jiang Ming. At this moment, he had already changed his direction and continued to smile mischievously. The owl was also hit, but this time, the wall was not as hard as before. Instead, a small hole was created. The hole began to expand, and a door appeared. "Jiang Ming, we can finally get out of here," Sikong Wuyuan said in surprise. However, immediately after, he found that the owl was aiming at Jiang Ming's back again. He became a little nervous again and quickly shouted, "Owl, come to me quickly. You useless owl. You only know how to attack my partner. Why don't you come here?" The owl seemed to understand what he said. It turned around and looked at him sharply. Its feet quickly moved toward the barrier. Sikong Wuyuan was a little worried. He clenched his fists tightly, and his spiritual energy was also restless. However, after the owl crashed into the barrier and fainted, the barrier did not split. Instead, it seemed to fall away. Sikong Wuyuan suspected that it was playing tricks on him, and he hurriedly went up to kick it. However, his foot did not pass through the barrier. Instead, he kicked the barrier. He could not help but feel pain. Then, he slapped his head and felt that he was extremely stupid. Seeing Sikong Wu Yuan's actions, Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly comforted him. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Don't be upset. I'll undo the barrier for you now. Don't undo it yet. Who knows if the owl will wake up again? Sikong Wu Yuan was still a little worried, so he signaled Jiang Ming to try. Jiang Ming felt that there was nothing wrong with being so cautious. He stepped forward and kicked the owl. The owl did not react, so he withdrew the barrier. Sikong Wu Yuan was overjoyed. He went forward and tied the owl up again. As he tied it up, he said, "This thing might not be truly dead. No matter what, we have to be careful." Seeing Sikong Wu Yuan rambling on, Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, that voice appeared again. "It does not matter if you defeated the owl. You won't be able to find your companions at all, and your companions will also face death. Do you really dare to leave through this door?" The last part caught Sikong Wu Yuan's attention, and he started to think. Could there be another trap behind this door? Why don't we find another way out? Jiang Ming had a different opinion. Maybe they're bluffing. This door was originally undiscovered, but now that we've suddenly discovered it, it's possible that they will panic. Hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan immediately became frustrated. This is great. We're stuck again. Forget it. Let's go out. It's probably the same if we find another door. Let's not waste time. At that moment, they heard Yuan Hehe's shocked voice. Did you hear that? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be wary. Elle knew that Ming Kiki was not a good person, but one didn't expect her to make a move so quickly. I really can't let Yuan Hehe stay with Ning Kiki. No, this voice is fake. Don't worry, we can definitely get out of here. Jiang Ming shook his head and pulled Sikong Wu Yuan out of the door. Are you sure? Sikong Wu Yuan asked curiously. I think it's Yuan Hehe. Elle thought so too, but I found that the soundproofing of the wall is pretty good. Otherwise, the owl wouldn't have hit the wall without any reaction. This is probably a spell that the person in the dark wants to scare us. Jiang Ming nodded. The more Sikong Wu Yuan heard, the more he felt afraid. This place was terrifying. Jiang Ming could tell what he was thinking and encouraged him. Sikong Wu Yuan. This is normal. Don't think too much. Let's go find Yuan Hehe first. He lowered his head, his thoughts running wild. They had fallen through something, which meant that they had to go up to meet Yuan Hehe. He wondered how Yuan Hehe was doing now. As for Yuan Hehe, Ning Kiki was already arguing with the child. He felt a headache coming on. What was there to quarrel about? Wasn't she just trying to make him believe that she was innocent? It did not matter. He had seen the truth. The most important thing now is to find Jiang Ming and the others. We can't get separated. He tried to divert the attention of the child and Ning Kiki. Ning Kiki ignored him. Yuan Hehe, she snorted. Do you not trust your ally? Why would you speak up for this child? You've only been with him for less than half a day. Her eyes were filled with sadness. It was as if she would not stop crying if he did not stand by his side. Yuan Hehe, what do you mean? Are you really siding with this child? What does he have to deserve your trust? I'm clearly the only one who treats you the best. Ning Kiki emphasized the last bit as she was deep in thought. No one knew what she was thinking, but she was stalling for time. Jiang Ming should be dead by now. They only had one item that could contribute to the divine beast. Ning Kiki hoped that the divine beast would not be picky. Sensing Ning Kiki's thoughts, Yuan Hehe felt that something was wrong. Ning Kiki, you're not thinking of selling me, are you? He asked half-jokingly. Of course not. Ning Kiki rubbed her nose. What kind of person would I be? Then? I think we should wait here for Jiang Ming. She sat on the rock and kept looking at the child in front of her. You want to rest after slandering me? The child chuckled. You're hilarious. Return what you owe. He rubbed his nose and took out 2 claw hammers. There were bells in them and they rang as he moved. Yuan Hehe did not understand. How was the child surrounded by spiritual energy? Hey, you took my partner away, and you still want to teach us a lesson? This is too much. Ning Kiki did not want to fight head-on. She wanted to use a roundabout tactic. In her opinion, she had already consumed a lot of spiritual energy previously. It was best if she could obtain what she wanted without any effort. I've already said that all of this was your doing. It has nothing to do with me. You're really asking for a forfeit. The child was completely furious. The vines on his body were so green that they sprouted. He raised his hand and threw over a claw hammer. The hammer was extremely heavy, and the bell could come out. However, the bell would only come out when it was 1 inch away from the person. Ning Kiki stood there calmly. She was tired, but she was not stupid. Moreover, this was the main foundation created by the Ning family. Would the claw hammer really attack her? Yuan Hehe observed from the side. If this child could help him get rid of Ning Kiki, he would be able to reap the benefits. Seeing that Yuan Hehe had no reaction at all, Ning Kiki could not help but be stunned. Was this the Yuan Hehe she knew? In the face of danger, wasn't Yuan Hehe loyal? How could he still be so calm and indifferent? However, the hammer was already in front of her, so she could not think about it. The flower bracelet in her hand emitted a faint sound, and it blocked the attack. Ning Kiki was glad. She usually liked to collect strange things like the bracelet. Otherwise, she might not have been able to block this attack. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan had already gone out, but they had also walked into the middle of many roads. Seeing the many roads in front of them, the 2 of them could not help but feel troubled. This place was too difficult to walk through. Seeing that Ning Kiki had dodged the attack, the child was not angry. He released more sound waves. The sound produced by these hammers was so powerful that many people could not block it. The child could almost see Ning Kiki begging for mercy from him, and he could not help but smile. Ning Kiki knew that she could not dodge or defeat him, so she simply walked toward Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe, please save me. We're in the same boat. If anyone dies now, it won't be easy for the other to survive. She ran as she spoke, afraid that the sound waves would not reach Yuan Hehe. She was a second late. However, just as the sound wave reached Yuan Hehe, the child suddenly retracted his hand. He did not want to deal with Yuan Hehe. He could tell that Yuan Hehe was toying with Ning Kiki, so he was willing to protect him. Ning Kiki was shocked that the child had stopped so quickly. What was the meaning of this? Ning Kiki, you don't seem to have a good character. Why are you so despised? Yuan Hehe was making sarcastic remarks at the side. Ning Kiki smiled awkwardly. Yuan Hehe, what's wrong with you? She asked. through gritted teeth. We're teammates. It's not good for you to be like this, right? Teammates or enemies? Yuan Hehe's voice became much lower. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan also started to walk around randomly. They ended up where Yuan Hehe was. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yuan Hehe, including Yuan Hehe himself. He thought that he would not be able to see Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan ever again, but they had returned. The child started to have regrets. If he had known earlier, he would have gotten rid of Yuan Hehe. Who knew that the two of them would come back? At that time, the three of them would join forces to deal with him, and he would die. Ning Kiki was shocked for a second, but she quickly reacted. She said with tears in her eyes, "Jiaozhu, Sikong Wu Yuan, thank goodness you're safe. How did you get here?" She really wanted to know how. In her opinion, the bottomless abyss would never give them the chance to return. What was going on? Wow. You're so affectionate. Aren't you disappointed to see us? Sikong Wu Yuan sneered in his heart, his face filled with disdain. Ning Kiki was still putting on an act. Did she really think that they were pawns that could be manipulated at will? What do you mean? Ning Kiki smiled awkwardly. I'm naturally happy to see you guys back. In her heart, she felt that Sikong Wu Yuan talked too much. Jiaozhu did not say anything, so what right did he have to say that? Jiang Ming looked up at Ning Kiki with a coldness in his eyes that ordinary people could not detect. Even though she had seen many scary things, Ning Kiki's heart skipped a beat. And her hands trembled uncontrollably. What was Jiaozhu thinking? He seemed to have glared at her. Could it be that he suspected her? Countless doubts were churning in her heart, making Ning Kiki feel frustrated. She had been so careful. How had Jiaozhu caught on to her? She had to be calculative about this. Jiang Ming lowered his voice and looked at Ning Kiki. Miss Ning, you owe us an explanation. Also, it's not that I don't want to settle some things with you. It's just that it's not time yet. His last sentence was already very obvious. Ning Kiki's heart thumped twice. But she began to curse. What do you mean? Ning Kiki, have always been open and sincere. I was indeed very worried about you just now, and wanted to look for you. She pretended to shake her head and looked at Jiang Ming sympathetically. What a pitiful parasite. You've been tricked for too long. You don't even know how to be kind anymore. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Why did he feel that Ning Kiki was a little shameless? Thinking of this, he raised his hand, and some small bugs appeared in his palm. The little bugs sneaked up to Ning Kiki, but she did not notice them. She accidentally saw them and instantly started screaming. Bugs! Hurry up and take them away. Don't let them do evil here. Her eyes were almost teary, and her hands were trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed that Ning Kiki had a shiny golden jade scepter on her. He was stunned for a moment. Why did Ning Kiki carry the jade scepter with her at this time? Clang! Just as he was thinking, the jade scepter fell out and landed on the ground. The child had always liked shiny things. When he encountered such things, he immediately could not bear to part with them and wanted to take them away. Ning Kiki knew the importance of this item and immediately used her body to protect it. The jade scepter's body still had a green glow, and it looked like it was worth thousands of gold pieces. She was willing to sacrifice his body for this thing. What was so good about this jade scepter? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and could not understand. Ning Kiki noticed him and quickly shouted, "Jiao Zhu, are you going to leave me in the lurch? We're teammates, hurry up and save me." Jiang Ming felt that Ning Kiki had changed after hearing her commanding tone. At the end, he could not help but feel uncomfortable, and he grinned. "Why should I listen to your orders? Do I have to save you just because you want me to?" He could not help but say something. Ning Kiki also realized that her attitude was not very good. She tried to persuade Jiang Ming. "Jiao Zhu, this jade scepter may be an important magic weapon for us to get out of here. If this child takes it away, we will have nothing left." She was very smart and directly linked the jade scepter to going out. Jiang Ming had to admit this. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and released the light from his palm. The light enveloped the child's body and brought him elsewhere. The child fell on his butt and could not help but curse. "Isn't it just a jade scepter? How petty. You really believe Ning Kiki? How can a jade scepter help you get out?" Jiang Ming did not reply. He watched as Ning Kiki kept the jade scepter in perfect condition and carefully put it in her pocket. He felt that the jade scepter should not be with her, so he used the suction force to secretly take the jade scepter and planned to put it away. Unexpectedly, the jade scepter did not want Jiang Ming to be too low-key. When it entered Jiang Ming's pocket, it released a few golden rays of spiritual energy and sent them all into Jiang Ming's body. He immediately felt refreshed, but he was also a little surprised. He never expected Ning Kiki to be protecting this spiritual energy. However, he did not expect that he would become the successor of this jade scepter. After absorbing the spiritual energy, Jiang Ming felt that his body was twice as fit as before. His 5 senses became clear. He even became faster on his feet. He could not help but feel pleasantly surprised. At this rate, if he continued to cultivate, he would be able to increase his cultivation by the day. Ning Kiki felt sour when she saw this. She had thought that she would be the inheritor of the spiritual energy, but she did not expect it to be Jiao Zhu. It was just that Jiao Zhu was so far away from her, yet this jade scepter could sense him and give him spiritual energy. Wasn't that too ridiculous? But now that it had already happened, it was useless for her to think about it. "Jiao Zhu, how do you feel now? Are you feeling unwell?" She walked forward and asked a few questions awkwardly. She could not help but feel jealous. Why wasn't it her? She was clearly the one who had given so much to the jade scepter. Wasn't this jade scepter going too far? Not at all. Thank you for your jade scepter. Jiang Ming did not have any intention of compensating Ning Kiki. Instead, he gloated openly. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan he grinned. Ning Kiki had suffered a lot, but it did not stop them from being set up by her. Ning Kiki could not help but feel aggrieved when she saw that Jiang Ming did not feel apologetic at all. She was the one who had brought the jade scepter here, and she was the one who had cultivated the spiritual energy. No matter what, it was good to say thank you, right? How could he take away her things so directly without even thanking her? She was really indignant. Seeing Ning Kiki's expression, Jiang Ming roughly understood what she was thinking. He quickly took out the old jade scepter and placed it in her hand. "I'll return this jade scepter to its original owner. Try again. I reckon there's still spiritual energy left. You can also obtain it." Jiang Ming comforted insincerely, obviously trying to insult Ning Kiki. Ning Qi's face turned green. She threw the useless jade scepter away and said angrily, Don't need it. Thank you for worrying. Jiao Zhu, why don't you give me the spiritual energy of the jade scepter? What I need is this. She sounded a little stifled. What did Jiao Zhu mean? Wasn't this an insult to her? That won't do. Some spiritual energy isn't interlinked. I can't force myself to give you spiritual energy just because of your words. You won't be able to. Take it. Jiang Ming patted Ning Qi's shoulder, pretending to be kind. However, she felt that it was even more humiliating. She pushed Jiang Ming's hand away and swallowed her anger. Jiao Zhu, we have to deal with this fine demon first. It's too presumptuous. As she spoke, she pointed at the child, her eyes still wide open. The child waved his hand tiredly. You only know how to stare at me. I don't even think it's fun to look at you. You're really just a monkey. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and threw a copper coin over. Ning Qi knew what the child meant. She pointed at him with trembling fingers. Are you crazy? I didn't provoke you. Why are you insulting me like this? She was extremely frustrated. It was one thing to be treated like this by Jiao Zhu, but why was this child also like this? It was really something else. Who asked you to falsely accuse me? The child said coldly. What you did was not honorable at all. You deserve to be treated like this. Ning Qi was afraid that the child would say something shocking again. She conjured a long ribbon in her hand and threw it at the child. The child pulled the ribbon over and played with it happily, his face flushed red. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Ning Qi and the vine demon were quite harmonious. Yes. Yuan He nodded. That's what demons should do. I'm not a demon. Yuan He, don't talk nonsense, don't compare me to a lowly demon. At the mention of this, Ning Qi exploded and kept cursing. This made Yuan He explode. It turned out that the words he said to Ning Qi were worthless. Since that was the case, he would let her suffer. After making up his mind, Yuan He deliberately threw a few stones at Ning Qi's feet and signaled the child to continue pulling the ribbon. The child was not stupid. He immediately brought Ning Qi to the stones. She immediately fell down, and her face was swollen. Jiang Ming saw this and could not help but feel a little sympathetic. Ning Qi despised the brat. Now, she was being punished, right? Seeing that Jiang Ming and the others did not care about her, Ning Qi exploded. She said, Jiao Zhu, you don't want to leave, do you? Only I know where the door is. No, the guardian god also knows. Don't fool them. Also, I know where it is as well, the child retorted. Ning Qi could not help but smile awkwardly. How is that possible? Only the Ning family knows about such things. But it's a pity that the guardian of the Ning family is here. Otherwise, you might really be the only one who knows. The child shrugged. You also know that you're from the Ning family, so why aren't you being nice to me? What are you still doing here? Ning Qi gritted her teeth, wishing she could go forward and strangle the child in front of her. She felt that this vine demon was greatly annoying. I won't listen. The child smiled cheekily. Yuan He secretly gave the child a thumbs up, and the child also did a little victory dance. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. These two children actually reached some kind of deal. It looked even more hilarious. Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything at all. He just watched the show. He felt that Ning Kiki deserved to be punished. As for this vine demon, he felt that if he did not go too far, it was understandable not to help. Vine demon, you have crossed the line. You shouldn't have interacted with them. Unexpectedly, the person in the dark did not agree. The child's face immediately turned pale. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Please don't punish me, Lord Guardian. I will punish these outsiders now. Please have a good rest. Yuan Hehe knew that they were enemies now. Ning Kiki patted the dust off her body and said in frustration, this vine demon is our enemy. You guys insisted on helping him. Now, I'm injured. We're missing a fighter. Fighter? Jiang Ming found it unbelievable. Why didn't he remember that Ning Kiki was one of their fighters? Ning Kiki was too good at flattering herself. Ning Kiki was still unaware of this. She nodded. That's right, a fighter. You should really thank me for my help. Sikong Wu Yuan grinned. A fighter? It was already good enough that they did not attack her. Just how much did she harm them just now? Now, she still had the guts to say such things. He had truly witnessed the Ning family's eldest daughter's shamelessness. Today, Jiang Ming did not say anything else. Their main problem now was the vine demon, not Ning Kiki. The child seemed to have sensed the guardian god's sternness. Many vines immediately appeared on his body, and his eyes turned blood red. If Lord Guardian doesn't want to keep you, you can all die. He could not bear to see Yuan Hehe, a demon like him, being his enemy. However, he had no choice. The two sides collided, and a battle instantly broke out. Jiang Ming and the others had been fighting with the vines, and they were also attacking the child's weak spots. The child's defense was extremely strong, and he did not give Jiang Ming and the others a chance to seize his vital points. The more he attacked, the stronger the spiritual energy in his body became. This was something that Jiang Ming did not expect. He could not help but feel strange when he noticed that the child's vines were getting thicker and thicker. Why was his spiritual power being consumed less and less? Not only that, but it also looked very strange. The speed at which his strength increased was too fast. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan also noticed this problem and thought of the same thing. Was it a forbidden technique? But was it possible? There were very few forbidden techniques related to demons, and there were many restrictions. Could this child have cultivated forbidden techniques? As they thought of this, they were cut by the vines when they were not paying attention. With this, they realized that the vines had become like blades for some reason. Those who did not know better would think that it was a blade. Jiang Ming felt a lingering fear. He quickly bandaged Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe, and he released a spiritual barrier to block them. Seeing that his former ally was injured, the child did not show any pity. He even felt excited. It had been a long time since he had tasted blood. He felt pretty good now, and his body's functions had recovered a lot. Thinking of this, he began to absorb Jiang Ming's spiritual energy continuously. Sensing this, Jiang Ming pretended not to know and continued to input spiritual energy. Sikong Wu Yuan was shocked. You're crazy. Jiang Ming raised his hand to stop Sikong Wu Yuan, but he did not say anything. Sikong Wu Yuan could not understand it no matter how much he thought about it. Jiang Ming could only tell him, some spiritual energy can't be completely absorbed. It might even cause a special reaction. There was a deeper meaning in his words. Sikong Wu Yuan understood. Then, he smiled and said, as expected of you, Jiang Ming. I don't think that thing has guessed this yet. The child was not unhappy at all. He smiled and said, it seems that you have given up struggling. But it doesn't matter. I will help you turn all this spiritual energy into something valuable. As he spoke, he kept absorbing Jiang Ming's spiritual energy. However, not long after, his body showed an abnormal reaction. His body was covered in blood spots. These spots were covered in pustules. When he poked it carefully, pus was still flowing inside. However, the liquid was bright red. What's going on? The child could not help but panic. He did not want to risk his life for the guardian god. If you want to know what's going on, then return all our spiritual energy. Jiang Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He released a suction force from his hand, and the child immediately felt that his own suction force was broken. However, after a while, he found that not only was Jiang Ming's spiritual energy forced to pass, but his own spiritual energy had also passed. I've already returned your spiritual energy to you. How could you steal my spiritual energy? He said angrily. Sikong Wu Yuan was speechless. You still have the cheek to say that? If Jiang Ming hadn't been quick-witted just now, he wouldn't have been able to get his spiritual energy back. Why can't he take your spiritual energy? The child was speechless for a moment. Then, he waved all the spiritual energy in his body, trying to attract the spiritual energy he had lost. However, his method would only make Jiang Ming absorb it faster. He originally thought that he would repel the child's spiritual energy, but he did not expect it to fuse perfectly. This made him pleasantly surprised. Then, Jiang Ming suddenly noticed some inexplicable changes in the surrounding walls. The things that were originally painted with pictures became more and more vivid. At the edge, a plant was growing at a rapid speed, directly surrounding Jiang Ming and the others. The child could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, it seems to be a little too late. His eyes were filled with pain, and he fainted again. Jiang Ming had absorbed too much of his power, and he was already unable to hold on any longer. A huge flower bud suddenly grew out of the plant, and the flower bud quickly swallowed the child. However, the child did not let out a single scream. This made Jiang Ming and the others suspicious. Although the child was unconscious, he could still feel pain. Could he not even make a sound? This plant was not soundproof. It was too strange. Jiang Ming looked at the huge flower bud and suddenly had a different idea. With this thought in mind, he rushed over and took advantage of the plant's lack of attention to forcefully pry open the flower bud. This action shocked Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He. Jiang Ming's courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. If it were them, they would be worried. By the time he made this decision, he had already launched the next attack. The moment the flower bud was opened, there was no sign of the child inside. At the same time, the plant felt insulted and could not help but get angry. It directly bit at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming patted its flower bud and injected some spiritual energy into it. Then, he quickly took a big step back and distanced himself from it. An explosion sounded. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He witnessed a scene that they would never have imagined in their lives. The plant's body was divided into many parts, and the ground was covered in its dead slime. Jiang Ming was not sure if the slime was harmful, so he simply raised his hand and used his spiritual energy to purify the slime. However, a strange scene happened. The parts of these plants turned into miniature versions of the plants. Jiang Ming could not help but have a headache when he thought of the situation with the toads. Perhaps these things were raised by the same person. It was probably the guardian god that the child had mentioned. Just as he was thinking about this, that voice appeared again. If you want to beg me for mercy, it's not too late. Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh. Lord Guardian was hilarious. They did not beg for mercy and wanted to continue. Xikong Wu Yuan Hihi, and Jiang Ming had the same thoughts. They shouted at the voice without any hesitation. You won't be able to beg for mercy in this lifetime. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized that these small plants were secretly running toward them. They were very slow. When they ran, they were like humans walking. This also gave Jiang Ming and the others a chance to attack. The three of them released some spiritual energy to tease these small plants. Some of them turned into barriers to block them, while others used the spiritual energy in their hands to form a circle and hang on them. They did not notice it when they were teasing him. The speed and strength of these small plants began to multiply exponentially. After a while, the little plant on Xikong Wu Yuan's side launched an attack. It directly spat out a large mouthful of slime at him. This slime was different from the slime earlier. It was very sticky and covered a large area. Xikong Wu Yuan was not paying attention and was hit directly. His eyes were already blurred by the slime. He regretted it. He should pay more attention to this little plant. The little plant that Yuan Hihi was on launched its next attack. A long strip was released from its body, which tripped him. Ouch! Yuan Hihi felt a shooting pain in his bottom, and the expression on his face froze. In the next second, Ning Kiki was also hit. Half of her hair was cut off by the little plant. She screamed. She adored her hair. My hair! Jiang Ming was lucky enough to avoid the small plant's attack. He even picked it up and threw it in front of other small plants. The small plant was immediately knocked out and fell to the edge of the wall. However, this did not make it die. Instead, it made it more energetic, and it split into smaller plants. Jiang Ming's expression turned cold when he saw that there were more and more of these little plants, and Xikong Wu Yuan and the others were still busy taking care of themselves. He closed his eyes and adjusted the spiritual energy in his body. A low pressure suddenly spread out from his body. Those small plants rushed over to bite Jiang Ming, but they were suppressed by the low pressure and did not dare to go forward. They could only aim at Xikong Wu Yuan and the others. However, this low pressure also spread to Xikong Wu Yuan and the others. With the expansion of spiritual energy, the slime disappeared and Xikong Wu Yuan regained his vision. As for Yuan Hihi and Ning Kiki, who were entangled by the little plant, they were also set free. Alas, Ning Kiki's hair was still short. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and suddenly realized that these small plants were building something extremely fast. He felt that he had to stop these small plants from continuing, so he casually released a water current. The impact of the water current also broke the trajectory of these small plants, bringing a portion of the small plants to another place. However, their attraction was particularly strong. After a while, they united and collectively aimed at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming could not help but feel a little worried. These small plants were too difficult to deal with. Xikong Wu Yuan and the other two also arrived in front of Jiang Ming, and they were all in a difficult situation. They did not expect the little plants to become stronger and stronger. They were at a loss. Let me see if my gold collar can bind them together. Sikong Wu Yuan thought for a moment and threw the golden collar out. Yuan Hehe felt that it was inappropriate and was about to stop it, but it was too late. He could not take it back. The golden collar could automatically change its size and wrap these small plants together. Jiang Ming watched helplessly as the golden collar surrounded these small plants. A few streaks of golden light flashed, and the color of the golden collar instantly turned silver and tarnished. My golden collar! Sikong Wu Yuan was about to cry. This was a treasure that he had cultivated for 84 days. How could it be tarnished by these small plants? His eyes were filled with discomfort. He became resentful and released spiritual energy at those small plants. The spiritual energy turned into a few long lines and directly cut the small plants into pieces. However, they immediately returned to their original states, and their numbers increased even more. As far as the eye could see, these small plants had gathered into an ocean. And it was extremely terrifying. Ning Kiki felt that something was wrong. She looked around and looked elsewhere. They could not continue to stay here as food for these little plants. They had to find a way out. Jiang Ming realized this and quickly ran to the wall, looking for a mechanism to get out. After searching around, he immediately found a purple button. Just as he was hesitating whether to press it, the small plants had already launched an attack. They gathered together and headed straight for Jiang Ming and the others. No matter how Sikong Wu Yuan and the other two released their spiritual energy, they seemed to be immune to it and directly avoided the spiritual energy. It's difficult. My spiritual energy has become really useless. Ning Kiki was extremely frustrated, and her eyes were filled with discomfort. It was fine if her hair was short, but these little plants were still looking for trouble for her. She had never suffered like this in the Ning family. Jiang Ming saw that the stakes were getting higher. He went all out and pressed the button directly. As soon as the button was pressed, a huge hole appeared under the bodies of the small plants, and they fell down. There were a few small plants that did not fall. Sikong Wu Yuan and the others reacted quickly and kicked the remaining small plants down. Before these things could react, they fell inside. This is really annoying. Sikong Wu Yuan panted and collapsed to the ground. He felt that his body was fine, but his heart was really tired. These small plants were as heavy as lead. We still have to find a way out. Staying here is not a long-term solution. Jiang Ming looked around and found some grayish-brown powder. Looking forward carefully, Jiang Ming found that the powder seemed to be able to move. He could not help but be shocked for a moment before he calmed down. He looked at the powder in front of him, but it did not continue to move. Jiang Ming suspected that he had seen it wrong and turned to look at Sikong Wu Yuan. However, he saw that the powder was actually a spider. When Jiang Ming was not paying attention, it dodged to the side and hid in the darkness. Jiang Ming pondered. This little spider was probably the animal that the guardian god was using to monitor them. With this thought in mind, he could not help but think of something else. This guardian god might also be an animal, which was why it could communicate with animals. Seeing that Jiang Ming seemed to be immersed in thought, Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe waved their hands in front of him and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about? What time is it now?" Ning Kiki asked unhappily. "Why are you still standing here in a daze?" Hurry up and find the next exit. However, at this moment, the voice sounded again. Everything about you is under my control. Do you think you opened the exit yourself? This sentence shocked everyone. Sikong Wuyuan felt endless fear. He said to Jiang Ming, we might not be able to enter. I'm afraid we'll be killed here today. Do you believe everything he says? Jiang Ming took a step forward. He saw that there was a purple mechanism in front of him. He raised his hand and pressed it. Then, he realized that a door beside him had opened. However, the space inside looked very narrow, as if it were a bottomless abyss. Are we still going in? Sikong Wuyuan and Yuan Hehe looked in, their hands trembling. They felt that there were many dangers inside. This is the only way. Jiang Ming's eyes were dark as he stepped forward to open the way without hesitation. Sikong Wuyuan, Yuan Hehe, and Ning Kiki followed closely behind. Haha, you've fallen into a trap. The voice continued mocking them. Jiang Ming grinned. This person was really going too far. At this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. A woman with her hands tied looked at Jiang Ming gently. Jiao Zhu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. What? Ning Kiki was shocked. You're the guardian god. Who is that person? The woman sighed. I'm not Lord Guardian, but Lord Guardian is dead. I'm replacing him, but for some reason, I can't do it. Now, a bad person is replacing him. I need you to help me get rid of him. Can you still move? Do you want me to help you? Ning Kiki felt that she had a deep affinity with her, so she quickly went forward to untie the shackles that bound the woman. However, the woman stopped her. I don't need you to treat me like this, she said helplessly. Miss Ning, your actions have really disappointed me. Ning Kiki was stunned for a moment. Sikong Wuyuan and the others could not help but pause. Could this woman see what they were doing? The woman then said, yes, I can see what you're doing. It's true that the Ning family is protecting the cave, but they don't want their descendants to do evil here. I hope you can work together. The woman looked at Jiang Ming seriously. How else would I know your name, Jiao Zhu? There are traces everywhere. That's true. However, do you even know what we're thinking? Jiang Ming was a little vigilant as he spoke. If she could even know what they were thinking, it would be too terrifying. How is that possible? The woman shook her head. Everyone has different thoughts, so I definitely can't read your minds. Sikong Wuyuan looked around and found that there were some vines growing in the surroundings. Their roots were moving automatically, and there were some incomprehensible patterns and symbols on them. He felt that these things were confusing. He could not help but go forward, wanting to grab these things. However, things did not go as he wished. These symbols disappeared when he touched them. The woman noticed Sikong Wuyuan's actions and quickly stopped him. No, only the person who has been appointed can touch them. Jiao Zhu, I think you can try. Sikong Wuyuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded. Jiao Zhu is certainly the strongest. He should go and give it a try. He felt a little disappointed. It would be great if he were the chosen one. It was a pity that he did not have Jiang Ming's capabilities. She had probably made up her mind, so he did not say anything else. Jiang Ming walked forward doubtfully. Those symbols did not disappear. Not only that, but they also shone bright lian directly enveloped Jiang Ming. He felt a surge of spiritual energy coming toward him. The spiritual energy was intermittent, and it made Jiang Ming emit a golden. "How are you feeling now?" Yuan he asked in disbelief. "Your entire body is emitting a strange light." Jiang Ming opened his eyes and opened his mouth to speak, but he found that he could not make a sound. He could not help but feel strange. He checked his pulse and his body. After realizing that his body was normal, he began to concentrate on absorbing spiritual energy again. Yuan he understood why Jiang Ming did not reply. Usually, when absorbing spiritual energy, some people would not be able to speak. After the absorption of spiritual energy was completed, Jiang Ming said, "L. couldn't reply to you earlier. I can now. I feel very energetic. There are no adverse reactions." "How is that possible?" Ning Kiki asked in jealousy. "You're talking nonsense. Aren't you? This spiritual energy can't be absorbed for no reason. What's wrong? Did I make you feel uncomfortable?" Jiang Ming did not see through her thoughts. He smiled and said, "If you want to absorb it, you can go yourself. I didn't stop you. It was this talisman that chose me. If I could, would I have to talk to you like this?" Ning Kiki was extremely frustrated. She went forward and wanted to withdraw her spiritual energy. However, no matter how she tried to attract it, the spiritual energy seemed to be firmly attached to Jiang Ming's body. It did not move at all. "It's impossible for you to absorb his spiritual energy," the woman said. "Some spiritual energy can only be absorbed by the appointed person. It's the same for you. Don't waste your time." Ning Kiki was extremely angry. "How is that possible? I'm from the Ning family. The spiritual energy here should be attracted by the Ning family. Don't try to lie to me. You're all his accomplices." At this point, she was already a little deranged. She went forward and wanted to strangle Jiang Ming, but she was pushed over by Jiang Ming. He did not use any force, but Ning Kiki was still pushed against the wall. Her head hit the rock, and the back of her head exploded in pain. Blood kept flowing. She could not help but panic. "I'm bleeding. Come and save me, Jiao Zhu. You're crazy. How could you kill?" Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It had nothing to do with them, but why did it seem like they were the ones who did it? "Miss Ning, are you stupid? We didn't do anything to you at all." Jiang Ming was still speechless. Then, he went forward and wanted to remove the woman's handcuffs. However, he found that the handcuffs were tightly locked. "Forget it," the woman said with a bitter smile. "I've been imprisoned here for a long time. The spiritual energy in these handcuffs is getting stronger and stronger. No one can unlock them." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Ming released some spiritual energy. The handcuffs shattered instantly, and Jiang Ming was stunned. He originally thought that it would not work. The woman was also slightly surprised. However, she thought about it for a moment and said, "I'll heard a legend here before. 100 years later, a person who can make people tremble in fear will appear. This person can break through all the restrictions. I think that person is you." "That's an amazing legend." Jiang Ming teased her casually. Meanwhile, Ning Kiki held a knife in her hand tightly and tried to stab Jiang Ming in the back. However, Jiang Ming turned around, grabbed the knife tightly, and stabbed Ning Kiki in her abdomen. Ning Kik's body was already very weak, so after being stabbed, she immediately bled again. She panicked again. Stop screaming, Miss Ning. Have you forgotten that we're teammates? Jiang Ming laughed coldly and brought the knife down again. Ning Kiki felt a strong chill and could not help but retreat in fear and nervousness. She held her abdomen again, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Miss Ning, do you want to live? Jiang Ming patted Ning Kik's shoulder. Now we need to negotiate something. Ning Kiki nodded and said sadly, can you let me recover first? My abdomen hurts. As soon as she said this, she fell to the ground. Her eyes were filled with despair as she cried again. She had never suffered such grievances in the Ning family. Now that she was being treated like this, Ning Kiki really felt very uncomfortable. She missed her father and brother very much. Seeing Ning Kik's helpless look, the woman slowly walked down and hugged her. Let's just let go. Some things can't go on like this. She sighed and whispered into Ning Kik's ear. Ning Kik's expression instantly turned cold. Why? This cave is clearly guarded by the Ning family. Why can't the rewards inside be obtained by the Ning family? As she spoke, she could not help but cry. She felt that her father was too stupid. He actually guarded a cave that was biased toward outsiders. Miss Ning, come to me. You should fight side by side with me. At this moment, the voice was heard again. Ning Kiki rammed into the woman recklessly. The woman fell to the ground. She had been about to go up to check on Ning Kiki, but she had already disappeared. Oh no, Ning Kiki really left with that bad person. I wonder if she will find him. The woman became anxious. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was extremely calm. One day, the two of them will be reunited. Instead of worrying here, why don't you tell us where the guardian god is now? I don't know where he is either. Ever since he locked me up, he disappeared. In the past, he would soak in the nearby hot spring for an hour at night. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, some habits can't be changed so easily. Besides, no one is stopping him. He probably won't change this habit. You should know where this hot spring is, right? The woman hesitated. What do you mean? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the woman. The woman sighed. The place where the hot spring is located has been around for tens of millions of years. Who knows what happened there during these tens of millions of years? The hot spring might have changed into another place. That's true. Take us to the original place first. Perhaps the hot spring hasn't changed much. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and made a decision. There was no way for them to find the hot spring aimlessly. It was better to go to the original place to take a look. Perhaps they could find some clues. Sikong Wu Yuan was frustrated. He sighed and said, there's no other way. The hot spring is the only clue. The woman felt very guilty, but there was nothing she could do. Then, she said, let's go forward. The hot spring is just ahead. Jiang Ming pondered and looked at the empty environment in the distance. He could not help but be vigilant. I'll vaguely feel that there seems to be a hidden danger here. Yuan Hehe patted him on the shoulder. We can only move forward now. Don't worry. She won't trick us. She's been locked up for so long. How can she be an enemy? Exactly. Anyway, you can call me Jiang Jiang. I'm by Jiang Jiang. The woman smiled. by Jiang. I seem to have heard your name from somewhere, but I forgot. Yuan he scratched his head and continued walking forward. However, he had only taken a few steps when he tripped and hit his forehead. He frowned and touched his head. He was shocked to find that it was covered in blood. It's just a knock, but there's so much blood. I'll bandage it. Jiang Ming skillfully tore his sleeve and bandaged Yuan He's wound. Yuan He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I would have been in a pickle. 1-1 not good at bandaging wounds. Sikong Wu Yuan did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the thing in front of Yuan He in fear. He stammered, "Look. That thing seems to be alive." Yuan He panicked. He took a step back and turned to Jiang Ming. "Jiaozhu, stay away from here." Jiang Ming did not reply. Instead, he walked forward and approached the thing. Only then did he realize that it was a shell. The shell was open. Jiang Ming snapped his fingers, and flames appeared on the shell. The shell swallowed the flames. Yuan He approached the shell with a torch and found that the shell was still moving. It was as if it were talking. "I feel like it's scolding me." He rubbed his nose and stared at the shell. The shell seemed to know that many people were looking at it, so it did not fiddle around anymore. However, it spat out a pearl. The pearl was huge and shiny. It was as if it could lure people over. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but walk over and pick up the pearl curiously. But it was knocked down by Jiang Ming. "Are you crazy? I don't know what this pearl is. How dare you take something unfamiliar just like that?" Sikong Wu Yuan was about to speak when he realized that the thing on the pearl had already infected his body. He felt that his body was being surrounded by countless things, but he did not know what they were, and he could not see anything from the surface. Bai Jiang could not help but step forward worriedly. She quickly asked, "Sikong Wu Yuan, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? That pearl seems to be a breeding ground for some creatures. If you pick up the shell out of thin air, you'll be easily infected." Sikong Wu Yuan opened his mouth, but could not say anything. He fell to the ground. He had always been able to endure pain, but now he really could not take it anymore. However, he could not speak either. His tongue and mouth seemed to be filled with those things. Jiang Ming could tell that something was wrong with Sikong Wu Yuan. He stepped forward and wanted to touch his skin, but he found that there seemed to be something moving on his skin. Jiang Ming understood why when he saw it clearly. He then raised his hand and released spiritual energy all over his body. The spiritual energy had cleared his body and destroyed some of the things inside, but there were too many of them. Jiang Ming was panting. Then, he looked at Yuan He. "Come with me. I can't finish this alone." Yuan He nodded and released his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the two fused together and finally cleared out the things inside. "Don't touch anything next time." Jiang Ming felt exhausted and sat down. However, the shell noticed his state and rushed over extremely fast. It shouted and obviously wanted to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt a chill and quickly stood up. He also found the shell. When the shell arrived, he stepped on it. This stomp mercilessly crushed the shell. The shell shattered into pieces. Yuan He was extremely resentful and stepped on it a few times as well. "This shell is harmful. It shouldn't have appeared here. Let's continue moving." Forward. Jiang Ming raised his hand. I finally know what suffering is. Sikong Wu Yuan shuddered. He was determined not to touch anything casually in the future. After taking a few steps forward, they discovered that there were countless such shells. They carefully avoided them. After walking for a while, they came to a dead end. In front of them was a river. Some fish were gathering in the river. Jiang Ming recognized that they were the dragon-headed fish that had attacked them previously. There were a lot of them, and it was obvious that they did not want them to cross the river. There was another boat by the river, but it was broken. There was a hole in the boat, and there was a skeleton beside it. It seemed to be a fisherman. Bai Jiang felt a prickling sensation in her body. She turned to look at Jiang Ming, only to find that he seemed a little strange. After taking a closer look, she already felt that he was the skeleton fisherman. And she was horrified. You're the fisherman, so whose skeleton is lying there? Hearing Bai Jiang's strange words, Jiang Ming and the other two could not help but feel strange. What are you talking about? Shouldn't the fisherman be dead? I wonder if those bones belong to the fisherman. Bai Jiang pushed Jiang Ming away. You're that skeleton. You want to kill us? No way. Jiang Ming was almost pushed to the ground. He could not help but laugh. Bai Jiang, I'm Jiao Zhu. Bai Jiang was stunned for a moment before she shook her head. I'll think you're that skeleton. Then, she turned around and found that Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He had also turned into skeletons. She could not help but hit her head and say, What's wrong with me? I can't see you at all. You seem real, but also fake. Jiang Ming did not understand Bai Jiang's condition, but he felt that it was affected by the surrounding magnetic field. He went forward and burned the skeleton. After the skeleton disappeared, Bai Jiang returned to normal. Bai Jiang's forehead was covered in sweat. She exhaled and said, I'll finally see you. Then, she closed her eyes and fell into the water. Jiang Ming wanted to catch her, but he could not. He could only go forward and try to get her back. However, she sank to the bottom and never came out again. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel anxious. Bai Jiang is drowning right after getting to know us. This is not good. I'll go save her. Jiang Ming also wanted to save her, but he knew that he could not do so in the current situation. He stopped Sikong Wu Yuan and said, There are all dragon-headed fish in here. We will soon become their food. If we go over rashly, we will be the ones who die miserably. Sikong Wu Yuan's tears were already flowing out. Are we just going to sit and wait for her to die? I really can't accept this. Yuan He, on the other hand, covered his entire body with spiritual energy. He then told Jiang Ming, I'll think you can help me by creating a barrier. Jiang Ming was confused, but he still complied by casting a barrier. I think I can do it. Yuan He patted his shoulder. Before Jiang Ming could say anything, he jumped down. Hey! Yuan He, what are you doing? Jiang Ming was helpless, but he could not jump down with him. He could only wait for him. The two of them could still communicate telepathically, so he asked Yuan He what was going on. After a while, Yuan He told Jiang Ming in surprise. Come down here quickly. There's another surprise down there. Sikong Wu Yuan asked with concern, How is Yuan He? Why don't we just jump down? Do we still have to wait for him to come back up? Jiang Ming nodded. Let's jump down. He has already given me an update. There doesn't seem to be any danger down there. After saying that, Jiang Ming jumped down. Seeing this, Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly followed. As soon as they entered, they found that they could breathe in the water. They also arrived on flat ground very safely. There was a woman with dragon horns in front of him. She was wearing a maid's uniform. When she saw Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan, she knelt down and placed her hands on her chest. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan looked at each other and followed the maid. Jiang Ming found it strange. Yuan Hehe and Bai Jiang were walking too fast. Even they were not that fast. Sikong Wu Yuan was also thinking about this question, but he was more straightforward and directly asked the maid if they were walking faster. She chuckled. You're wrong. Their speed is the same as yours. It's just that they are hidden by an inexplicable barrier. Even if they are near you, you wouldn't know. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming deliberately called out to Yuan Hehe in his heart. However, Yuan Hehe did not make any sound. Then, he heard the maid continue. At the same time, these barriers can also block your telepathy and communication, so you won't be able to hear each other. Jiang Ming suspected that the maid had installed a communication device in his heart. Otherwise, how could she answer so easily? However, he did not ask directly. They arrived at a palace and happened to see Bai Jiang and Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe was dressed in gold and silver, and he kept twirling in front of the mirror. Bai Jiang sat on a chair and sipped her tea. Didn't expect you to like gold and silver so much. Sikong Wu Yuan took a step forward and teased Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe was pleasantly surprised. Of course. I thought it was fun, so I put it on. You should try it too. As he spoke, he pulled off a golden choker from his neck and was about to put it on Sikong Wu Yuan's neck. Sikong Wu Yuan refused. No thanks. I'm not used to wearing jewelry. Yuan Hehe thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He began to look at his clothes again. When Jiang Ming saw this scene, he could not help but fall silent. Why was he being treated so well? Other than these things, I can give you anything you want as long as you stay here, the maid said. Jiang Ming grinned. He knew that there was nothing good going on. He immediately pulled Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan and planned to leave. This place is not good. Don't talk to the maid. She definitely doesn't have good intentions. Yuan Hehe tried to dissuade Jiang Ming. Jiao, this place is not bad. There's plenty of food and marvelous jewelry. Why should we risk our lives outside? Isn't it good to stay here? The maid treats us quite well. Don't think too badly of her. Jiang Ming was confused. They had overcome so many difficulties, but Yuan Hehe could not even resist a single temptation. Now, he had to persuade Yuan Hehe. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiang also chimed in. Think it's not bad too. Jiao. Zhu, I've seen that you've also encountered many hardships. Don't bother about the guardian god. Just stay here. Have you been bewitched? Jiang Ming said half-jokingly as he wondered what was going on. If they truly believed what they said, then there was nothing he could do if he could not persuade them to leave. How could that be? Jiao, don't you like this kind of life? Yuan Hehe was already a little deranged, and the smile on his face widened. Jiang Ming patted his forehead and felt that Yuan Hehe was crazy. Everything had a catch. How could they not understand this? You'll suffer a lot in the future if you behave like this. Sikong Wu Yuan raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, all of this seemed to have been secretly ordered by the guardian. God. After he and Jiang Ming left, who knew if these two would still be alive? Let's go. Jiang Ming thought it through. He pulled Sikong Wu Yuan and said, let's leave them here. He believed that these two would not understand this principle unless they suffered. Jiaozhu, Sikong Wu Yuan, why don't you want to stay here? Yuan Hehe said dejectedly. This place is so good. Jiang Ming glanced at him. His eyes were deep. If you think it's good, that's your opinion. We don't think so. Yuan Hehe, repent and be saved. Sikong Wu Yuan said meaningfully. He felt that Yuan Hehe was not someone who could be easily deceived. Why was he so strange in this place? There's no need to say anything else. Let's leave directly. Jiang Ming felt that it was a waste of time to continue talking, so they might as well not say anything. Jiaozhu, have a safe journey. Yuan Hehe sighed. He really wanted to drag those two here to relax, but he did not expect that they would not be willing. Bai Jiangjiang remained silent. She was already obsessed with the taste of the tea in her hand and did not want to say anything more. The maid walked to Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan with a friendly smile. Let me help you out. The roads here are winding, and it's easy to get lost. No need, we can walk on our own. Sikong Wu Yuan rejected the maid. He felt that she was not a good person either. How could she confuse Yuan Hehe and Bai Jiangjiang so much? However, he remembered that when they came, they had clearly taken a straight path. This maid was really good at lying. There were no twists and turns. He was really worried about Yuan Hehe and Bai Jiangjiang's safety. Jiang Ming pursed his lips when he saw that Sikong Wu Yuan seemed to be thinking about something. He was surprised that Sikong Wu Yuan would reject the maid directly. Although it was a straight road just now, it was easy for the maid to tamper with the road. Who knew if the road they took would turn into a winding road? In fact, letting her lead the way was the best. However, they should be able to break through these things. My lords, please allow me to lead the way. I really don't want you to get lost, the maid said enthusiastically. Already said that there's no need. Why can't you listen? Sikong Wu Yuan's tone became a little irritated. He did not believe that this maid would still be so ignorant after he said no. The maid did not say anything else, but Jiang Ming realized that her head had turned into a fish head in an instant. However, it only lasted for a second, and her appearance quickly changed back. He could not confirm it. Sikong Wu Yuan also saw it, but he thought he was seeing things, and did not think too much about it. Jiaozhu, this maid must be trying to harm us. She has been urging us to let her send us off. After walking for a while, he began to analyze the situation thoughtfully. Jiang Ming did not say anything. His mind was filled with the image of the maid's fish head in a second, and his heart could not help but thump twice. Was there a possibility that the maid and the scene were all made by the dragon-headed fish? She really hid her true strength. If it was not for that moment of exposure, he would not have noticed it. Yuan Hehe and Bai Jiangjiang were going to suffer. Jiang Ming continued to walk forward, but he found that the surrounding scene had changed. Sikong Wu Yuan felt something was wrong as he walked. Why does this place seem strange? Jiang Ming knew what he was thinking. He stopped and stared at Sikong Wuyuan. Jiaozhu? Sikong Wuyuan asked, tentatively. His hair stood on end from being stared at. We're lost, Jiang Ming replied seriously. But we didn't get lost naturally. The scene here has been changed by the dragon-headed fish. Dragon-headed fish? The fish at the bottom of the sea just now? Weren't they by the shore? Why did they come to the bottom of the sea to trick us? Sikong. Wu Yuan scratched his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never expected that it was the dragon-headed fish who had done. We need to break the illusion so that we can walk out. Jiang Ming looked around. Sikong Wu Yuan rubbed his chin and said, how about we gather our spiritual energy and break through this place? We can't seem to use it here. Jiang Ming snapped his fingers. There was no change in the surroundings at all. For a moment, there was silence. Sikong Wu Yuan pursed his lips and raised his hand, wanting to release his spiritual energy. Maybe there's something wrong with you. Let me do it. I might be able to break through here. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized something. He couldn't use his spiritual energy at all, just like Jiang Ming. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel awkward. He did not know whether to say it or not. Jiang Ming did not continue the topic. Instead, he changed it. I see some living creatures here. Why don't you ask these little things? As he spoke, he walked up to a turtle. Can these little things hear us? Sikong Wu Yuan was a little hesitant and immediately approached Jiang Ming. The little turtle's eyes were filled with innocence. What do you want to do? Is there anything I can help with? Before Jiang Ming could ask, he heard the turtle's voice. It seemed that the animals and plants here could communicate with them. This was probably the magical thing about the cave. It should have nothing to do with the guardian god. We want to know how to get out. Can you give us a ride? Jiang Ming pleaded. The turtle did not say anything else. Instead, it hurriedly tried to leave in the opposite direction. Turtle, don't go. Sikong Wu Yuan hurriedly wanted to follow the turtle, but it disappeared in a flash. It's really fast. These spiritual creatures are simply amazing. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized that there seemed to be some small holes in front of him. He crouched down and took out a silver needle from his pocket. He inserted the silver needle into one of the small holes. Many little turtles immediately ran out of the small hole and started arguing with Sikong Wu Yuan. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you messing with our nest? You won't be able to afford to replace it if you damage it. Jiang Ming smirked. Some fine spiritual energy appeared in his hand. A gentle light glowed around the spiritual energy. The little turtles were immediately covered by this gentle light, and their shells gleamed as if they were crystal clear. It was as if they were being electrocuted. Can you tell us the right direction now? Jiang Ming stroked the upper shell of these little turtles, his eyes feigning gentleness. Go straight ahead, one of the little turtles said obediently. Don't stop. You'll get to where you want to go. What do you mean? However, Jiang Ming understood. He stood up and looked at Sikong Wu Yuan. Do you understand? You can't stop. Sikong Wu Yuan understood what he meant. He nodded seriously and said, L. Understand. Let's leave now. This time, we must get out of this damn place. As he spoke, he and Jiang Ming stood up, and the two of them continued to walk forward. A black whirlwind flashed toward the two of them. Jiang Ming saw it and took out a sharp knife, aiming it at the black whirlwind. The sharp knife sank into it, and some blood spurted out. Sikong Wu Yuan did not dare to stop and kept walking forward. No need, Jiang Ming stopped him. There will be new people to take us out. Sikong Wu Yuan was confused, but he seemed to have understood something. He looked at the black whirlwind and paused. Was this whirlwind actually human? Looking at it, he felt that it was transformed from a spiritual object. Just as he was thinking, the black whirlwind in front of him had already revealed its true form. Its real body was a woman. The woman was wearing a robe and had a golden halo over her head. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. Do you two not like the environment here? Why would you want to leave? Her gaze was gentle as she casually bandaged the wound on her. If it were not for the killing intent that flashed across her eyes just now, Jiang Ming really would have thought that she wanted to invite them back. I don't care why you insist on keeping us here, but we don't want to stay here at all. Seeing that the soft approach did not work, Sikong Wu Yuan directly used force. His tone aggressive. The woman chuckled. She treated him like a child. She stroked her wound with her finger and said, I am the jellyfish fairy who is in charge of the seabed. I cannot kill mortals. You think I want to kill you, but if you die, I can't be a fairy anymore. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Jiang Ming grumbled to himself, who would believe that there was a fairy in this cave? Moreover, this was not the bottom of the sea. It was at most a small pond. It was really hard to understand how this jellyfish fairy had the audacity to say that. Sikong Wu Yuan was not stupid. He clenched his fists and said, then don't blame us for using force to resolve this matter. As you can see, you couldn't even do anything to block Jiao just now. It's obvious that you can't beat us. It's better for you to leave. He secretly sized up the jellyfish fairy and clicked his tongue. Those who did not know better would think that she was innocent. Jiang Ming did not say anything. Sikong Wu Yuan had already said what he wanted to say, so he did not need to say anything else. Jiang Ming clenched his palm and blew inside. Feather-shaped rays of spiritual energy shot straight toward the jellyfish fairy. She was standing on the ground, but after this, she had no choice but to take a step back before she was pinned to the wall by the feathers. Feathers were stuck in her arms and legs, having pierced through the material of her clothes. Blood seeped out of her sleeves, and Jiang Ming found it strange. Since the jellyfish fairy was here to stop them, why didn't she know how to fight back? Could it be that she did not even have spiritual energy? Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but notice this issue. He pretended to mock her. You don't even have spiritual energy. How are you going to stop us? What a joke. Who really sent you here? If you tell us, we can still let you live. The jellyfish fairy pursed her lips. Don't be rude to me. I just wanted to be friendly. That's why I didn't release my spiritual energy at you. But I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Then accept my punishment. Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh. Was she actually being friendly? How ridiculous. As he was thinking, the jellyfish fairy's body had already turned back into the shape of an electric net. Her robe was also shining with a golden light, piercing the eyes of Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan. Jiang Ming felt that the light was not safe, so he raised his hand to cover Sikong Wu Yuan's eyes. Sikong Wu Yuan also covered Jiang Ming's eyes. Looking at the tacit understanding between the two of them, they could not help but laugh. After fighting side by side for so long, they had developed an incredible understanding of each other. The jellyfish fairy wanted to cut off the feathers, but she realized that she could not. Her eyes were filled with surprise, but her heart was calm. She began to play the emotional card with Jiang Ming. "Milords, how about this? If you let me go, I'll let you go. Is that okay?" She sounded like she was the victim in the situation. Sikong Wu Yuan said. "Unhappily, we could have left in the first place. You forced us to stay. What's wrong with us just defending ourselves?" Jiang Ming touched his nose and secretly made the feathers sink deeper into her flesh. "What did you do to these feathers?" The jellyfish fairy could not help but shout in surprise. "Why do I feel that my body is hurting even more?" Jiang Ming looked around and said to the jellyfish fairy, "You are now in our hands. I advise you to surrender." The jellyfish fairy gritted her teeth. "Don't ask for the impossible, Jiao Zhu. Don't think that I'll beg for mercy, just because you have some tricks up your sleeve. Even if I can't move, it doesn't mean that other things can't move." There was a fierce look in her eyes. Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan immediately felt that something was wrong. They turned around and found a group of jellyfish surrounding them. Jiang Ming could see clearly that the jellyfish carried powerful lightning energy. Sikong Wu Yuan gulped and said, "With so much lightning mixed together, aren't we going to be electrocuted to death? This jellyfish fairy is really ruthless. How can I compare to you guys? Surrender, and perhaps I will spare your lives." The jellyfish fairy began to feel smug, and her tone was bright and beautiful. Jiang Ming did not look at the jellyfish. Instead, he looked at the jellyfish fairy and said sinisterly, "I'll always feel that it makes sense to defeat the commander of an army first." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped in front of the jellyfish fairy. "What are you doing?" The jellyfish fairy panicked. "Jiao Zhu, what do you want? Your companion is still in this group of jellyfish." Jiang Ming used his spiritual energy to make a dagger and placed it against the jellyfish fairy's neck. "You don't want them to lose their master, do you?" he asked with a smile. "Hurry up and disperse them. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you." Jiang Ming did not elaborate. The jellyfish immediately scattered like a swarm of bees, not giving the jellyfish fairy a chance to dissuade them. The jellyfish fairy gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. If it was not for the fact that she couldn't break free from the feathers, she definitely would not have been tied down. This was all Jiao Zhu's fault. Why was he still alive in this world? Why had he not died yet? What's wrong? Are you cursing me in your heart? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Jiang Ming patted the jellyfish fairy's face. The jellyfish fairy's expression was really easy to read. "You. How did you know?" The jellyfish fairy thought that she had hidden her emotions flawlessly, and her eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Jiao Zhu looked like an ordinary young man with barely any spiritual energy. How did he discover her inner thoughts? Ancient legends spoke about mind reading. Could it be that this young man could read minds? How was this possible? Usually, men who could read minds were old men who had cultivated for tens of millions of years. Could it be that Jiao Zhu had the ability to change his appearance? That was not possible. Jiao Zhu looked like a young man. The jellyfish fairy had all kinds of strange thoughts flying through her mind. Jiang Ming saw her stunned look and knew that she was thinking about something. He stepped forward and patted the jellyfish fairy's cheek again. "What A_E? You thinking about?" he asked, helplessly. Don't curse me again. How did you know that I was thinking about you? The jellyfish fairy found it unbelievable, and her eyes were filled with shock. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her expressions were written all over her face. How could he not know? Sikong Wu Yuan walked over and looked at the jellyfish fairy. Now, there are two options. One is to hand over your treasure in exchange for your life and let us go. The other option is for us to find our own way out of this stalemate. After all, no one else can remove the feathers on your body. He was not too sure about his threat. He did not know how much spiritual energy Jiao Zhu had, but he felt that it was enough to scare her. Perhaps, he had even stored away some spiritual energy to use in advance. No matter what, he could see that it was impossible for the jellyfish fairy to break free from the feathers. Otherwise, she would have broken free and attacked them long ago. Why would she need to use this group of jellyfish? If it was him, he would definitely choose the first condition. He did not think the jellyfish fairy would take a gamble. However, he had underestimated this jellyfish fairy. The jellyfish fairy was unhappy when she heard that they wanted her treasure. You want me to hand over my treasure? This is impossible. You guys can leave. I'm sure someone here can free me. She sneered. She had the guardian god behind her, and the guardian god's spiritual energy was endless. Why would she be afraid of the spiritual energy of a young boy's weapons? When the time came, he would be done for in minutes. Are you thinking of asking your guardian god to save you? Jiang Ming saw through her thoughts at a glance and slowly smiled. Panic and horror flashed in the jellyfish fairy's eyes. She said stubbornly, "Impossible. How do you keep reading my mind?" Her flustered voice clearly showed that this was the case. Sikong Wu Yuan laughed. You came here as a pawn of his. Now that his pawn is useless, do you think he will waste his energy to save you? By the way, if it were me, I wouldn't save you. His last sentence crumbled the jellyfish fairy's resolve. She shook her head frantically. Elle told you, it's impossible. The guardian god will never abandon me. After saying that, she realized that she had exposed a key detail. She could not help but shut her mouth tightly, hoping that the two of them had not heard her. However, Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming heard her clearly. Initially, Jiang Ming was not sure if the person above her was the guardian god, so he had deliberately said that. In the end, he turned out to be correct. Keep dreaming. You should know what kind of person Lord Guardian is. Even if we haven't interacted with him before, I still feel that he isn't a good person. After all, he plotted to usurp the throne. Would such a person really treat his subordinates well? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that the jellyfish fairy was very pitiful and could not help but sigh. The jellyfish fairy was shocked and started murmuring in denial. This jellyfish fairy was hopeless. Sikong Wu Yuan slapped her and was about to persuade her to see sense, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. He pulled Sikong Wu Yuan away. As they walked, he said, if you think that the guardian god can save you, then you can wait for him to come and save you. We'll be leaving first. Bye. Instead of continuing to argue with her, it was better to let her feel the gravity of the situation and hand over the treasure obediently. Jiang Ming had always used this tactic. Seeing that the two of them were about to disappear, the jellyfish fairy was afraid. She shouted repeatedly, "Hey! Wait a moment. I can give you my treasure. Let me out quickly." Now, it's not just a matter of a single treasure. Jiang Ming smirked. The jellyfish fairy gritted her teeth and said, 2. I'll give you 2 treasures. Is that enough? I only have 2 peerless treasures. Her words were obviously false. Jiang Ming continued to move away. The jellyfish fairy was about to cry. 3, she said repeatedly. 3. Okay? There really aren't any more treasures left. Jiang Ming nodded in satisfaction. That was more like it. It was completely in line with his expectations. He did not want to let her off too easily. Sikong Wubuan secretly admired him. Jiaozhu was still brilliant. They turned around and walked toward the jellyfish fairy, but they heard Yuan. Is cry for help. Help! Come and save me. I think I'm going to die. Yuan screamed. Miserably, his voice hoarse. Jiang Ming could not help but feel nervous. Yuan seemed to be in severe distress. Unexpectedly, the jellyfish fairy also heard his cry for help. She smiled and said, I can save your friend, but you have to let me out. Sikong Wu Yuan said sarcastically, you think you can save him? Your spiritual energy is weak. Besides, who knows what you're up to? The jellyfish fairy chuckled. It's your choice if you don't want to believe me, but I guarantee that you won't even be able to find his location now. From the moment you left the palace, everything around you changed. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He suddenly smiled. Do you think we won't bring you along? Moreover, you can't refuse us under such circumstances. Right? I'm not going to help you. The jellyfish fairy clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Is that so? Jiang Ming snapped his fingers, and electricity zapped toward the jellyfish fairy. She immediately felt a sharp pain all over her body, and an electric current ran through her bones. She could not help but frown. In the end, she screamed. How about this? I'll go with you. But I don't know if I can find your friend. She was obviously lying. Jiang Ming felt that he had not made himself clear. He shot silver needles into the acupuncture points of the jellyfish fairy. She screamed in pain. She knew what Jiang Ming meant. In the end, she could only sigh and say, all right. I will definitely take you to your companions. It's just that I don't know if they are alive or dead. She still wanted to be stubborn, but Jiang Ming did not care anymore. Since the location had been confirmed, the rest did not matter. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at the feathers on the jellyfish fairy's body and felt troubled. How do we take the feathers away? If we take it out, won't she escape? The jellyfish fairy was unhappy. Are you that worried about me? Am I that untrustworthy? Besides, you have a favor to ask of me. What's wrong with giving me freedom? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and then looked at the jellyfish fairy without answering her questions. He released a rope and wrapped it around the jellyfish fairy's body, tying her up tightly. The jellyfish fairy looked miserable on the surface, but she was smiling happily on the inside. She could not break free from the feathers, but this rope was nothing to her. When Jiaozhu and Sikong Wu Yuan were not paying attention, she would break free of the rope and lead the two of them to a place they could never find their way out of. It would be best if they did not save Yuan and Bai Jiang. Jiang Ming, however, saw through the jellyfish fairy's thoughts and smiled. Some things are just pipe dreams. Hearing this, the jellyfish fairy's heart skipped a beat. She immediately put on a neutral expression. How could I have such plans? Let's hurry up and leave. Don't delay the rescue of your companions. Sikong Wu Yuan thought of Yuan He's miserable state and could not help but shiver. Then, he said fearfully, I don't want anything to happen to Yuan. He's still young. I'll try to contact him. Jiang Ming called Yuan a few times in his heart, but he did not get a reply at all. He could not help but feel nervous. Yuan was probably in immense danger. He urged the jellyfish fairy. Hurry up and lead the way accurately. Don't make any mistakes. The jellyfish fairy nodded frantically on the surface, but she was actually thinking of something else. Did Jiaozhu really think that she was a fool who would lead them to the right place? They had only threatened her. She did not think much of such threats. She waved at Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan and walked forward. However, after circling around, Jiang Ming stopped her. Did you go the wrong way? Sikong Wu Yuan was also suspicious. Don't try to play any tricks. We're watching you. The jellyfish fairy did not expect the two of them to see through her plan so quickly. She could not help but cough and then shake her head. How is that possible? We only walked for a while. Sikong Wu Yuan sneered. We've been walking for ages. We're trying to save Yuan You're something else. You keep stalling for time. Jiang Ming tightened the rope a little, but he still smiled. Can you take us to Yuan location quickly? The rope was extremely tight, and the jellyfish fairy could not help but cry out. However, she still had to endure the pain without a fuss. She could not help but cry, but her eyes were cold. She would definitely make them pay. But now, she knew that according to the current situation, she had no choice but to compromise. She could only put down her thoughts and obediently lead the two of them on the right path. In a few minutes, they arrived at Yuan place. Yuan had been pierced by thousands of darts. His body was limp. His eyes were lifeless, and his body was slumped over. The blood in his body had already coagulated. Jiang Ming did not know when Yuan had become like this, but he also felt that something was amiss. They had been here for quite some time, so why did his blood coagulate so quickly? The jellyfish fairy secretly cheered in her heart, but she pretended to be sad. Elle didn't expect that we would be too late. I think we should collect his corpse. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but fall to the ground. Looking at Yuan miserable state, he could not help but say angrily, how could they do this to him? They have gone too far. Was it the guardian god? Jiaozhu, why don't we go and avenge Yuan That guardian god has gone too far. Is there a possibility that this might not be the real Yuan The more Jiang Ming thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He stepped forward and threw out a blade. What if it really is Yuan Sikong Wu Yuan asked in disbelief. This is impossible. As the blade shot forward, the illusion in front of them disappeared. They then looked at Yuan who had fallen to the ground. He looked much better now, but the blood on his body was still there. He felt that someone was looking at him. He turned around and saw Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan. He could not help but smile. Jiaozhu, you're finally here. Then, Yuan fainted, and a monster with a snake's head and a dragon's tail appeared in front of him. The monster smiled. Another corpse. Perfect. My dessert will be ready soon. It looked straight at Jiang Ming, and its words were obvious. Whether or not you can make dessert depends on your strength. Jiang Ming knew that it was this monster that injured Yuan He. He raised his hand and conjured a whip. The whip was spiky and surrounded by lightning. He hit the monster hard. The monster did not move at all, and there were no wounds on its body. It could not help but laugh out loud. You are weak. What else could you be if not dessert? You can also be my main dish if you like. Sikong Wuyuan was furious. This monster was disgusting. Jiang Ming was about to reply, but he found that there seemed to be a hole in the monster's body. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, when the monster was not paying attention, he went around to the monster's back and tore open the hole. Immediately, a child about the same age as Yuan He appeared. He could not help but be shocked. How did you see through my disguise? Jiang Ming grinned. He thought that the monster was real, but he did not expect it to be the child's illusion. However, what he said next shocked Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan. They heard the jellyfish fairy cry out in shock. Lord Guardian, why are you here? Did you injure Yuan He? Lord Guardian? Jiang Ming and Sikong Wuyuan could not help but look at each other. Their eyes were completely focused on the child in front of them. The child looked shorter and younger than Yuan He. The mustache on the tip of his nose looked fake. Hey, what are you guys looking at? What do you mean? The child pouted angrily. He did not notice that his fake facial hair was slipping off. He finally noticed it and coughed awkwardly before straightening his beard. After straightening his beard, he began to hold his head high. He puffed out his chest. It's not too late for you to beg for mercy from me. Your companion still needs my treatment. No one in this world can save him. As he spoke, he clicked his tongue and looked at Yuan He sympathetically. How pitiful. It doesn't matter if he has companions. He's going to die anyway. He still has to rely on me. Jiang Ming grinned. He felt that the child was mentally unstable. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked straight at the child. If I can save Yuan He, what will you do? What else can I do? I just admit that I'm unlucky. However, that's impossible. I think you should give up. You need to employ a specific method to save him. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and went forward to check on Yuan He's injuries. However, the child saw this as an opening. He made the rocks on the side fly to Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming's eyes were on Yuan He could sense the rocks. He immediately raised his hand and released some arrays out of thin air to bind the rocks. Sikong Wuyuan wanted to step forward to help, but he was shocked by the scene. He immediately stopped, but he realized that the power did not disappear. The barrier surrounded the child. The child originally wanted to break through the barrier, but he realized that he could not break it at all. He immediately panicked. The jellyfish fairy did not expect the guardian god to be so easily captured, so she could not help but panic. Lord Guardian, are you okay? Are you hurt? The child felt that all of this was because of the jellyfish fairy, so he could not help but curse. You useless fairy, what are you doing here? Who asked you to bring them here? It's all because of you. Otherwise, why would I be attacked like this? The jellyfish fairy immediately felt her head buzzing. She could not believe it. She couldn't help but take a step back and say sadly, I've been working for you for thousands of years. I'm really sad that you're talking to me like this. Do you have some other issue with me? Hearing this, Jiang Ming could not help but feel helpless. This jellyfish fairy was probably stupid. The guardian god treated her badly. But she still kept running back to him. Sikong Wu Yuan could not stand it anymore. He immediately followed the jellyfish fairy and said, "Why are you still trying to speak up for him? He's obviously blaming you for bringing us here. He doesn't care if you live or die. Even if we didn't let you bring us here, you wouldn't have been saved by him. This is simply impossible." The jellyfish fairy was still in denial. Then, she walked toward the child. The child started to act in a pitiful manner. "Elle wanted you to leave just now, but I realized that I was too harsh. I'm going to die now. You'd better leave quickly." These words made the jellyfish fairy cry. She immediately ignored everything and used her body to try to break the barrier. Her body was a bloody mess, but the barrier was not broken. The child could not help but be shocked. The barrier was still intact. What the hell was this? Jiang Ming put his hand behind his back and looked away. Then, he raised his hand to treat Yuan Hehe. He realized that Yuan Hehe seemed to be in a trance. It was caused by some kind of fragrance, and Jiang Ming could not help but feel nervous. He could cure other diseases, but the person in the trance had to walk out of it himself. However, given Yuan Hehe's current condition, he did not know if that was possible. Sikong Wu Yuan noticed that Jiang Ming's expression was not very good, and he could not help but worry. How is Yuan Hehe? Yuan Hehe might not wake up. Jiang Ming exhaled and turned to Sikong Wu Yuan. This sentence struck him like lightning. Sikong Wu Yuan could not believe it. He kept questioning Jiang Ming. Is there no other way to save him? The child started laughing again. Elle knew it. You all have to beg me to save him. I'm sure I can save Yuan Hehe. After you save him, we'll mind our own business. I'll still be the guardian god. You can just leave. In his opinion, Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan were not to be trifled with, and it was not suitable to provoke them at this time. They did not have any treasures that were worth stealing. It was better to settle things like this. Jiang Ming pretended to smile. This child was quite ambitious. Unfortunately, he would not let this matter rest. How can you save him? He pretended to be sad. He is now immersed in a trance. No one can help him. With this shell, you can enter his trance and pull him out. The child took out a shell from his hand. Jiang Ming could not help but be stunned when he saw the shell. This shell was exactly the same as the shell he had obtained before. He did not expect that this shell would have a replica and that it would be so useful. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but get excited. Jiao Zhu, we've had this shell before. It looks like Yuan Hehe can be saved. The child's expression immediately turned ugly. He hurriedly said, my shell is the real one. Don't be fooled by the shell you obtained. It's impossible for the shell to bring you into Yuan Hehe's trance. However, Jiang Ming took out the shell and said, no matter what, I have to try. However, at this moment, the jellyfish fairy suddenly got up and rushed forward to snatch the shell. Jiang Ming quickly put the shell back and raised his hand to release a sound wave, which directly shook the jellyfish fairy away. She gritted her teeth, but she still did not give up. Jiang Ming could not help but admire her. She was so stupid that it was impressive. He then heard the jellyfish fairies muttering. Lord Guardian is so good to me. I don't want to let him down. No matter what. I have to get this shell. Sikong Wuyuan was annoyed and went forward to tie the jellyfish fairy up. He mumbled as he tied her up. Elle heard you whispering just now. If you have something to say, just say it. Out loud. We can all understand what you're thinking. We know you're trying to save your guardian god. Don't worry, I'll send you to your guardian god now. He deliberately said the last sentence a little louder so that the child could hear. The child immediately felt embarrassed. Then, he smiled awkwardly and said, Ms. Jellyfish, I know you have good intentions, but don't worry about me. You can leave. Tears welled up in the jellyfish fairy's eyes. She hurriedly wanted to push Sikong Wuyuan away. However, he guessed what she was going to do and immediately tied her up. The jellyfish fairy had not been able to break free from the original rope. Now that there was another rope, she could not release the spiritual energy in her body at all. Jiang Ming shook his head secretly. He had given the jellyfish fairy a portion of his spiritual energy to let her see the child's face clearly and have her work for him and Sikong Wuyuan. In the end, he did not expect her to be an extremely loyal fool who could not be used at all. If he had known earlier, he would have sealed all of her spiritual energy. Sikong Wuyuan brought the jellyfish fairy to the child's side. He pretended to be affectionate. You two are finally together. That's great. You don't have to nag anymore. Don't be afraid, Lord Guardian. The jellyfish fairy will definitely save you. In the end, his words were full of sarcasm. He could not figure out why the jellyfish fairy would work so hard for such a child. However, even in such a situation, the child still pretended to sigh. You silly fairy. One told you to leave, but you refused. Now you're tied up. How about this? I'll use my life to let you live later. I hope you can remember my great kindness. Although he said that, in reality, he just wanted her to be willing to give up his life for him. As expected, the jellyfish fairy immediately said, Don't give up your life. If you want to sacrifice a life, sacrifice mine. Sikong Wuyuan mocked them. Inwardly. What a stupid liar. Then, he went forward and followed Jiang Ming. Let me enter Yuan Hehe's trance. Yuan Hehe and I close. It should be easy to pull him out. This guardian god makes me uncomfortable. We can't let him be saved. I don't think my spiritual energy can stop him, however. Jiang Ming shook his head. This shell can only be used by its owner. It's okay. One, believe in your abilities. You just stay here and watch them. The two of them won't be able to escape. Even if someone comes to save them, they'll never be able to escape. Sikong Wuyuan hesitated, but he had no choice. Be careful. If there's anything, tell me in your heart. Jiang Ming nodded. Then released the shell and muttered. Summon the dream realm and enter it. He had guessed that Yuan Hehe was not in a trance at all. He was in the dream realm. However, he did not know how to enter the dream realm. The child laughed along. This shell is definitely fake. Why did you chant? There's no need for a chant. At all. Jiang Ming suddenly felt awkward. He coughed and said, Then I'll continue. However, the shell emitted a ray of light and wrapped him up in Yuan Hehe's dream. Arriving in the fog, he immediately understood that he had entered a dream in the dream realm and could not help but be pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to be right. The child had probably lied to him. The child outside could not help but be shocked. What he said was true. How did Jiaozhu get in? It was too strange. He had used other methods before, but he could not enter the dream realm. Could it be that the shell had already recognized Jiaozhu as its master? He thought of what the shell expert had said to him and was shocked. The person who gave him the shell had told him that it was extremely difficult for this shell to recognize a master. Even someone with extremely high spiritual energy could not make this shell obey him. How did Jiaozhu do it? It was too strange. Moreover, he was just a young man. This was really a little insulting. In the dream, Jiang Ming cleared the fog but could not find Yuan He himself. He touched his forehead and could not help but feel strange. Was Yuan He not among them? After walking around, he still could not find him, so Jiang Ming became anxious. With this thought in mind, he sat down and smiled bitterly. Where did Yuan He go? Why was he running around in his dream? Unexpectedly, the stone he was sitting on suddenly made a sound. Hey, what are you doing? Stay away from me. Don't touch me. The voice sounded like Yuan He's. Jiang Ming was shocked and immediately stood up. The stone immediately transformed into its original form. It was Yuan He. Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Yuan He did not tell him that he was a rock spirit, and he did not seem to be a rock spirit either, right? Yuan He seemed to have seen through Jiang Ming's thoughts and could not help put sport coldly. How rude. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Don't you know that you can't sit on top of others? In the dream, Yuan He seemed to not recognize Jiang Ming at all. Jiang Ming glanced at Yuan He and realized that he was shorter than he was in real life, and he looked a little younger. He could not help but understand. This was a glimpse of Yuan He's childhood. He thought for a moment. He had to make sure Yuan He left no matter what. He then walked to Yuan He's side and smiled. I have some candy here. Do you want to come with me? Yuan He snorted coldly. Someone else used this trick hundreds of years ago. I won't be cheated. Candy isn't even that great. What about 2 pieces? When Jiang Ming saw this, he directly increased his bribe. However, Yuan He was still unhappy. He became angry again. Why do you think 2 pieces of candy will be enough to get rid of me? Logically speaking, it should be at least 5 or 6 pieces. Alright, 5 or 6 pieces. Let's go. Jiang Ming did not expect Yuan He to be so gullible. He turned around and pulled him forward. Yuan He was surprised. He released Jiang Ming's grip and said, Hey. Do you think candy can actually sway me? Hurry up and leave this place. Don't stop me from resting here. Yuan He flexed his wrist, his eyes shining. His mother had told him that as long as he turned into a rock, he could become an immortal after being exposed to the wind and sun for 49 days. He could not miss this good opportunity. Liang Ming was stunned for a moment. He could not help but laugh. WHV, do you want to turn into a rock? Is there any benefit to it? You don't know, do you? Yuan He said proudly. Beg me, and I'll tell you. Don't need to know the results. Jiang Ming laughed when he saw Yuan He's childlike attitude. No, you have to know. Yuan He stomped his feet. He wanted Jiang Ming to admire him. If he did not want to know, then his plan would not succeed. Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. This child was really hard to convince. "All right," he said perfunctorily. "Tell me then. I'm looking forward to hearing the answer." Yuan became smug. "My mother said that as long as I turn into a rock, I can become an immortal. After being exposed to the wind and sun for 49 days. You can also turn into a rock like me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming almost choked. He forced himself to laugh. "Are you sure your mother was telling you the truth? How can you become an immortal this way? I still need more experience to become an immortal myself." Yuan shook his head. "Mother wouldn't lie to me, stop spouting nonsense." Jiang Ming looked at Yuan sympathetically. "I have a more ingenious way to make you an immortal quickly." Yuan eyes lit up again. "Then tell me quickly. I can't wait to become one of these people. Follow me first." Jiang Ming smiled to himself. Yuan was too gullible. Yuan nodded and defended himself. "Hey! I'm not easy to fool. Don't you dare think that I'm easy to fool. I just want to follow you to see if you have a faster way to cultivate. I'll understand." Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. As soon as he came out, Yuan immediately regained his consciousness, but he forgot about the dream. "What happened to me?" he asked, stunned. Jiang Ming also returned to his original position, but he felt awkward saying that Yuan had embarrassed himself in the dream. He finally said, "You were trapped in the dream, but everything is fine now." Seeing him succeed so fast, the child could not help but panic. "How could you bring him out so quickly? If it were me, I would have needed more than an entire day. How did he even remember you in the dream?" "He didn't remember me, but he couldn't stop me from taking him out." Jiang Ming did not say much and waved his hand. Siko Wu Yuan thought that the two of them had encountered great difficulties in the dream. He could not help but give him a thumbs up. "Jiao, you always get the job done. It wasn't too hard." Jiang Ming smirked. He then secretly glanced at Yuan and could not help but laugh. Yuan was really naughty and cute when he was young. Yuan scratched his head. "I'm finally out. Fortunately, I'm still alive. I don't want to be tricked like this." Then, he glared at the child. "It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would still be fine. I advise you to be careful. Don't make me hurt you." He found that the child was in a barrier and said proudly, "This is probably the barrier Jiao placed on you. How pitiful. One told you not to touch me. But you ended up trapped, right?" The child clenched his fists angrily and wanted to hit Yuan but he hit the barrier instead. Not only that, but he realized that he could not pass through the barrier at all. However, he still could not stop himself from wanting to argue. He cursed, "Bah! Didn't you just rely on your companions? If you have the guts, ask your companion to open the barrier. We'll have a real battle then. What's the use of being so aggressive? Regardless, I think it's good to rely on one's companions. You don't have proper companions, so I don't expect you to know." Yuan turned around and saw the dejected jellyfish fairy. He could not help but tease her. "Hey, isn't this your beloved jellyfish fairy? Why is he locked up?" "What? The jellyfish fairy was shocked. She asked curiously, I've never seen you before. How do you know me? The child did not know what to say. Yuan smiled and said, he treated you as his most capable subordinate. He even showed me your portrait. It's a pity that you're such a loyal subordinate. That's all. However, the jellyfish fairy was even more moved after hearing this. She then made up her mind. Don't worry, I will make these people pay the price. Yuan shook his head. Come on, don't be so stubborn when you're tied up. If you beg us for mercy, we might consider letting you go. Unexpectedly, the jellyfish fairy did not speak. Instead, she closed her eyes. Her body was immediately surrounded by a group of jellyfish. These jellyfish concentrated all their spiritual energy on the rope that was holding the jellyfish fairy. Jiang Ming sized up her state. He did not use much spiritual energy on this rope, so he was afraid that it was about to be cut away. Just as he had expected, the rope was cut away by the jellyfish. The jellyfish fairy broke free from the restraint, and her eyes immediately turned blue. The spiritual energy in her body also became active. The jellyfish fairy danced in the air and waved her hands and feet in front of Jiang Ming and the others. A lot of spiritual energy shot out. The spiritual energy scattered and released countless jellyfish that came toward Jiang Ming and the other two. Sikong Wu Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. He fell to the ground and started to roll around. Seeing Sikong Wu Yuan's condition, Yuan and Jiang Ming hurried over. However, the jellyfish fairy did not give them such a chance. Countless cards were emitted from her hand. They fluttered in front of the three of them. These cards had black words printed on them. Due to the speed, Jiang Ming and the others did not see what the words were, but one of them was pasted on Yuan He's body. Yuan could not move at once. Jiang Ming read the word on the card. It said fix, and he immediately understood. Jiang Ming casually used his spiritual energy to conjure an umbrella. He used the umbrella to block all the cards and push them back. Seeing that her cards had returned, the jellyfish fairy rolled up her sleeve. Didn't expect you, Jiaozhu, to have some tricks up your sleeve. However, can you stop these things? The jellyfish fairy smiled eerily, which made Jiang Ming feel a little strange. In an instant, the wind changed direction, and the surrounding leaves were spun toward them. The leaves were as sharp as knives. Jiang Ming simply conjured a huge blade. Yuan take good care of Sikong Wu Yuan. I'll take care of everything. His entire body was filled with killing intent. He charged forward and cut off the leaves in front of him. Yuan clenched his fists and looked at Jiang Ming worriedly. Can you really do it? Isn't it too late to have doubts? Jiang Ming smiled. Sikong Wu Yuan began to cough violently. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was phlegm in his mouth. Jiang Ming could not pay attention to Sikong Wu Yuan. Seeing that her previous attack did not work, the jellyfish fairy decided to use a new one. She turned her back to Jiang Ming, and dozens of thin lines appeared behind her. The thin lines gathered together and rushed straight at Jiang Ming and the other two. These thin lines seemed to have spiritual energy. They drew shapes in the air, one after another, and these shapes directly trapped Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming was a little puzzled by these things, but he also swung his blade and cut them away. He realized that in this situation, continuing to do this would be useless. Instead, it would wear down his physical strength and spiritual energy. He turned around and went behind the jellyfish fairy, cutting her in half. The jellyfish fairy originally had an enchantment on her body, so she did not care about Jiang Ming. In the end, the enchantment was directly cut off. The jellyfish fairy spat out a large mouthful of blood. A trace of unwillingness and killing intent flashed in her eyes, and then she closed her eyes. Ms. Jellyfish? The child was surprised. He looked at the jellyfish fairy nervously. Are you okay? However, she could no longer answer him. Her body had already been cut into two halves. Jiang Ming could not stand the horrible scene, so he simply looked at the leaves at the side. He lifted the leaves with his blade and scattered them on the jellyfish fairy's body. The leaves wrapped around her perfectly. Jiang Ming also went to Yuan Hehe's side. Yuan Hehe could not cure Sikong Wu Yuan's illness. He could only look around anxiously. Noticing that Jiang Ming had come over, he quickly said, "I don't know what happened to Sikong Wu Yuan." After coughing a few times, his breathing became much weaker. One don't know what affected him. The child knocked on the barrier, frantically, trying to get out of it, but he still could not get out. At this moment, the jellyfish that were originally attached to the jellyfish fairy also swarmed around him. They broke the barrier. Once the barrier was broken, the child knew that the jellyfish fairy was dead. He immediately threw out a smoke grenade. When the smoke dispersed, he had disappeared. However, Jiang Ming did not have the mood to chase after him. He checked again and found that Sikong Wu Yuan's body was covered in purple moss. The moss looked like livor mortis. Livor mortis was something that only dead people would have. He could not help but feel that this was a way for the jellyfish fairy to hide her illness. Then, he clenched his fist and released a gentle spiritual energy from his palm. This spiritual energy directly shone on Sikong Wu Yuan's body. After a while, his complexion became much better, and he could open his eyes. Sikong Wu Yuan opened his mouth to speak when he saw Yuan Hehe. However, something sweet and fishy surged up his throat. Jiang Ming knew what was going on. He blocked his mouth and said, "Swallow it. Don't let it come out." Sikong Wu Yuan did as he was told. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and his forehead and face were covered in sweat. Jiang Ming knew about Sikong Wu Yuan's condition, so he used the silver needles to pierce some of his acupuncture points. Yuan Hehe saw that Jiang Ming was extremely fast, and the needles seemed to be randomly inserted. He could not help but want to ask more questions, but he realized that Sikong Wu Yuan seemed to have recovered. Sikong Wu Yuan felt very relaxed. He stretched. "I feel like my body is exactly the same as before. Alright, we should go find that child now." Jiang Ming stood up. Yuan Hehe still felt that Sikong Wu Yuan was acting a little weak and wanted to help him up. However, Sikong Wu Yuan stopped him. "No need. I can stand up by myself." As he spoke, he stood up. "You're in such a good state," Yuan Hehe said in disbelief. "It feels like you were never injured." Sikong Wu Yuan was also amazed. "That's true. Jiaozhu's medical skills have become even better. I'm really envious." "What's there to be envious about?" Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. "If you study hard, your medical skills will definitely be the same as mine." Sikong Wu Yuan shook his head. "It's not like I haven't studied medicine before. Don't be so humble." "But where did that child go?" That child is really smart. I don't know how he escaped. Yuan Hehe found it strange. It's very simple, Jiang Ming replied. The jellyfish fairy brought them here. Their master is already dead. Naturally, they have to help their master complete his unfinished wish. That jellyfish fairy is a loyal fool. She wanted the child to break through the barrier, so she naturally helped him. Yuan Hehe grinned. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't risk my life for that brat anymore. She died in vain. Jiang Ming did not say anything else. Instead, he pulled out a thin thread. He had pulled the thread out of the jellyfish fairy's body. As soon as the thread was pulled out, it immediately stretched and gave instructions to Jiang Ming and the other two. Isn't this thread from the jellyfish fairy? Sikong Wu Yuan asked, curiously. Why would it listen to you? That's simple. Using force is the best solution. Jiang Ming walked forward according to the thin line. God, this is too amazing. I don't even know how you did it. Yuan Hehe's eyes were filled with admiration, and he kept thinking about what had just happened. Jiang Ming did not explain further. The most important thing now was to find that child as soon as possible. They had to escape without him. The child was very calm. At this moment, he was lying leisurely in his palace. In his eyes, the surroundings were all fantasy buildings that he had made. Even if these people walked into the palace, they probably would not know that it was a palace. It would be easy for him to escape. Then, he felt bored again. It was a pity that the jellyfish fairy had died. Now, he had to find a new loyal servant. There were not many people as loyal as the jellyfish fairy. As he thought about it, he looked up and saw Jiang Ming and the others. He could not help but be dumbfounded. How did you find this place? Dumbfounded, he stepped forward to question them. Jiang Ming sized up the child. The child was being served by a maid. The maid stuffed grapes into his mouth one by one. You really know how to enjoy yourself. I'm afraid you don't even know that. We're at the entrance of the palace. Humph. Sikong Wu Yuan snorted. Let's see how you're going to escape from us. You don't even have a capable general by your side now. You'd better surrender. Sikong Wu Yuan was still angry about his previous affliction and wanted to settle the score with the child in front of him. You damn child, you made us look for you. Yuan Hehe started cursing. Ignoring the reactions of Jiang Ming and the others, he went forward and wanted to grab the child. The child's reaction was extremely fast. He took a step back, opened another mechanism and disappeared. Yuan Hehe had wanted to beat the child up, but when he realized that the child was gone, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he looked left and right and asked curiously, where did he go? Why did he run away? Jiang Ming also found it strange. He walked to the front to look for the mechanism, but he found that the mechanism had disappeared into thin air. It was completely gone. Sikong Wu Yuan clenched his fist in anger and punched the chair above him. This brat is unpredictable. Don't let me find him. If I find him, I'll beat him up. The chair immediately fell apart, revealing a ladder. There seemed to be a secret chamber at the end of the ladder. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Jiang Ming and the others could not help but be stunned. Sikong Wu Yuan's angry reaction had been serendipitous. Let's go now. Jiang Ming scratched his head. However, as soon as they descended the first step, they found that there Seemed to be many people locked up inside, and they could not help but feel strange. Those people were still shouting non-stop. All kinds of comments were heard from them. Are there really people inside? Who would bring so many people here? Yuan. He felt that something was amiss. This seems to be the child's doing. The child abducted many people. It's also possible that he's punishing those maids or guards. Sikong Wu Yuan did not have a good impression of the child, and he could not help but snort coldly. Let's not think too much. Let's go down first and bring an oil lamp over. Jiang Ming found that there were oil lamps around, so he went forward and took one. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan He also took the opportunity to take their own lamps. With the illumination of the lamps, they became much bolder. When they looked down, they found countless pairs of eyes. However, there was no one in front of them. The eyes disappeared in an instant, but the voices were still there. However, there was only one room inside, and there was nothing in the room. Jiang Ming and the other two looked around and found that there were no mechanisms or exits inside. Even the walls were solid. They were confused. Sikong Wu Yuan kept knocking on the door as he asked curiously. There doesn't seem to be anything in this room. Where did the voices come from? Just as he finished speaking, the door of the secret chamber suddenly closed. Moreover, there was also a strange gas coming from the wall. This gas smelled a little sour. Sikong Wu Yuan immediately became vigilant. This gas might be poisonous. Let's leave quickly. As he spoke, he kept knocking on the door, but the door did not respond at all. Not only that, but it was also extremely solid. Sikong Wu Yuan's fist was already swollen after just 2 or 3 hits. What kind of awful door is this? He felt helpless. Jiang Ming was still calm. He sealed Yuan He's and his acupuncture points, and then went forward to seal Sikong Wu Yuan's acupoints. The gas can't affect us now. The most important thing now is to escape from here. Jiang Ming tried to comfort the two of them. But this place is completely sealed. How can we leave? Yuan He was troubled. We've fallen into the child's trap. That child might still be feeling smug in the main hall. It is time to use force again. Jiang Ming clenched his fists and punched the wall. The wall shattered in an instant, but it quickly returned to its original state. Jiang Ming noticed that the wall looked like an ordinary wall, but it was actually wrapped in countless layers of barriers. If they kept fighting, they would die of exhaustion. Yuan He also discovered this and analyzed the current situation with Jiang Ming and Sikong Wu Yuan. Why don't we combine our spiritual energy and attack directly? Jiang Ming felt that it was not a good solution. They had to just rely on brute force. Yuan He could not help but be shocked. Jiao Zhu, you're thinking too simply. Have you ever thought that if we can't get out, the amount of spiritual energy consumed will not be small? Jiang Ming scratched his head and released the shell again. He felt that the shell seemed to be able to help them. As expected, the shell seemed to have sensed something and directly crashed into the wall in front of them. With this collision, those barriers instantly disappeared, leaving only a wall out of thin air. Jiang Ming knocked on the wall to confirm that there was only one wall left. He looked at the shell in surprise. I didn't expect the shell to have such a great use. I've underestimated this shell. The shell seemed to have heard his praise and automatically returned to Jiang Ming's hand. I've heard from my master before that unknown things are most likely to be of Great use, Sikong Wu Yuan said after some thought. I think my master was talking about this. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. That kid is probably still secretly happy, Yuan Hehe said proudly. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and punched the wall. A hole appeared in the wall. Jiang Ming brought Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe out of the hole and saw the child. The child originally wanted to laugh at them outside the wall, but he did not expect them to come out. He immediately wanted to escape, but he was pulled back by Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming smiled sinisterly. Where do you think you're going? I'm afraid you were making those sounds to make things mysterious, weren't you? You really did your best to scare us. He gritted his teeth. This child was really too fierce. He should be beaten up. At the thought of this, he grabbed the child's neck and lifted him up. In the blink of an eye, he raised his hand and directly went forward to give the child a few harsh smacks on his bottom. The child's bottom turned red. He could not help but cry. I was wrong. Let me go. Jiang Ming did not listen to him at all and gave him a few more smacks. Seeing that his butt was bruised and swollen, Jiang Ming felt a little better. This child had to be spanked like this to learn his lesson. You guys are too much. The child was crying hard. Jiang Ming sneered and spanked him a few more times. However, the child instantly turned into a piece of wood. Jiang Ming saw this and used his spiritual energy to conjure a long blade, slashing it directly. The child was so frightened that he reverted to his original form. Don't let my master see you, he said angrily. Otherwise, my master will definitely avenge me. Yuan Hehe found it funny. Why don't you call your master over? Why hasn't your master come over after you've been spanked for so long? Suddenly, a rope was tied around Yuan Hehe's body. Yuan Hehe felt his body being pulled back by some kind of force. He left his original spot and was thrown to the ground by that force. It was only a slight fall, but Yuan Hehe felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. He could not help but feel scared. Then, he looked around. However, there was no one else around except Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming could not help but feel strange. Then, he felt that the rope was also on his body, but he reacted quickly and cut it off. However, the shell automatically came out. A ray of light came out from it and directly sucked an invisible person out. With this suction, the man fell to the ground and landed on Yuan Hehe's body. Yuan Hehe wanted to get up, but he was being crushed. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Why was this man so heavy? Sikong Wu Yuan turned around and looked at the person lying in front of Yuan Hehe. He was shocked. He turned around and knelt down. Master, why are you here? He's your master? The child asked in surprise. This is clearly my master. Don't randomly acknowledge him as your master. The person who had been crushing Yuan Hehe was an old man with a white beard. Sikong Wu Yuan, what are you doing here? He stood up and coughed. I'm here to save my disciple. Sikong Wu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Master, I really didn't expect you to be so involved with this child. I was almost killed by him. When Jiang Ming saw this, he tossed the child aside. He was still a little resentful. The child fell painfully and frowned. Then, he continued, Master, don't listen to what Sikong Wu Yuan said. I didn't do anything to him. It's all Sikong Wu Yuan's fault. When Sikong Wu Yuan heard this, he could not help but get angry. Why is this child twisting the facts? Looks like someone needs to teach him a good lesson. Before he could speak, the white-bearded old man snorted coldly. Sikong Wu Yuan never lies to me. You still need to be taught a lesson. I originally wanted to come over to save you, but you actually dared to lie to me. I'll bring you back now. Sikong Wu Yuan, you stay here and have fun with your friends. I'm taking the child away. Sikong Wu Yuan was instantly moved. The child did not expect the old man to actually side with Sikong Weinan. He could not help but tear up. Master, how can you do this to me? I'm also your disciple. Can't disciples be treated equally? The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and did not say anything else. He swung the rope in his hand and pulled the child away. The child looked at Jiang Ming and the others unwillingly, but he could not do anything else. The white-bearded old man suddenly thought of something. Then, he looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and said, there is a lotus flower here. There is a baby in the lotus flower. That is a baby that is only seen every 100 years. I need you to take him away and bring him to me. His mother is looking for him. She's the daughter of the Lotus County Master. Isn't he already in seclusion? Why is his daughter here? Sikong Wu Yuan was stunned. He had seen the daughter of the Lotus County Master before. Her smile was enchanting and charming. She was a woman that was unique in this world. Her attitude was lonely and aloof, and she was very haughty. It was really strange that she actually had someone she loved. Jiang Ming did not say anything and quietly walked to Yuan Hehe's side. Yuan Hehe said to Jiang Ming in his heart, I'll also know this woman. A normal person's neck isn't as tall as hers. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. This child's description was quite abstract. The white-bearded old man glanced at Jiang Ming. Then, his eyes widened. He did not leave. He went straight to Jiang Ming and said, I didn't see you just now. What's your name? What's the matter? Jiang Ming took a step back uneasily when he saw the old man's agitated expression. Master, this is Jiao Zhu, Sikong Wu Yuan said. He has helped me a lot. The white-bearded old man did not answer him. Instead, he said in surprise, this is genuinely a treasure from heaven and earth. I actually encountered it. Genuine? Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable hearing this. Why did he feel that this white-bearded old man treated it as an item? It was not an item. Master, Sikong Wu Yuan advised. Jiao Zhu will feel uncomfortable if you act like this. Don't say that. The white-bearded old man dulled Jiang Ming over in a very friendly manner. Ah, as long as we meet, we're all friends. Why should we care about this? Jiao Zhu will definitely not make things difficult for an old man. After all, I'm quite old. It's normal for me to say something wrong. Jiang Ming did not know what to say. No matter what he said, it did not seem right. Then, he heard the white-bearded old man start again. Jiao Zhu, where are you from? Where do you want to go? Why don't you come to my place? I have many treasures there. Master, what are you doing? Jiao Zhu doesn't like to be alone. He likes freedom. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but slap his forehead. He said to Jiang Ming, apologetically, my master is easily agitated when he sees special people. Don't blame him. He's usually not like this. Your master is too excited, Yuan Hehe said helplessly. He might scare Zhou. Zhu. Jiang Ming wanted to say something, but he did not say anything after Yuan Hehe spoke. But the white-bearded old man was persistent. Since we're friends, we won't be scared. There's nothing good here. Come with me to my treasure pavilion. Treasure pavilion? Yuan Hehe could not help but widen his eyes. Isn't that one of the best pavilions in the world? So, your master is actually from there. Could it be that he's also the disciple of the heavenly Lord? Hearing this, the white-bearded old man yanked his beard and glared. How rude. How can I be the disciple? What? Yuan Hehe was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, You're the heavenly Lord? But isn't the heavenly Lord very young? Why does it sound like something's wrong? He sized up the heavenly Lord and felt that it was a little strange. Don't know what secret technique my master cultivated to become like this. Sikong Wuyuan said helplessly. In fact, he's about the same age as us. He's currently looking for a way to resolve this matter. One don't know when he'll be able to resolve it. How vexing. Heavenly Lord Xiang touched his hair and said, It's all right. These are the side effects. Fortunately, there are no other side effects. It's good enough that I'm still alive. At this point, he began to say to Jiang Ming. One have a pill in the treasure pavilion that can prolong one's life. Do you want to go and take a look? You'll definitely be very satisfied. Jiang Ming did not understand why he wanted him to go to his pavilion, but he shook his head. No, thank you. Who knew that the heavenly Lord would be anxious? Are you not interested in those things? I have better things. Come with me too. Take a look. Sikong Wuyuan could not stand it anymore. This was the first time he had seen his master like this. He pulled the two of them apart. Master, what are you doing? Jiao Zhu doesn't want to be like this. Can you tell me what's wrong with you? It's as if you've taken the wrong medicine. The heavenly Lord looked at his disciple with an angry gaze. He then pulled Sikong Wuyuan down and said, Are you really unable to tell, or are you pretending not to? I've taught you for nothing. Jiao Zhu is a rare person that only appears once in 1,000 years. As long as you follow him and stay in front of him for a few more days, your own spiritual energy will also become abundant. Don't you feel anything? Sikong Wuyuan was stunned when he heard his master's words. Then, he thought for a moment and said, That seems to be the case. My spiritual energy has indeed increased a lot. Right? Right? With such an amazing around, the treasure pavilion will definitely become better. Do you think one should invite him over? Naori over. Would I mistreat him? When the time comes, I'll treat him even better. The heavenly Lord patted his shoulder and swore. On the other side, Yuan Hehe pulled Jiang Ming down and said in disbelief. Jiao Zhu, what kind of treasure do you have that can make the heavenly Lord treat you like this? One heard that the pavilion master of the treasure pavilion is very famous. He treats people with disdain and doesn't know how to communicate with others. I guess you're the first person he's spoken to like this. Teach me quickly. One want to be treated like this by him too. Yuan Hehe's face was filled with anticipation. Don't know either, Jiang Ming said awkwardly. In fact, he was also puzzled. According to Yuan Hehe, why was the Heavenly Lord supporting him so much? Moreover, those treasures were rare treasures in the treasure pavilion. It was very strange that he could give them all to him. When he turned his head, he saw the Heavenly Lord looking at him with sparkling eyes. He even told him urgently, "Jiao, have you considered it? Do you want to follow us? With me around, no one can offend you in the treasure pavilion. If anyone treats you badly, I'll throw them out and never let them stay in the treasure pavilion again. Even my most capable disciple, Sikong Wu Yuan, can't be like this." Sikong Wu Yuan scratched his head and stepped forward. "Jiao, if you're unwilling, then forget it. I don't want to make things difficult for you." He knew that what his master said was true, but he felt that after spending so much time together, he and Jiang Ming were already very good friends. He really did not want his friend to be put in a difficult position. No matter what, he would respect Jiang Ming's opinion. "Why do you want me to go to the treasure pavilion so badly? At least tell me the reason." Jiang Ming felt a little amused as he listened to the story. He felt like he was being robbed. Yuan also felt that something was wrong. He said, "This is not your usual style. Don't tell me you want to get something from Jiao." He felt that this was the best explanation. However, the Heavenly Lord shook his head crazily and said, "Who do you think? 1 a.m.? I don't want anything from Jiao. As long as he's here, it's fine. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to eat and drink while there." Yuan and Jiang Ming could not help but be shocked by his words. Yuan felt that it was really bizarre. Thinking of this, he looked at Jiang Ming and could not help but feel strange. He had seen many of Jiao's abilities, but to be praised by the pavilion master to such an extent was a little too much. Sikong Wu Yuan was still explaining for his master. "My master might be a little passionate. He's not lying. He has always been a man of his word. He will definitely not treat you badly." Sikong Wu Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. His master's behavior made him feel a little embarrassed. Jiang Ming believed what Sikong Wu Yuan said, but he was not interested in the treasure pavilion at all. He was in a dilemma. Sikong Wu Yuan had to respect his master. "Master, I think you should let us consider it again. This is a bit forceful." Although Yuan did not understand why he was so enthusiastic, he still spoke up for Jiang Ming. "As long as you persuade Jiao to come over, you can enjoy the same treatment as him." Heavenly Lord Xiang waved his hand, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Master, you." Sikong Wu Yuan slapped his forehead. He felt that his master had gone too far. Even if Jiang Ming was a popular person, he could not sacrifice himself for others like this. "Hey, don't try to persuade me. Brat, you don't know the importance of Jiao. The Heavenly Lord was completely focused on Jiang Ming and did not look at his disciple at all. Yuan was shocked by his words. He could not help but size up Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was frightened by his stare. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Look, I'm not that powerful." "No way. You're simply a god among mortals. You're a blessing to us all." Heavenly Lord Xiang looked at Jiang Ming with deep infatuation. Jiang Ming was forced to take a big step back. Could it be that Heavenly Lord Xiang Tian liked men? Sikong Wu Yuan also felt that his master had gone too far. Just as he was about to step forward to dissuade him, he heard Jiang Ming's question in his heart. "Do you think there's a possibility that your master likes men?" He carefully sized up the Heavenly Lord's body and paid attention to Jiang Ming. Then, he nodded. It had to be said that his master had never been like this. However, Jiang Ming was very handsome. His master had lived for so many years and dared not recognize anyone else. Jiang Ming was the first to get his recognition. Jiang Ming had been paying attention to Sikong Wu Yuan's expression. When he saw Sikong Wu Yuan nod, he could not help but feel strange. He asked Sikong Wu Yuan in his heart, "Why are you nodding? Could it be that your master really likes men?" "No," Sikong Wu Yuan said firmly. "He must only like you." Jiang Ming was speechless. "Is there any difference? Aren't I a man?" "No," Sikong Wu Yuan continued to explain, "my master is usually very harsh on men, but he treats women better. From the looks of it, he doesn't like men at all. But now, he's very passionate about you. This means that he only loves you." "Jiao, my master is very loyal." Jiang Ming immediately felt a headache coming on. What was going on? Seeing that Jiang Ming did not speak for a long time, Heavenly Lord Xiang thought that the benefits he offered were not enough. He continued to say, "There are countless treasures in the treasure pavilion. There are also many beauties. It would be a pity if we miss it." Hearing this, Jiang Ming just wanted to laugh. It was not like he had never seen such temptation before. This was nothing special. Moreover, he did not want to go to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was not as fun as the adventure he had experienced. However, the Heavenly Lord saw through his thoughts and said with a smile, "There's an immortal realm near the treasure pavilion. There are all kinds of immortal beasts and all kinds of resources in the immortal realm. You will be able to improve yourself if you go." Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes could not help but shine. At this time, Sikong Wu Yuan pulled his master's sleeve and secretly said, "Master, doesn't that immortal realm rarely open? What if it doesn't open this time? Your reputation will be damaged." "Don't worry, I'll definitely open it." Heavenly Lord Xiang nodded. "How?" Sikong Wu Yuan was dumbfounded. He once wanted to enter this immortal realm, but his master told him these words, so he did not dare to enter. He could only wait for that opportunity. However, after waiting for a long time, he still did not get the opportunity. Later, he left the treasure pavilion for other reasons and did not go to see that immortal realm again. Now that his master had made such a promise to him, he suddenly felt deceived. "That's because I created that immortal realm." Heavenly Lord Xiang patted his chest. "I can make it open and close." As soon as he said this, he suddenly realized something and covered his mouth. However, Sikong Wu Yuan had already heard it. He could not help but say angrily, "So, you lied to me before. You just didn't want me to enter the immortal realm. You really disappoint me." Seeing that he had been exposed, the Heavenly Lord could only say awkwardly, "There's a reason for this. However, entering the immortal realm will have your spiritual energy. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to withstand it. So I didn't let you in." "Have my spiritual energy?" Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be shocked. "In that case, why did you let Jiao go? Won't he be affected?" "Excuse me, can your spiritual energy be the same as his spiritual energy?" These immortal realms also absorb spiritual energy according to one's level. The higher one's level, the less spiritual energy is absorbed. Jiao has very high spiritual energy. That immortal realm wouldn't dare to offend him. The Heavenly Lord glanced at Sikong Wu Yuan with sympathy. He immediately felt a blow, but he was still relatively calm. After all, his spiritual energy was indeed much lower than Jiang Ming's, and he had long accepted it. However, hearing his master say this made him sad. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Ming asked curiously when he noticed that the two of them were whispering. Sikong Wu Yuan did not hide anything and told him everything. Jiang Ming could not help but laugh. "Sikong Wu Yuan, you have been deceived for so many years. You are really pitiful. Fortunately, you found out the truth in the end. Otherwise, you would be even more pitiful." Yuan Hehe patted Sikong Wu Yuan's shoulder and did not say anything. However, his eyes were filled with sympathy. "Isn't that so?" Sikong Wu Yuan replied helplessly. "Master, you're really too much. Can't you just tell me the truth?" Heavenly Lord Xiang coughed and then looked at Jiang Ming to ask about the topic just now. "Jiao, are you coming with me or not? There are a lot of fun things in that immortal realm. I even set up a lot of unexpected things." Jiang Ming's interest was piqued. He said, "If I'm the only one entering, there won't be any fun. Can Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe follow me in? However, won't they weaken their spiritual energy in this way?" "No, with your protection, this immortal realm won't dare hurt them." The Heavenly Lord thought for a moment before saying, "Sikong Wu Yuan is my disciple. I will not harm my own disciple. Don't worry, I am speaking the truth." Jiang Ming nodded. "I'll trust you. After all, Sikong Wu Yuan and I are good friends. If you're willing to go, I still have a few swords here that you can ride. This way, you will be faster." "Why would I need that sword to fly?" Yuan Hehe took out a cloud from his pocket and made it larger. "This cloud is enough for all of us to ride on," he said, clapping his hands. "Yuan Hehe, you're brilliant," Jiang Ming said secretly. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but be shocked. Didn't expect you to have such an interesting thing. I've really broadened my horizons today." "There are many things that will broaden your horizons." Yuan Hehe was a little smug after being praised, but then he returned to his usual self. Heavenly Lord Xiang touched the cloud and could not help but exclaim, "I've seen this a few times before. This cloud is of excellent quality. But this was left behind by my master." Yuan Hehe began to act willfully again. "Oh?" The Heavenly Lord seemed to have realized something. Then, he said in surprise, "So, Jiao, do you agree?" Jiang Ming smiled lightly. "I've already taken out a means of transportation. I'll definitely agree." Sikong Wu Yuan shook his head. "Master, you've lost your edge. You didn't even hear Jiao agree." The Heavenly Lord kicked Sikong Wu Yuan a few times and said, "Go away. You only know how to tease me. Just wait and come back to the treasure pavilion with me. You're wandering outside every day without even coming home." "Ah. Master, I'll go back later. Now is the time to go and see the world." Sikong Wu Yuan was rather emotional. They went up the clouds together, but they were suddenly beaten down by a child. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Heavenly Lord Xiang. "Master, I didn't expect you to be such a person. My spiritual energy is lower than Sikong Wu Yuan's, but that's not a reason to be so biased. In that case, you don't have to be my master anymore." "Humph." Seeing that his disciple was about to rebel, the Heavenly Lord snorted coldly and said, "What do you mean, child? Are you going to go against your master's wishes?" The child did not say anything. He took out a huge ice cube from his hand. The ice block shot straight at Jiang Ming and the others. You actually used the method I taught you to deal with me. You're quite smart. Heavenly Lord Xiang smiled. At this point, he raised his hand and put down his folding fan. He directly split the ice block into two and threw the other half of the ice block to the child. The child jumped in the air and dodged the ice. However, the Heavenly Lord still had other tricks up his sleeve. He fanned himself and made the ice return. The ice hit the child's back. The child felt the pain, but he still scoffed disdainfully. Is that all you have? I suddenly regret letting you be my master. You're not worth it at all. Sikong Wu Yuan was displeased when he heard the child insulting his master. He took a huge saber from the Heavenly Lord and slashed it down. A wave of spiritual energy rushed straight at the child. The child dodged. However, he realized that the spiritual energy was following him. He could not help but flee, looking extremely sorry. L told you to behave yourself. Do you still want to be stubborn now? If you continue to be stubborn, I don't know if you'll live to see the dawn. Sikong Wu Yuan did not want to spoil this child. Unexpectedly, the child did not care at all. He even smiled and said, L didn't expect you to be so angry. I'm going to insult your master more. What are you going to do? He really doesn't treat me well. Do you still want to be my disciple? Heavenly Lord Xiang was so angry that his face turned red. You've done something wrong. How can I side with you? No matter how much I want to protect my own disciples, how can I continue like this? Do you want me to chase away your senior and leave you here? Hurry up and apologize to your senior, and we won't hold it against you. You want me to apologize? Is he worthy of being my senior? Are you worthy of being my master? You should apologize to me. The child's body exploded with spiritual energy, and a spear suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a little ghost head on the tip of the spear, and it could even make faces at Jiang Ming and the others. Is that the long ghost spear? The Heavenly Lord was stunned. He was quite nervous. Yes. All of this is thanks to you. If it weren't for you, how could I have known such a spell? The child held the long ghost spear and pointed the tip of the spear at Jiang Ming. He raised his eyebrows. If you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. The person he was most disdainful of was Jiang Ming. Why did his former master love him so much? And why did he have the right to enter the treasure pavilion first? Jiang Ming seemed to only be a little older than him. It was not fair. Jiang Ming did not expect this kid to challenge him. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled. Don't care if I take you on alone or not. But are you sure? Those who don't know better might think that I'm bullying a child. He felt that this child was being unreasonable. Sikong Wu Yuan stepped forward to stop him. We can talk things out. There's no need to be like this. Brat, don't you just want some attention from Master? I'll apologize to you. He knew what the long ghost spear was. Even if the long ghost spear did not use much spiritual energy, as long as it was used well by the child, it could display terrifying power. He would not be able to block its attacks even if he joined forces with Jiang Ming. Based on the current situation, begging for mercy was the best option. Sikong Wu Yuan, what are you doing? Yuan Hehe stared at Sikong Wu Yuan in shock. When did Sikong Wu Yuan become so cowardly? This child had already provoked them. Why should they be nice to him? Jiang Ming could not understand Sikong Wu Yuan's attitude. Seeing that the child was getting arrogant again, he quickly stopped him. I'm to fight with you. You don't need to apologize. The child said disdainfully, I like boorish people like you. Do you know what the long ghost spear represents? What does it mean? Jiang Ming was a little confused. It means that your life is in my hands. The child laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery. You can't escape. Jiang Ming felt that this child was too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. He also used his spiritual energy to create a similar spear. Although his spear was fake, he felt that he could use it to fight against the real spear. Are you going to use this fake to fight me? The child laughed out loud and held the long ghost spear tightly, creating sparks on the spot. He used the long ghost spear very skillfully and kept spinning it. Jiang Ming could not comprehend his movements. He was planning to wait until the child made a move. Don't get too close. Sikong Wu Yuan pulled him back. Otherwise, you'll be crushed by his power. He didn't even make a move, Jiang Ming said in confusion. What's there to fear? Sikong Wu Yuan, you're quite knowledgeable. Alas, your companion isn't. The child chuckled. After saying this, he immediately threw the long ghost spear. The long ghost spear made a circle in the air, and a halo appeared. The halo came directly in front of Jiang Ming and bound him. However, Jiang Ming did not feel any discomfort. He opened the halo. When he touched it with his hand, it shattered. Seeing the scattered fragments, he was a little confused. He had only touched it once. Why was it so weak? He looked left and right and suddenly realized that the expressions of the people around him were still. Moreover, everyone had the same expression. He was confused again. How did you do it? The child was the first to recover. This is the long ghost spear. With the long ghost spear, no one can get away unscathed. Not only are you not injured, but you even broke the ring. Jiang Ming touched his chin. I'm afraid that's a fake spear. The halo broke when I touched it. The quality isn't good. Sikong Wu Yuan exclaimed, that is indeed the real long ghost spear. This is too strange. You broke it with a single touch, which means that your spiritual energy is stronger than the long ghost spear. But the long ghost spear is an ancient divine item. Heavenly Lord Xiang could not help but lean in front of Jiang Ming. Jiaozhu, I knew you were a particularly powerful person. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Come back to the treasure pavilion with me. I will definitely worship you every night. He really liked Jiaozhu. No. Those who don't know better might think that I'm a god. Even immortals have to know their limits. Jiang Ming was shocked and jumped back reflexively. Yuan Hehe could not help but say, this is great. I finally have a guardian angel. Can we do whatever we want in the future to show off our power? Don't know what's going on anymore. Jiang Ming shrugged helplessly, feeling that they had gone too far. The child was not satisfied. Why are you so sure that you've won? I haven't shown you my true strength. He picked up the long ghost spear and spun it in the air, bringing him and the spear with him in the air. This power was about to knock Jiang Ming and the others out. Jiang Ming drew a square barrier in the air and pushed it out directly, wrapping the child and the long ghost spear. Jiang Ming intended to punish the child by separating the two items and letting the long ghost spear fall into his hands. The child was still unaware of this and thought that he was still holding the long ghost spear and kept using his spiritual energy. However, he found that no matter what he did, the barrier could not be broken. He could not help but find it strange. The power of this long ghost was not limited to this. What was going on? Looking down again, the long ghost spear was gone. He could not help but be shocked. Seeing the long ghost spear in Jiang Ming's hand, the Heavenly Lord and the others were stunned again. The long ghost spear was not something that could be obtained just like that. How did Jiao obtain it? Moreover, the long ghost spear had obviously recognized the child as its master. It was even harder to get rid of something that had a recognized master. Why? Didn't it react when it was in the hands of Jiao? Heavenly Lord Xiang's heart thumped twice. What kind of terrifying character did he find? Thinking of this, he stepped forward and asked Jiang Ming, Jiao, are you feeling unwell? Why do I feel like there's something wrong with your body? No matter how powerful his physique was, he could not withstand the pressure of the long ghost spear. Could it be that Jiao was not a human but a divine item? The Heavenly Lord was puzzled. Xikong Wu Yuan could not help but feel strange. Jiao, if you feel bad, you have to tell us. Don't hold it in. If you really can't bear it, throw away the long ghost spear. Don't let yourself get hurt. After hearing what Xikong Wu Yuan said to the Heavenly Lord, Yuan he also felt that the long ghost spear was very terrifying. He went forward to persuade Jiang Ming. Yes. Don't force yourself. There are some things that we need to take a look at. When these words came out, Jiang Ming was confused again. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a spear? You guys are acting like I'm grabbing the blade. Do you think I'll be killed by this spear? As he spoke, he pretended to spin the spear in a circle. However, what he did not know was that while he was spinning it, the long ghost spear was also emitting a wave of pressure around his body. The Heavenly Lord and the others were forced to retreat. Their bodies trembled, and their organs were about to shatter. If Jiang Ming had not stopped, they did not know if they would still be alive. The long ghost spear is really terrifying. Xikong Wu Yuan gulped several times. Yuan he also saw it. Jiao, don't you have any reaction at all? The Heavenly Lord felt like his hair was about to fall off from the pressure. He also said, that's right. You spun it really well. Don't spin it next time. He looked bitter. He did not want to lose his life because of the long ghost spear. It was too terrifying. The pressure just now made him feel like he had died multiple times. What happened to you guys? Sensing that there was something wrong with everyone's expressions, Jiang Ming came forward in confusion. However, when he came forward, he also brought the long ghost spear with him. Everyone retreated one after another. Jiang Ming took a step forward, and they took a step back. Noticing all this, Jiang Ming could not help but laugh again. What are you guys doing? Is there anything here that scares you? I'm not scared. I feel like I'm going to lose my life. Heavenly Lord Xiang groaned and looked at Jiang Ming seriously. Master, is there actually something you're afraid of? Xikong Wu Yuan was stunned. He vaguely remembered that his master had once told him that he was not afraid of anything. Moreover, there was no treasure in this world that could subdue him. Heavenly Lord Xiang was speechless. He felt fine when the child used the long ghost spear, but when Jiao used it, he felt like he was about to lose his life. He could not continue like this. He still wanted to grow old. Yuan he said, the pressure of the long ghost spear is too strong. I feel dizzy and nauseous when I get close to it. It's better to keep it away from me. Elf, think it's fine. You guys didn't have much of a reaction when the child used the long ghost spear. Why do you hate it so much now? Jiang Ming took a few steps back and was a few meters away from them. Only then did Heavenly Lord Xiang and the others heave a sigh of relief. At this moment, the child rushed forward, wanting to snatch the long ghost spear away. This spear belonged to him. No one could touch it. However, before he could touch the spear, Annie was sent flying by Lt. He fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Sensing that the child was no longer breathing, Sikong Wu Yuan went up to check. And found that he was right. He could not help but fall to the ground. He had seen many divine items, but he did not expect that Jiao Zhu would be able to use them so skillfully. Just holding it in his hand was enough to make him panic. This was a mid-grade divine item. If it was a high-grade divine item, wouldn't they be able to feel it even from a few hundred meters away? He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Is the child dead? Heavenly Lord Xiang asked. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at him and nodded without saying a word. Heavenly Lord Xiang could not help but feel fear as he glanced at Jiang Ming. He no longer felt that Jiao Zhu was someone he could use. Jiao Zhu was a god. They were lucky to be alive. Jiang Ming was stunned. He did not expect the child to die. He did not even use a move on this child. His death was too strange. Could it really be the spiritual energy of the long ghost spear? He turned his head to look at the long ghost spear. The spear was just like an ordinary spear. It was not covered by any spiritual energy at all, nor did it move. He grinned. It did not matter. He felt that this long ghost spear was nothing special. However, how should he deal with it? It would be troublesome if someone took it. He asked Sikong Wu Yuan and the others for their opinions. Sikong Wu Yuan looked at the spear carefully. He sighed. It's not a good idea to just throw it away. But since you're holding it in your hand, we can't come close to you. We're in a bind. Should we put it in the treasure pavilion? The Heavenly Lord suggested with a smile. If the long ghost spear was in the treasure pavilion, it would definitely become a magic treasure that guarded the grid. The reputation of the treasure pavilion might even rise to a higher level. Master, there are people visiting the treasure pavilion every year. What if they are shocked out when they see the long ghost spear? This will affect the reputation of the treasure pavilion. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that it was inappropriate and shook his head. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Lord immediately widened his eaves and could not help but feel dejected. That's true. The long ghost spear is really hard to take care of. It's better not to store it in the treasure pavilion. Otherwise, no one will dare to come. Then, I will have no more disciples. Are you saying that the treasure pavilion doesn't have the spiritual energy to guard the long ghost spear? Jiang Ming wanted to laugh at the two of them. He looked at the long ghost spear again and suddenly felt something in his heart. He secretly released a barrier and wrapped the spear. The long ghost spear shrunk automatically and returned to his pocket. This shocked everyone present. Wasn't this impossible before? Besides, did not it acknowledge the child as its master? Wasn't it going to avenge its master? The long ghost spear has no loyalty. Why do we need it? Yuan Hehe felt that something was wrong. These ancient divine items were the most loyal. He did not believe that the spear would obediently stay by Jiang Ming's side. This divine item might be plotting something. We can't let Jiao Zhu be in danger. You make it sound so simple. We also want to deal with it, but we can't even get close to it. How can we deal with it? Sikong Wu Yuan also became frustrated. He did not want Jiang Ming to be in danger, but he had no choice. He felt so powerless. Jiang Ming was touched when he saw how much they cared about him. The long ghost spear was not convinced and came out directly. As soon as it came out, the others quickly retreated. However, they realized that since it was not in Jiang Ming's hands, it was not as powerful. They approached it. After confirming that it was true, they said, "So, it was only that powerful in your hands. It is not very powerful on its own." The long ghost spear moved. Elle didn't acknowledge that child at all. It was that child who thought that I had signed a contract with him. I felt that Jiao Zhu was my true master. Huh? Jiang Ming was confused again. When did he sign an agreement with the long ghost spear? This thing did not say that it wanted to recognize him as its master. How could it be so sure? Why did not it ask for his opinion? It was really rude. Elle didn't say I was your master. You didn't even ask for my opinion. Jiang Ming sized up the long ghost spear. I'm sorry, the spear spirit of the long ghost spear apologized. I'll sign the contract with you now, Jiao Zhu. After saying this, a barrier appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming bit his finger and put a drop of blood on it. It fused with the enchantment and seeped into the long ghost spear. Now, you are my true master. The long ghost spear returned to Jiang Ming's pocket. Everyone was stunned. This signing ceremony is quite simple. Yuan Hehe came back to his senses and broke the silence first, but he was extremely excited. This was an ancient divine item. Jiao Zhu was truly a god. Heavenly Lord Xiang felt like he was about to drool as he leaned closer to take a look. Jiang Ming was a walking god. How wonderful. He would be perfect for the treasure pavilion. Seeing the Heavenly Lord's expression, Jiang Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. Heavenly Lord Xiang, what are you doing? What's the matter? Heavenly Lord Xiang thought that Jiang Ming was feeling uncomfortable, so he quickly asked enthusiastically, Jiao Zhu, what's the matter? Are you hurt? Do you want me to take a look? I know some medical skills. Or are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? I can even massage your back. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Jiang Ming could not help but feel a headache coming on. When he saw the Heavenly Lord earlier, he was still quite cold and aloof. Why? Had he become talkative? Let's see which of you will follow the Heavenly Lord. An inexplicable sound suddenly came from nearby, and Jiang Ming instantly became vigilant. Usually, such words would be uttered by an enemy. However, perhaps the Heavenly Lord knew this person. As expected, the Heavenly Lord quickly blocked Jiang Ming's path. He said angrily, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan immediately knew who it was. It was the special envoy from next door. His master disliked him very much. He said that he would be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life and would not amount to anything. That was why he had always spoken to him disdainfully. The special envoy looked like a middle-aged man, and he was dressed in a youthful style. Noticing the Heavenly Lord's expression, he took another look at Jiang Ming. It was this extra glance that made the Heavenly Lord even more nervous. He said aggressively, "Hey, you weirdo, what are you looking at? There's nothing you're looking for here. Go away." Heavenly Lord Xiang, your reaction is really intense. Your voice is so loud that it can be heard from far away. Envoy Jiang started to be curious about Jiang Ming. This was the first time he had seen Heavenly Lord Xiang in such an emotional state. It seemed that the person who was behind him was very special. Jiang Ming sized up the special envoy and happened to meet his eyes. He could not help but be stunned. Envoy Jiang stared at him as if he wanted to test him. Jiang Ming felt a little uncomfortable being stared at and then looked elsewhere. The Heavenly Lord realized that his reaction had been a little overboard. Then, he took a step forward, not wanting Envoy Jiang to see through him. However, he did not know that he had already seen through it. Seeing this, Envoy Jiang felt even more suspicious. Was the young man behind Heavenly Lord Xiang very special? Should he test him? With this thought in mind, Envoy Jiang had already rushed out. He released some poisonous butterflies in his hand. The poisonous butterflies scattered and became transparent. They collectively appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming did not feel scared, but he did not feel comfortable either, so he simply used the barrier to cover himself. For some reason, he felt that this method was quite good. The poisonous butterflies collided with the barrier and were affected by the power inside, falling directly to the ground. Their originally transparent bodies gradually began to show color due to their death. The special envoy, who was observing from the side, could not help but be surprised, but then he became a little afraid. Was this young man's physique so bizarre? Had he taken a medicinal bath? This was too strange. No matter what, he had to wait and check on this kid carefully. It was not a good thing to have such a special ability at such a young age. Jiang Ming also saw those special butterflies and was puzzled. These butterflies were obviously not ordinary butterflies. Someone had probably deliberately placed them around him. Who wanted to harm him secretly? Don't know who you are, sir. The special envoy coughed. Would you like to come to my place for a few cups of tea? Who? The Heavenly Lord was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw Sikong Wu Yuan, so he pushed him out. How could he drink tea with you? He's my eldest disciple. These words made Envoy Jiang crack up immediately. Then, he said speechlessly, one don't care about your disciple. One want to have tea with the one behind you. He gestured to Jiang Ming with his chin. Huh? Jiang Ming was stunned again. If the special envoy did not want the people from the treasure pavilion, why would he want him? It was very strange. Dream on. He belongs to the treasure pavilion. It's impossible for him to go to your place. Seeing that someone wanted to snatch Jiang Ming from him, the Heavenly Lord hurriedly protected him. He glared and even wanted to attack the special envoy. Envoy Jiang was not to be outdone, and he started fighting with the Heavenly Lord. The two of them fought hard, and their expressions were ferocious. When Sikong Wu Yuan saw this, he did not know how to stop them. If he rashly went forward to stop them, it was very likely that he would be hurt. However, judging from their current behavior, if he did not stop them, both of them would be easily injured. In the end, one of them would definitely die. His master was a little old and might be at a disadvantage. He could not help but feel a little anxious. Seeing that the two of them continued to fight, and it was getting more and more intense, he directly rushed over. However, just as he thought, he was thrown away by the intensity of their fight and did not have any strength to go forward at all. He clutched his chest and felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed by the side to convince the two of them to stop. Yuan Hehe quickly went to check on him. Seeing this, Jiang Ming knew what Sikong Wu Yuan was thinking. He stared at him and said, "Don't worry. I'll go and settle this first. You can stay here in peace." If his friend was in trouble, he would definitely help him. Jiang Ming rushed out. He had thought that he would be thrown out like Sikong Wu Yuan, but he was not. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He turned around and broke through the magnetic wave, pushing away the Heavenly Lord and Envoy Zhang. The two of them could not help but step forward again, but they were pushed away by Jiang Ming again. This cycle repeated, and the three of them were panting. Jiang Ming looked at Envoy Zhang and said, "The people in the treasure pavilion will never go outside. As for me, I won't come to your place either. I'm free and unfettered. You can also see how strong we are. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't cry if we beat you up." Envoy Zhang could not believe it at all. He snorted coldly and said, "Aren't you just a young man? How much spiritual energy can you have?" In the blink of an eye, he threw out a dagger. Jiang Ming took the dagger and threw it back. With that, Envoy Zhang immediately understood Jiang Ming's strength. He took the dagger and snorted coldly. "Sleep with one eye open. When the night is quiet, I will come for revenge." "Thank you so much, Jiao Zhu. Let's go to the treasure pavilion quickly." The Heavenly Lord returned to his original spot and looked at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded and helped Sikong Wu Yuan to the cloud. The three of them quickly arrived in front of the treasure pavilion. There were two unfamiliar soldiers in front of the pavilion. Heavenly Lord Xiang did not care. He directly led Jiang Ming and the others in, planning to enter. The Heavenly Lord and his men cannot enter this place. The two soldiers gathered together to stop him, their eyes cold. The weapons in their hands were ready to move. It was obvious that they wanted to attack Jiang Ming and the others. Jiang Ming could not help but frown. Wasn't the Heavenly Lord the owner of the treasure pavilion? Why couldn't they go in? Preposterous. I can't even enter my own place? The Heavenly Lord was shocked. He placed his hands behind his back. His brows were knitted in anger. "What are you doing?" Sikong Wu Yuan asked in disbelief. "Don't you know that the Heavenly Lord is the owner of this treasure pavilion?" Yuan Hehe was observing the situation. According to Sikong Wu Yuan's judgment, he felt that the Heavenly Lord was not bad, but it was hard to say. His master may not be a pure good person. The two soldiers did not answer the Heavenly Lord's question. They looked at each other and laughed. Jiang Ming took a step back and made a guess. If the Heavenly Lord was not lying, then there was a high chance that the treasure pavilion had changed owners without him knowing. As expected, the two soldiers continued, "The treasure pavilion has long changed owners. The Heavenly Lord is no longer in charge." Heavenly Lord Xiang felt as if he had been struck by lightning and could not help but scream. "Why didn't I, the owner of the treasure pavilion, know about this? The treasure pavilion was established by me alone. Shouldn't you inform me if there's a newcomer taking my place? Who is the new owner of the treasure pavilion? Let us in, or I'll teach you a lesson." He clenched his fists and stared coldly at the two soldiers. The soldiers were not afraid at all. Instead, they said proudly, "What's the use of telling us this? We're just following orders. If you can't keep your position, then get lost. Don't make a fuss here. You're already so old. Do you really think you still have any spiritual energy? What a joke." The two soldiers started laughing again. Hearing this, Sikong Wu Yuan could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and punched them. There was nothing that could not be solved by force. Sikong Wu Yuan felt that one punch was not enough, so he punched them twice more. Due to his powerful spiritual energy, the soldiers had no way to escape and could only be beaten up. Their faces were completely covered in blood. They felt intense pain. They began to beg for mercy. "Sir, we were foolish just now. Please stop." In the end, they wanted to say something else, but they were already beaten so badly that they could not speak. No one came to stop Sikong Wu Yuan. In their opinion, these two soldiers deserved to be beaten up. They deserved to suffer such pain. A sharp blade suddenly flashed past, cutting the distance between Sikong Wu Yuan and the two soldiers. Sikong Wu Yuan quickly retreated, and the sharp blade shot toward Jiang Ming and the others. A crack instantly appeared on the ground. Then, they heard a voice full of laughter. "Wu Yuan, how can you be so disrespectful to my subordinates? If there's anything you're unhappy with, just come and find me. Why make things difficult for my subordinates? Master, long time no see. You're finally back." The person who spoke was a person who was about the same age as Sikong Wu Yuan. He wore a black robe and had a fierce appearance. "You Miao-san? Why are you here?" Sikong Wu Yuan was dumbfounded. "Are you the new pavilion master of the treasure pavilion? Didn't I chase you out?" The Heavenly Lord found it unbelievable, but he did not forget to get angry. His entire body was filled with rage. "Master, how could you forget? Although you chased me out, I still have the pass to the treasure pavilion. Besides, when you were not around, I helped you manage this treasure pavilion. Shouldn't you thank me?" Yu Miao-san crossed his legs indifferently. The servant beside him brought him a stool, and he sat down. "Be sensible," the servant said arrogantly. "You should leave quickly. Don't delay the new pavilion master's affairs. If you are smart, you will know that you cannot defeat the new pavilion master. What bewitching potion did Yu Miao-san give you to make you so loyal? In that case, you might as well not stay in the treasure pavilion." Heavenly Lord Xiang spread out his hand and threw a sharp blade over, but Yu Miao-san dodged it. Yu Miao-san seemed to know what the Heavenly Lord was going to do next. He went forward and tied him up. "How did you predict my attacks?" the Heavenly Lord asked in disbelief. "I've been studying under you for so many years. What do you think?" Yu Miao-san hit his back and said, "Beg me for mercy. I can still kill you painlessly. Otherwise, you can die screaming. You despicable person, you're dreaming." Jiang Ming could not stand it anymore and cut the rope with his dagger. Yu Miao-san was in disbelief. "How did you cut it?" However, Jiang Ming tied him up with a rope when he was not paying attention. He was extremely fast. Heavenly Lord Xiang and the others did not even have time to react. By the time he reacted, Yu Miao-san wanted to untie himself, but he realized that there was no way to escape. "Weren't you quite rude just now? Now, it seems that tables have turned." Sikong Wu Yuan did not let go of this opportunity to mock him. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Yu Miaosan turned around. Yuan he grinned. Is everyone here? Then let's talk about the marriage. The lady boss suddenly appeared in front of everyone. She sat on a chair with a smile on her face. The bracelet in her hand swayed and jingled. Jiang Ming sized her up and pondered in his heart. The heavenly lord did not even have his own son, so why would he marry her? Picking up the pastry in her hand, the lady boss stared at Jiang Ming in front of her and could not help but praise him in her heart. This young man was really handsome. The lady boss had to admit that the people in the treasure pavilion were not bad. If she did not have so many people in her hands, she would really want to recruit this person into the White Fox Pavilion. Why don't one remember anything about a marriage alliance? Madam, are you mistaken? The heavenly lord raised his eyebrows. Nonsense, it's what your disciple said. The lady boss raised her chin and gestured to Yu Miaosan, who was tied up. Yu Miaosan could not help but feel guilty. Why do you keep talking nonsense? How could I possibly agree to such a thing? Is that so? Then what should we do with this letter of commitment? The lady boss snorted coldly and spread open the so-called letter of commitment. After spreading it out, Jiang Ming and the others also saw the words on it very clearly. They also noticed the red words on it. It was obviously Yu Miaosan's name. You unfilial child, it's fine if you snatch the position of the treasure pavilion's master, but now you even want to consolidate your position by marrying the owner of the White Fox Pavilion. You're quite ambitious. Heavenly Lord Xiang was furious. He went forward and slapped Yu Miaosan again, causing his face to swell. It was visibly red. Yu Miaosan was angry but did not dare to say anything. He could only complain silently in his heart. Other than bluffing, his master was useless. If it was not for that kid's help, he would not have been tied up. He might have already stabilized his position as the master of the treasure pavilion. I don't care. Anyway, this promise has already been made. Even if she's already dead, you have to fulfill this promise. I've already taken good care of this lady. The lady boss wiped her clothes, which had been dirted with the crumbs of the pastry. Master, aren't you being a little too unreasonable? Sikong Wuyuan clenched his fists. No matter what, this matter had already reached him. If the treasure pavilion wanted to host a marriage alliance as the eldest disciple, he would be involved. He did not want to marry someone so early. How is this unreasonable? You clearly agreed to it. The lady boss sneered and stood up, wanting to push Sikong Wuyuan down to show her authority. Jiang Ming could not help but feel confused. Then what about the person who is going to get married? Why haven't we seen them? Yuan Hehe also looked around and was shocked to find that the lady boss was alone. If that was the case, then the person for the marriage alliance did not appear. Can't it be him? The lady boss's attention was attracted by Sikong Wuyuan's words, and she did not bother about him anymore. She coughed, and her meaning was obvious. Sikong Wuyuan was dumbfounded. He looked at the lady boss up and down. Then, he said awkwardly, "You're a little too old to be the candidate, right?" "Excuse me." The heavenly lord could not help but say helplessly, "The ones we are interested in marrying are all young ladies. How can we have alliances with the pavilion masters? Don't joke around." The lady boss was furious, and all the muscles on her body tensed up. What's wrong with my age? Why can't I marry at this age? Look at me, even. After more than 300,000 years, I'm still as graceful as ever. You've taken good care of yourself. Yuan Hehe felt awkward. The Heavenly Lord thought of something and said unhappily, why do you want a marriage alliance with us? You have countless men in your hands. Aren't you trying to make the people of the treasure pavilion suffer? What's the big deal? I will definitely make everyone treat him as their master. He won't suffer any grievances. The lady boss made a vow. What? The Heavenly Lord rolled his eyes and said, the treasure pavilion is so much better than your place. Why would I need to stay at your place? This marriage alliance is written off. Don't even think about letting the treasure pavilion's people go over. Yes, we definitely won't go over, Sikong Wu Yuan said. In fact, he was talking about himself. He would never marry the master of the White Fox Pavilion. Oh, could it be that you're the first disciple of the treasure pavilion? Looks like you're going to marry me. The lady boss looked at Sikong Wu Yuan carefully, but she was not satisfied. She did not want to marry a bald man who looked like a monk. How could he be worthy of her status in the White Fox Pavilion? What? Sikong Wu Yuan was speechless. Why should I marry you? Who do you think you are? With that, the lady boss stood up and threw the fan in her hand at Sikong Wu Yuan's face. You want to marry me? Are you even qualified to be my husband? You're just the eldest disciple of the treasure pavilion. What is this? Let me tell you. If you marry me, you have to look good next to me. With your current appearance, can you do that? Secondly, not only must you support me, but you must also take care of me wholeheartedly. You must follow me all day and make me satisfied whenever I feel uncomfortable. Can you do it? You don't look that capable. The lady boss felt unlucky, so she took out a new folding fan and began to fan herself. She was very angry. Why would I do this to you? Aren't you taking yourself too seriously? Isn't this a mutual sacrifice? Sikong Wu Yuan was confused. He felt that the lady boss was being unreasonable. And he was a little irritated. What was going on with this lady boss? Was she crazy? Alright, since your eldest disciple is acting so badly, I think it's better to find someone else. The lady boss was not satisfied. However, from the looks of it, she had other ideas. Who do you want to marry? Heavenly Lord Xiang was stunned. He did not expect that the lady boss would actually want to get married. She had always had extremely high requirements and had never taken the initiative to ask for anyone's hand in marriage. It was really strange that she was actually looking for people now. How can you say this directly? The lady boss asked shyly. I want to speak privately. Stop wasting time. If you have something to say it quickly. Didn't you want to get married? We definitely have to figure this out. The Heavenly Lord felt that the lady boss was taking too much time, so he spoke aggressively. The lady boss was instantly embarrassed. She coughed and blushed. She pointed at Jiang Ming and said, I want him. Since Jiang Ming was behind them, they did not know who the lady boss was referring to. Following the lady boss's finger, everyone could not help but be shocked. Even Jiang Ming himself was a little dumbfounded. Hadn't he been hiding at the back? How did the lady boss see him? At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that there seemed to be something clanging on the lady boss's body. However, it seemed that only Jiang Ming could hear this sound. No one else could hear it. Yuan Hehe, did you hear anything? Jiang Ming asked Yuan Hehe in his mind. Yuan Hehe was confused. Don't hear anything. What did you hear? Be careful, it might be a voice. That can confuse people. Yuan Hehe was already a little afraid of these things, and kept reminding Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded and listened carefully to the voice. Suddenly, he saw a vision of a luscious mountainside. However, the scene immediately disappeared, and the original scene appeared in front of him again. Jiang Ming was confused, but he also got over it. This was probably the lady boss playing tricks again. He had to wait and see. Just as he was thinking about it, the lady boss had already come in front of him and put down her folding fan. She raised her hand and placed the folding fan on Jiang Ming's chin. Then, she raised his chin and said, "It's really surprising that the treasure pavilion can have such a handsome man. In so many years, this is the first time I've seen such an outstanding young man." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming and the others immediately grinned. After all this time, the lady boss still looked at people according to their appearance. When the lady boss came closer, Jiang Ming also realized that his reaction to her was very strong. He could not help but subconsciously approach her waist and take out a wind chime. Seeing the wind chime, the lady boss's expression changed immediately. "This is mine." Jiang Ming did not reply. He could not help but be attracted by the sound of the wind chime, and his body also touched the wind chime. The lady boss felt that he seemed to have been bewitched and could not help but feel strange. "Why are you attracted to this wind chime? This wind chime hasn't made any noise for thousands of years. Or are you trying to bewitch us?" Jiang Ming still did not reply. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe could not help but feel nervous. They quickly went forward and grabbed Jiang Ming's shoulder. "Jiao Zhu, what's wrong? You're acting strange." Jiang Ming seemed to have been bewitched, but he did not say anything at all. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were both extremely nervous. Heavenly Lord Xiang was also on the side, crossing his legs anxiously. He did not want to be in this situation. "Don't make a sound," the lady boss said. Think I know what he's doing." Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ming absorbed all of the wind chime spiritual energy into his body. The endless power made his body even more powerful. Jiang Ming could not help but close his eyes and fully feel this power. After a while, he finished absorbing everything and regained his senses. He looked at everyone and asked, "What's wrong with me? You've sucked away the spiritual energy of my wind chime. Although I don't have much use for it, you're still robbing me," the lady boss said angrily. Jiang Ming knew that he was in the wrong. Don't know why either. It was this wind chime that attracted me. I couldn't control myself at that time. I'm really sorry. I'll return the spiritual energy to you." "How are you going to return this spiritual energy to me? You're the master it has recognized. How can it allow you to give your spiritual energy to me?" As she spoke, the lady boss began to feel uncomfortable. She had wanted to absorb the spiritual energy of this wind chime for so many years, but she had never succeeded. But now, Jiao Zhu had succeeded. It was really a little insulting. The Heavenly Lord understood the lady boss's words and was shocked. "Is this the famous requiem bell in the White Fox Pavilion?" "Exactly. Now it has become an ordinary wind chime. I really didn't want to give this thing to someone else. However, one have no choice but to give it to someone else. The lady boss's face was full of tears. She looked at Jiang Ming with envy. No matter what, you can't return my requiem bell now. So, you have to be my husband. Otherwise, I won't let this go. You want me to devote myself to the requiem bell? Jiang Ming asked. That's impossible. I don't want to. The lady boss could not help but feel indignant. Why are you unwilling? You have to know that although the White Fox Pavilion is not as good as the Treasure Pavilion, there are many women. I'll let you play with them. There is still a lot of spiritual energy there. Your spiritual energy will increase greatly if you stay there. You're trying to fool me again. Heavenly Lord Xiang clicked his tongue and said, even if Jiaozhu agrees, I won't agree. How can you treat Jiaozhu like this? He has a bigger future ahead of him. You'll only be an obstacle to him. Maybe I'll help him become a hero of his generation. Old man, don't shout. It's all because of you that my plans were ruined. The lady boss was filled with resentment. If it was not for this old man bringing Jiaozhu, her wind chime might have been as good as new. Although she knew that such a day would come, she still could not accept it. When she saw the wind chime become an ordinary wing chime. Seeing that his master and the lady boss were about to quarrel, Sikong Wu Yuan quickly acted as a peacemaker. Let's talk things out. Don't be like this. Lady boss, you should give up on this matter. Jiaozhu is not willing to go with you. The lady boss did not believe him. She asked Jiang Ming directly, Jiaozhu, are you really not coming with me? This is a great opportunity for you to make a fortune. Jiang Ming scrunched up his nose. Why did he feel like she was bribing him? I don't want to. I'm really sorry. Madam, please leave. He felt that there was no one in the treasure pavilion who was willing to marry her. She might as well leave and not invite trouble. The lady boss could not help but hold her breath. Then, she spread her hands and said, I'm already here. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation. According to the current situation, one of you must marry me. Alright, what about this person? The Heavenly Lord decided to throw it out and directly pulled over a manservant. Yes. The servant had wanted to climb the social ladder. Seeing this, he hurriedly nodded. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the treasure pavilion. What do you mean? What do you mean by sacrifice? The lady boss was unhappy. She waved her hand and said, no, one don't care. I want Jiaozhu. She felt that he had really satisfied her. She really could not bear to let him leave like this. Jiang Ming put his hands behind his back and sized up the lady boss. What, are you going to take me away by force? It's not impossible. The lady boss thought that Jiang Ming's suggestion was a good idea. She stood up and snatched the wind chime away. She began to shake the wind chime. Jiang Ming felt strange when he saw the lady boss's actions. Wasn't this wind chime useless? What else could this thing do? Oh no, this wind chime seems to be a little weak. Let's leave quickly. The Heavenly Lord suddenly felt a little dizzy. Feeling drunk, he closed his eyes and stumbled to the ground. Jiang Ming was slightly surprised when he saw this. He reacted quickly and went forward to support the Heavenly Lord, but he also felt the drowsiness hit him. However, he could still tolerate it. Alas, Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan were not so lucky. They fainted like the Heavenly Lord. As for you Miao-san, he was miserable. He fainted too. The lady boss giggled. As expected of the precious man I've chosen. Even the remaining spiritual energy of the wind chime can't obstruct you. However, it might also be because you absorbed the rest of the spiritual energy. After all, most of the spiritual energy in this area is gone. What did you do to them? Jiang Ming could not help but get angry. L won't go with you. Don't try to force me to go with you. At this point, he felt that he no longer cared about the lady boss's answer. He would push her to save the Heavenly Lord and the others. Thinking of this, he ran up the steps and jumped up before kicking the lady boss's face. The lady boss thought that Jiang Ming wanted to embrace her and was filled with joy. Thus, she opened her arms. In the end, she did not expect to be kicked in the face. She immediately grimaced. Her body involuntarily retreated, and her face was burning with pain. The lady boss instantly became nervous. She loved her face. She did not want to be disfigured by a man. Besides, he was the man she wanted to marry. Jiang Ming did not wait for the lady boss to stand firm before attacking again. However, the lady boss began to shake the wind chime again. Jiang Ming did not feel anything at all. His body was as light as a swallow. And a strong spiritual energy enveloped him. The spiritual energy began to fuse together. Jiang Ming began clenching and unclenching his fist. The spiritual energy formed a huge vortex. He threw it aside. That's just a small trick. It's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I have the requiem bell in my hand. The remaining spiritual energy is enough to deal with it. The lady boss's lips curled up in disdain. She continued to shake the requiem bell in her hand, but she realized that the bell had stopped ringing. Moreover, when the spiritual energy approached her, the requiem bell broke. The others could not help but be stunned. They originally thought that there would not be any more spiritual energy left. After Jiang Ming absorbed all of the requiem bell's spiritual energy, they did not expect that the excess would be taken by the lady boss. There was no harm in taking it, but now that the bell had actually shattered, what about the rest of the spiritual energy? While Jiang Ming was still thinking, he instantly felt more spiritual energy enter his body and fuse with the spiritual energy he had absorbed. He took the opportunity to absorb it and completely understood that the requiem bell had shattered. It was likely that all its power was gone. When she saw the shattered fragments of the bell, the lady boss went crazy again. She held the fragments in her hand and muttered to Jiang Ming, "It's all your fault. You messed up the requiem bell. What right do you have to be its master? You don't deserve it. Hurry up and fix it. Let it choose a new master." At the same time, everyone returned to normal. Yuan Hehe cursed endlessly. "You're really arrogant. Meeting you was so unfortunate. Scram as far away as you can. You will never get Jiao Zhu to marry you. Don't let me see you again. If one see you, I'll beat you up. Be careful." Hearing this, Jiang Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yuan Hehe had always been a brat. Sikong Wu Yuan suddenly noticed the things on the lady boss's body and immediately went forward to take them out. "We're taking this as collateral for making us feel uncomfortable." When he picked it up, he realized that it was a piece of ginseng. He could not help but feel satisfied. This ginseng was worth at least 10 million taels. As she was immersed in her own madness, the lady boss did not notice what was going on. Instead, she clapped her hands and shouted, "You all have to die. You all have to die." No one took her words seriously. Heavenly Lord Xiang shook his head and said, "What a pity. The lady boss of the White Fox Pavilion, which was once popular all over the world, has fallen. I'll think we should quickly get her people to take her away. Don't let her sully the name of the treasure pavilion," Sikong Wu Yuan said. The lady boss seemed to be conscious as she stumbled out extremely fast. They could not catch up to her, so they followed her. She should be returning to her own place. The Heavenly Lord felt that this was the case, so he gestured for the servant to follow her. He had to send her there. The servant of the White Fox Pavilion nodded and followed the lady boss. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the Heavenly Lord glanced at Yu Miaosan. Then, he called another servant and locked him in the dungeon. This immortal realm will only open tomorrow. I used too much spiritual energy today. It's not enough, he said to Jiang Ming. However, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Siko Wu Yuan also said, "Jiao Zhu, don't worry. According to my master's character, he won't lie to you." Jiang Ming nodded and asked, "Is there any place to have fun here? One want to go shopping." They had to relax for the next few days. They had already experienced a lot. Mount Wutai comes to mind. However, I heard that Mount Wutai is a little strange. Recently, there have been a lot of cat cannibalism incidents. I don't know if it's true. Maybe you guys can go and see, the Heavenly Lord said with interest. When Jiang Ming heard this, he became interested. Then, he smiled and said, "Is this the work of a cat demon? Why didn't you capture it? Some things really exist to maintain peace." Sikong Wu Yuan shrugged. "There's a cat demon in there. Some of the animals are well protected. It's said that the cat demon has a good character and the people it eats are bad people, so we don't bother looking into it. Do you want to go?" "Of course," Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. "Let's go." Yuan Hehe had already prepared his luggage. At the foot of Mount Wutai, inside a shabby hut, a man with a scar was sharpening a knife. The knife made a loud, screeching noise. His eyes were fierce, and there was a mole near his mouth. He grinned. "It seems like someone is here. I'm finally going to have fun." The weather was still a little hot, but Jiang Ming and the others had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. They planned to climb the mountain. Since this cat demon was benevolent, they might not be able to meet each other. They might as well venture into the mountain to entertain themselves and relieve their fatigue. As soon as he took his first step, Jiang Ming noticed that there seemed to be an inexplicable round wave on the ground. He took a step back, but found that the thing was gone again. He suspected that he might have been mistaken, so he continued to walk forward. Unexpectedly, the others felt the same as Jiang Ming. They said in horror, "We seem to have seen something strange just now, but we can't tell what it is." Jiang Ming described it and found that they had all seen something different. Could this be the work of the cat demon? I knew that these demons were no good. Sikong Wu Yuan was still cursing. Suddenly, he remembered that Yuan Hehe was a demon. He added, "Except for Yuan Hehe, of course." Yuan Hehe did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. These are just minor matters." At this moment, they suddenly heard the cawing of a crow. Its cry was miserable and sharp. Jiang Ming felt that something was wrong and quickly led the others to hide in a cave. Sure enough, the moment they entered the cave, a flock of crows flashed past them as if they were going to peck at something. Jiang Ming felt that they were supposed to be their target. He could not help but shiver. Fortunately, we were one step ahead. Otherwise, we would have become meat in their mouths. Why are there so many crows in Wutai Mountain? Are there any other strange things? Yuan Hehe could not help but shudder. Sikong Wu Yuan thought for a moment and said, maybe it is true. There are all kinds of strange animals here. Sometimes, there might be some evil animals. We have to be careful. As they were talking, the crows found them and swarmed toward their faces. Jiang Ming grabbed one of the crows and tossed it aside. These crows seemed to have a sense of community. After seeing their companion being thrown out, they flew after it. Jiang Ming used this as an opportunity and quickly led the others out. The others had all kinds of wounds on their bodies. Yuan Hehe could not help but cover his face. What's wrong with these crows? It's not like there's no food inside. Why would they eat us? The crows seemed to understand what he was saying. They rushed forward and wanted to peck Yuan Hehe's eyeballs out. Yuan Hehe quickly went forward to grab one of the crows. However, he was not so lucky. His hand was injured by the crow's beak. One of his fingers was almost pecked off, and blood flowed out. Yuan Hehe could not help but be shocked. Then, he became angry and wanted to catch the crow again. Then, the crow flew out. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He quickly went forward to bandage Yuan Hehe's wound. Don't underestimate them. These crows are very intelligent. As he said that, the crow that had already flown up turned back. It rushed straight toward Jiang Ming's back. Yuan Hehe saw this and wanted to use his hand to stop it, but he was stopped by Jiang Ming. He could feel the crow's presence. The moment the crow arrived, he quickly turned around and grabbed its throat, instantly strangling it to death. Blood gushed out as Jiang Ming threw the crow away. When the other crows saw that their companion had died, they all went forward to avenge their companion. However, they could not match Jiang Ming's strength and speed in the end. They all died together with their companion. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe wanted to help, but they realized that Jiang Ming did not seem to need them. Jiang Ming was so fast that they could barely discern his movements. In their opinion, Jiang Ming had gotten much faster. How did that happen? After Jiang Ming finished killing the crows, they were still in a daze. They did not know what to do next. Jiang Ming noticed their expressions and could not help but feel strange. He raised his hand and waved at them. Why do you guys seem to be stunned? The two of them instantly came back to their senses. They exclaimed in disbelief, Jiaozhu, you're amazing. How can you be so fast? Jiang Ming said modestly, this is probably the power of that wind chime. My speed has increased. The wind chime is powerful. Suddenly, they heard the miserable cries of crows and the sound of a voice. How dare you kill all my companions? You must pay the price. Just as they were about to ask who it was, they saw their face. It was a crow that had yet to develop. Its legs were shaking, but the light in its eyes was more ferocious than any crow. It sneered like a human. Jiang Ming vaguely felt that this crow had already cultivated so much that it could turn into a human, but for some reason, it was crippled. However, this had nothing to do with them. If it wasn't for your companionship wanting to kill us, we would never have attacked them. In the end, it was your companion's mistake, Sikong Wu Yuan said. What my companions think is what I think, the crow said. Since you're so unreasonable, I don't need to say anything more to you. It raised its wings and stood still. Jiang Ming and the other two originally thought that the crow wanted to attack by itself, but they did not expect it to make a sweeping motion. Everyone was stunned. However, they soon realized that with this action, countless sounds appeared around them. These sounds traveled around them, and Jiang Ming and the others could not help but feel nervous. They faintly felt as if many things were coming over. As expected, it did not take long for them to see several different groups of animals. There were herds of sheep, deer, and pigs. They were dumbfounded. How did this crow attract so many animals? These animals did not attack them. They just stood there and surrounded them. Jiang Ming was a little surprised, and then he found that they all began to behave strangely at the same time. A huge halo appeared in front of him, and rifts appeared on the ground. They originally wanted to escape, but these rifts directly extended in front of them, not giving them a way out at all. Siko Wu Yuan could not help but ask in surprise, what are these things? Is it a spell? Why are there so many rifts? The crow did not reply, but it began to move. It started to dance strangely, but it did not make any sound. They gathered together and began to think of a way to get out. However, the rifts were already in front of them. It was obvious that it wanted them to fall down. Their zone of safety became smaller than ever. Because it was extremely crowded, Sikong Wu Yuan and the others could no longer stand. Yuan Hehe could not help but feel frustrated. Why would these animals help such a cruel crow? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't help. What should we do now? These rifts seem to have widened. Jiang Ming took a look at the tree above and jumped up the tree. The rifts suddenly changed direction and arrived at the tree where Jiang Ming was. Could it be that the rifts are targeting Jiaozhu? How is that possible? There are so many of us. Why is the crow targeting only one person? Sikong Wu Yuan was also puzzled. This is the first time the crow and Jiaozhu have met. Could it be that they have interacted before? In fact, Jiang Ming was also confused. He confirmed that he had never met the crown before. The crow went straight to Sikong Wu Yuan and the others. The two of them thought that the crow was trying to do something, but they suddenly realized that it had stopped moving in front of them, just like the statue from before. What is this crow trying to do? Sikong Wu Yuan felt that it was up to no good. He stepped forward and wanted to grab its neck, but he could not grab it. Moreover, he was also sprayed with some fine gas, which made him faint. Yuan Hehe could not help but feel nervous. He stepped forward to check on Sikong Wu Yuan's condition. However, it was precisely because of this that he did not notice the crow. He was also sprayed with gas by the crow, and he closed his eyes and fainted. Jiang Ming noticed this and was instantly shocked. He wanted to rush to their side. In the end, he realized that the rifts had pushed the tree down. Jiang Ming calculated the distance between the tree and the two of them. He went directly to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe and caught the crow. The crow originally wanted to escape, but it did not expect to be caught. It simply exploded. Jiang Ming did not expect it to be able to do that. He quickly threw the crow's corpse out. The force of the throw hit the other animals, and they died. Blood flowed like a river. Jiang Ming could not care less about these animals. He went up to Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe to check on them. However, he found that the two of them seemed to have been poisoned. They were trapped in their dreams. He tried to use the shell to enter their dreams, but he found that the shell did not react at all. He needed an antidote. He began to look around. Perhaps the animals were carrying the antidote. Noticing the stalk of grass in the deer's mouth, Jiang Ming wanted to pull it back, but he found that the deer was biting it hard. In addition, the deer was already dead. Jiang Ming opened its mouth, but the grass disappeared. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. He guessed that grass and deer were closely related, so he looked for the next deer. Seeing another stalk of grass, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and used his spiritual energy to create a dagger. He cut off the grass and the deer's mouth. The grass did not disappear. Jiang Ming squeezed the juice of the grass and gave it to Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan to drink. The two of them instantly woke up and exhaled. That crow really scared us to death. How is it now? Sikong Wu Yuan looked around and found a group of animal corpses. Why are all these animals dead? What happened? Yuan Hehe also saw this scene and could not help but take a few steps back in fear. To be able to kill so many animals meant that the attacker's spiritual energy was very dense. They were already unable to handle a crow. Could it be that there were other animals with more spiritual energy? El killed these animals, Jiang Ming said. Yuan Hehe and Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but look in front of him. They were instantly terrified. How did you kill them? They were a group of animals with spiritual energy. If it were them, they would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with half of the animals. In the end, Jiao Zhu dealt with all of them without any signs of exhaustion. His ability was a little terrifying. Sikong Wu Yuan quickly calmed down. He coughed and said, Yuan Hehe, let's go. It's not good to stay here. There are so many dead animals here. When the time comes, they will attract even larger animals. Jiang Ming thought so too. He wanted to leave with Yuan Hehe, but they were stopped by a ball. The ball rolled straight toward them, not giving them any chance to react. Jiang Ming and the other two ran quickly, but the ball became faster and faster. Seeing that the ball was about to catch up to them, Jiang Ming decided not to run. He blocked the ball. Immediately after, he had another idea in his mind, so he lifted the ball. With this lift, he threw the ball out. After throwing it away, it came back. Jiang Ming felt irritated and simply bounced it. Yuan Hehe had a different thought when he saw this. Since this ball was similar to a rubber ball, it meant that he might be able to pierce it. If that was the case, that thing would not come back. Thinking of this, he simply told Jiang Ming his thoughts in his heart. Jiang Ming felt that it was a good idea, so he raised his hand and clenched it. He inserted many silver needles into the ball, and the silver needles sank directly into the ball. The ball did not return to Jiang Ming. He was about to heave a sigh of relief when he realized that there was a woman behind him whom he did not know at all. The woman was wrapped in clothes made of vines and glared at him ferociously. Sensing that she did not seem to know how to speak, Jiang Ming tried to greet her. The woman ignored him and turned around to run. Jiang Ming had a vague feeling. This woman might be the best example of what had just happened. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also saw that woman. They did not think too much. They just felt that it was best to capture the woman in front of them. They kept moving forward, trying to catch her. However, before they could touch the woman, they were shaken away by the things on the woman's body. They had no idea what they were, but with their previous experience, the two of them did not panic. Instead, they worked together and released a barrier. The barrier was placed in front of the woman. With this barrier, they discovered the glowing gemstone on the woman's body. Jiang Ming did not see it, but he also approached the woman and stood in front of her. The woman had no choice but to look up at him, but she was afraid. She wanted to explain the situation to Jiang Ming and ask him to let her go. However, Jiang Ming did not understand at all. He thought that she wanted to harm them. He quickly said warily, "You can't beat us at all. There are 3 of us." He wanted to overpower the woman with his imposing manner. However, the woman also misunderstood. She also thought that he wanted to harm her. She was furious. She reached out and took out a vine leaf from her body and threw it at Jiang Ming. Her master in the forest had told her that as long as she threw the leaf over her opponent would have some strange reaction. However, the leaf fell on Jiang Ming's head, but it had no effect on him. Jiang Ming took out the leaf and felt a little strange. What was the use of this leaf? Why would this woman throw a leaf on his head? Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe also saw this scene and could not help but feel nervous. This leaf definitely had some wonderful effects, but they just did not know about it. They quickly moved in front of the woman. When the woman saw 2 more people coming over, she became afraid and threw the leaves of the vine at them. The 2 of them instantly stopped moving and could not speak. Jiang Ming noticed their state and could not help but be stunned. He went forward to check on the 2 of them and spoke to them in his heart. However, the 2 of them were like blocks of wood. They were unable to reply to him. He felt that it might have something to do with the leaf, so he took it down. Then, the woman stepped forward and stopped him, muttering something. Jiang Ming did not understand, but he still felt that she had bad intentions. He pushed the woman to the side and took the leaf down. After the leaf was gone, the 2 of them returned to their former states. "L couldn't move just now," Sikong Wu Yuan said. "L couldn't contact anyone. It was as if I had fallen into a dark space. The leaves on this woman are really powerful. Don't get close to her. L think this woman really wants to kill us. We accidentally killed so many animals, and she seems to be the guardian of the forest." Yuan Hehe guessed. Jiang Ming almost burst out laughing. "You're imagining things. I agree with the first part. Forget about the rest." Sikong Wu Yuan also thought so. Then, the 3 of them looked at the woman. The woman was so frightened that she could not stand up. She could only look at them timidly. Jiang Ming felt that they were bullying a poor woman. He could not help but say unhappily, "We didn't do anything to you. You were the one who did something to us. Why are you so afraid?" The woman did not seem to understand what they were saying. She thought that the 3 of them were going to kill her, so she closed her eyes again, looking like she was ready to die. Jiang Ming really could not understand the woman's thoughts and began to think wildly. Was there something wrong with this woman's mind? Why did she do this? "Hey, how can you bully my sister?" At this moment, a young child appeared in front of everyone and used all his strength to run in front of the woman to stop them. "Finally, there's someone who can understand us." Jiang Ming looked at him and smiled. "We didn't want to do anything to your sister. It's just that your sister suddenly appeared here. We thought she was going to attack us, so we stopped her." There's no need to say anything more. You've killed so many animals. You'll be punished. Wutai Mountain's biggest taboo is killing animals. Just you wait. All of you will die. The child muttered to himself and pulled the woman away. You brat, why are you spouting nonsense here? Yuan Hehe was unhappy and shouted from behind. Jiang Ming originally wanted to chase after them, but he felt that it would bring about more trouble, so he simply stopped. Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were confused. Why didn't you chase after her? Didn't she just leave? She's gone. Everything we've just experienced doesn't make sense anymore. Didn't you hear what that child said just now? We might have to go through some hardships later. It's better to let them go. In any case, we'll all have to experience the challenges in the end. I reckon that once we find the true owner, we'll know everything. Jiang Ming shrugged indifferently, his eyes cold. He wanted to see who was behind all this. As for the retribution of Mount Wutai, he did not believe it. If retribution existed, those bad guys would have died long ago. Why would the cat demon still need to punish evil and promote good in Mount Wutai? Sikong Wu Yuan thought of the cat demon and thought, to be honest, we accidentally killed so many animals. Why didn't the cat demon react at all? I thought it was looking for us. Yuan Hehe was also puzzled and felt a little confused. Maybe it's because the cat demon knows that we're good people. After all, it was the animals that attacked us first. Speaking of that crow, I feel upset. We didn't even attack it, but it just wanted our lives. We shouldn't be angry over such a thing. Let's continue climbing the mountain. Let's just pretend that everything that happened just now is in the past. Jiang Ming comforted Yuan Hehe. That's right. We're not angry. Let's go. He nodded. As they continued walking, they saw a temple. Elle didn't expect there to be a temple in this place. Let's go and pay our respects. Jiang Ming turned to look at Sikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe. Both of them nodded in agreement. As soon as they arrived at the temple gate, they realized that the temple was a little old and dilapidated. There were spiderwebs all over it. However, there was a monk sitting there with a blank look in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something and did not notice that Jiang Ming and the other two had already come over. Can I go in here? Sikong Wu Yuan had asked the question. The monk looked at Sikong Wu Yuan and the other two. His face darkened. Who allowed you to come here? Is this a place where you can come? Hurry up and get out. Don't stay here any longer. What kind of attitude is this? Isn't this temple for people to stay in? Sikong Wu Yuan was a little angry. His eyes were filled with anger. Hearing this, the monk became agitated. He said aggressively, I was kind enough to remind you, but you guys are so rude. Since that's the case, go in. And don't come out again. As he spoke, he hit Sikong Wu Yuan. Sikong Wu Yuan was suddenly sucked into the temple. Jiang Ming was still outside. He went up to the monk and said, We have offended you. Let him out. I will ask him to apologize to you. Forget it. Just don't cause me any trouble. However, I suddenly changed my mind. You two can go in together. As he spoke, the monk pushed Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe again. His tone was obviously impatient. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a little regretful. He should not have reasoned with the monk. Then, he turned around and pushed the monk. Since he wanted them to enter the temple, they would do so. It was this action that made him realize that he would not be sucked into the temple at all. However, Yuan Hehe had already been sucked in. The temple was filled with solemn Buddha statues, but Sikong Wu Yuan did not. See Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe entered a wooden hut, but he did not see Sikong Wu Yuan either. When the monk saw that Jiang Ming could not enter at all, he immediately panicked. The spiritual energy of this temple was very dense. If someone could not enter, it meant that their spiritual energy was even deeper than the temple. He did not have much spiritual energy and martial strength to begin with. He definitely could not beat the person in front of him. Moreover, he had provoked this person. He definitely would not have a good ending. Just as he was thinking this, he was caught off guard and was pushed into the temple by Jiang Ming. What he saw was a place that looked like a palace. Surrounded by high walls, the monk suddenly felt like crying. He knew that he could not get out. At this moment, Jiang Ming suddenly realized that there seemed to be an additional barrier in the temple. He had originally discovered that there was a barrier nearby, but he did not expect it to come from this temple. After thinking for a moment, he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. The magnetic field inside was instantly thrown into chaos. The scene between the three of them changed again. Sikong Wu Yuan could not help but panic. He quickly said to Jiang Ming in his heart, "Jiaozhu, can you hear me? What's wrong?" Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment. Did something happen to you guys inside? Sikong Wu Yuan described what had happened just now, and Jiang Ming roughly understood. I'm hammering the barrier. Looking around, there was no way to go into the temple. Jiang Ming made up his mind and simply barged into the temple. However, the temple door did not allow him to go in at all. He wanted to enter several times, but he could not. He had no choice but to ask Sikong Wu Yuan, but Sikong Wu Yuan knew nothing about it. However, the scene in front of Sikong Wu Yuan was fine. It was just that he was alone and could not get out. Compared to his calm mood, Yuan Hehe was agitated. He knocked on the door while trying to find a way out. However, he found that these walls were as solid as iron. As he moved, the space inside shrank by another layer. Seeing this, he did not dare act recklessly. He tried to communicate with Sikong Wu Yuan and Jiang Ming in his heart. After trying, he realized that he could talk to them and immediately described the situation on his side. When Sikong Wu Yuan heard this, he also knocked on the wall to confirm if his situation was the same as Yuan Hehe's. With this knock, the wall also shrunk. Only then did he realize that it was indeed the same, and he revealed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was also in a difficult position. He could not enter the temple at all. He could not help but be speechless again. Who built this temple? It could really kill people. However, he did not think much about it. It was useless to think about it now. Seeing that the soft approach did not work, he decided to use force. His hand clenched into a fist, and he directly knocked on the door. However, there was still no reaction. Not only that, but the magnetic field inside moved again. This time, they were tossed into a different place. It even had people in it. These people were aggressive and even attacked the three of them. Sikong Wu Yuan originally wanted to use his spiritual energy, but he realized that he could not use it at all. Yuan Hehe's situation was much better than his. He could still use a portion of his spiritual energy, but he could not defeat the enemies at all. The space they were in was completely controlled by someone else, and they could not move at will. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe were exhausted, but Jiang Ming noticed that the door opened slightly with his fist. After hearing what happened to the two of them, he hesitated. If he continued, he would be able to enter, but something would happen inside. If it was a particularly serious situation, the two of them would not be able to withstand it, and he would harm them instead. But now, if they did not enter, they would probably be exhausted to death by those people. He hesitated, but he heard Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe's words. We can handle it. Come in. They felt that since they were going to die anyway, they might as well let Zhu in. There would still be a chance. When Jiang Ming heard this, he did not hesitate and started hammering the door. Again. After a few punches, the door opened. Xikong Wu Yuan and Yuan Hehe realized that the people in the palace had unexpectedly disappeared, and the scene had returned to its original appearance. This place is really strange. Now it has become the same as before. Xikong Wu Yuan hit his back. He had used too much strength just now, and his back was really hurting badly. Yuan Hehe sat on the ground, panting. There was a stool beside him, but he did not dare to sit on it. He felt that the things inside could kill people. When Jiang Ming learned about the situation inside, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was lucky to be with Yuan Hehe. Yuan Hehe rushed forward excitedly when he saw Jiang Ming. "I didn't think that we would be able to stay together. This is extremely lucky. Let's find Xikong Wu Yuan. Perhaps we can meet up with him." Xikong Wu Yuan described the situation of his building and stayed where he was. The monk also saw Xikong Wu Yuan. He did not expect that he would be with Xikong Wu Yuan, and he could not help but have thoughts. It was all because of these people that the monk had fallen to such a state. If it were not for them, he should be able to get out. Killing intent rose in his heart as he secretly avoided Xikong Wu Yuan. Sensing that someone was looking at him, Xikong Wu Yuan looked around and found no one. However, the suspicion in his heart could not be eliminated. He simply stood still and closed his eyes. When the monk saw this, he did not dare to rush forward. He also waited quietly. The two sides were at a stalemate. Noticing that no one was attacking him, Xikong Wu Yuan decided to wait and described his current situation to Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. The two of them felt that the monk might have come to Xikong Wu Yuan's side and reminded him. Xikong Wu Yuan understood something, so he stood up and looked around. This place was only so big. Could the monk have gone anywhere else? Just as he was thinking about this, his speed increased. The monk caught a glimpse of Xikong Wu Yuan's actions and could not help but suspect something. Could it be that he had been discovered? While he was hiding, he was looking for other living creatures, trying to distract Xikong Wu Yuan. He looked around and found a cat. The cat had lost an ear, but its body was densely covered in flower spots. The monk used his spiritual energy to tease the cat. The cat kept jumping up and down along with his spiritual energy. Such a commotion naturally attracted Xikong Wu Yuan. He walked forward warily and found the cat. He walked toward the cat but found that it seemed to be hostile toward him. Before he could say anything, the cat pounced on him. Xikong Wu Yuan did not notice its attack and fell backward. He was speechless, and he hugged the cat. All of this was controlled by the monk. He instantly withdrew his spiritual energy. He knew that the cat was useless, so he turned his attention elsewhere. Xikong Wu Yuan hugged the cat and found that it seemed to be friendly to him. Again. It began to lick his face. She had clearly pounced at him just now and wanted to attack him. Why did her attitude suddenly change now? Sikong Wuyuan was really curious. Combined with what Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe had told him just now, he felt that everything was ordered by the monk. Did someone order you around just now? He whispered into the cat's ear. After saying this, he wanted to laugh. He was really crazy to talk to a cat. This cat probably couldn't understand human language. Unexpectedly, the cat understood his words and nodded. Sikong Wuyuan could not help but be surprised. He whispered in its ear, "In that case, can you lead me to the person who called you?" The cat nodded again, turned around, and jumped to the monk's side. The monk was still looking for other things, but after the cat's actions, he immediately noticed her and could not help but feel strange. Why did this cat suddenly come back? Wasn't it playing with Sikong Wuyuan? Elf finally found you. One knew it was you. We might have to settle the score. Just now. Sikong Wuyuan rushed over and sneered. Seeing his face, the monk was instantly frightened. He hurriedly retreated and wanted to escape, so he threw the cat out again. The cat let out a cry of surprise, but Sikong Wuyuan caught it. Because of the distraction, when he looked up again, he found that the monk was gone. He felt a little helpless, but he did not regret it. In Sikong Wuyuan's opinion, the cat had helped him, so he had to repay it. Go play. Don't get caught by that monk. Sikong Wuyuan released the cat. The cat thanked him and left. Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming's situation was a little difficult. They found that they could not break through the wall at all, even if they used brute force. Not only that, but the place did not change at all. It did not shrink like before. What's going on? Jiang Ming really could not understand and looked around. Yuan Hehe sat down on the ground and said, "This is really bad. Let's not talk about finding Sikong Wuyuan. We can't even get out now. This is really bad." However, at this moment, they suddenly heard banging sounds. The sounds were so loud that Jiang Ming felt like his ears were about to burst. Then, he raised his hand and set up a barrier around the temple. The barrier blocked the sounds, and they could not hear the sounds any longer. Could there be someone outside? Yuan Hehe asked. Speaking of which, I don't even know if our space is connected to Sikong Wuyuan's, or if this is a separate temple. This temple is really strange. Why don't we test it out? Jiang Ming realized that there was no door in the room at all, so he decided to create a door himself. He used his spiritual energy to make a dagger. Yuan Hehe knew what he was trying to do. He quickly told him. We used all our strength just now, but we couldn't open this room. You can't do anything, can you? Jiang Ming did not say anything and directly cut open a door with the dagger. When Jiang Ming opened the door, it worked perfectly well. Looks like the only way out of this room is to cut open a door. He quickly explained to Sikong Wuyuan and asked him to give it a try. With such a method, Sikong Wuyuan could not wait to experiment quickly. After tying up the monk, he hurriedly used his spiritual energy to conjure a dagger. However, his dagger could not cut through a door, and the dagger disappeared. He suddenly became dejected and explained the situation to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming felt strange, but he still asked Sikong Wuyuan to stay where he was. He and Yuan Hehe went to find him. Seeing that Sikong Wuyuan's method was ineffective and that he had been kidnapped, the monk was filled with resentment. He mocked Sikong Wuyuan from the side, "Aren't you able to get us out? Why can't we get out at all?" Is that all you have? Sikong Wuyuan felt uncomfortable and walked to the monk. His tall figure shrouded him, and the monk suddenly felt afraid. Sikong Wuyuan laughed. I'll cut off your tongue at this rate. Then, you wouldn't be able to continue being a monk, right? You were a monk? The monk looked at him in confusion. However, with just a glance, he had lost to Sikong Wuyuan in terms of aura. The monk could not help but feel a little unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Don't care about those things, but you should know the mechanisms in this temple, right? Sikong Wuyuan suddenly remembered that there was still a point that he could pry open. He carefully stared at the monk, trying to get some extra information out of him. However, the monk smiled bitterly. If I could get out of here, why would I stay here? I would have just left. Who knows if you're trying to mess with us? After all, the cat just now was you're doing. Sikong Wuyuan did not believe the monk at all. He conjured a dagger with his spiritual energy and held it against the monk's neck. If you don't tell the truth, your life will be in danger. Seeing that his safety was threatened, the monk was afraid. He quickly said bitterly, I really don't know. This temple is not operated by me. It is operated by my master. However, my master has already gone out to have fun. He only told me not to enter the temple. It's terrifying inside. I didn't say anything. Then can you contact your master? Sikong Wuyuan immediately felt a headache coming on. He felt that what the monk said was not false. However, from the looks of it, he would have to find another way to get out. After Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming went out, they found that there was only a river in front of them. However, they were in a cave. They had never expected that there would be a cave in this temple. Yuan Hehe was starting to get a headache. Why is there another world outside? I thought we could go to Sikong Wuyuan's space. Well, this is great. I wonder how many traps there are in this cave. At this moment, they heard a few more words. Those who can't get out will die here. Yuan Hehe rubbed his ear and looked to the left. He was shocked. He had seen a few skeletons just now, but when he looked over again, those skeletons had actually disappeared into thin air. He could not figure out how the white bones disappeared, but he felt a surge of pain in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in Jiang Ming's arms. Jiang Ming looked at him in disbelief. Why did you suddenly faint? You even had such a bizarre reaction. Yuan Hehe told him everything that had happened. Jiang Ming's frown deepened. I want to see who is out here playing tricks. Someone has to be causing trouble. The scene in front of them might be fake. Jiang Ming held his breath and raised his hand. Let's continue moving forward. I don't believe that this river will wash us away. With such an imposing manner, Yuan Hehe was no longer afraid. He straightened his back and walked toward the river. However, he found that there was a crocodile inside. He immediately pulled Jiang Ming back a few steps. There are animals inside. Those things can tear apart an adult's wrist at a time. We have to be careful. What? Jiang Ming did not notice the crocodile and walked forward. However, the crocodile discovered them. When it saw Jiang Ming approaching the river, it rushed up and opened its bloody mouth to bite Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming originally wanted to take a few steps back, but when he saw this, he changed his mind and transformed the spiritual energy in his hand into a rope. The rope wrapped around the crocodile's mouth. Jiang Ming tied it up tightly, not giving the crocodile a chance to counterattack. Yuan Hehe looked on in disbelief. He did not expect Jiang Ming to use such a method. But soon after, he began to admire him again. If it were him, he probably would not have thought of something like this. He could only use spiritual energy to protect himself. However, Jiang Ming's action solved the fundamental problem. However, there was more than one crocodile in the river. Seeing this, the other crocodiles also went forward to save their companions and attacked Jiang Ming and Yuan Hehe fiercely. Yuan Hehe knew that it was time for him to show aught. He wanted to tie up the crocodile's mouth like Jiang Ming. However, they were too strong. He could only continue to use his spiritual energy to block their attacks. How did Jiang Ming tie the crocodile's mouth with his own strength? Seeing so many crocodiles, Jiang Ming soared into the sky and conjured a lot of ropes. This time, he did not use his own hands to tie them up. Instead, he used his spiritual energy to tie the mouths of these crocodiles. After being tied up, the crocodiles seemed to have lost their aggression. They hurriedly retreated and went straight into the river. Yuan Hehe thought that they would have to be delayed for a long time with the crocodiles, but he did not expect the issue to be solved so quickly. He could not help but be stunned again. Then, he immediately praised Jiang Ming. "You're so strong. But how did you do it? I could barely defend myself. Just practice more." Jiang Ming realized that a small boat had suddenly appeared in the river. He found it strange. He did not see a boat here just now. Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that Sikong Wu Yuan also sees a river? Yuan Hehe asked after some thought. He was right. Sikong Wu Yuan happened to see a river in his space and immediately told Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming. The two of them felt that this boat should be able to reach Sikong Wu Yuan, so they boarded it. Miraculously, after they sat down, the boat moved forward naturally. The crocodile seemed to be very afraid of the boat and did not dare to approach it. Even so, Yuan Hehe did not lower his guard. He kept looking around for other strange animals. Fortunately, they went straight to Sikong Wu Yuan's area without encountering any other animals. Seeing that Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming were safe and sound, Sikong Wu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. "You're finally here. But I still can't figure out why. There's a cave there. We couldn't have predicted any of this." Yuan Hehe and Jiang Ming got off the boat and saw the monk. He said sarcastically, "Ah, we finally see you. Hurry up and tell us the way out. Otherwise, I'll kill you." As he spoke, he clenched his fists and threatened the monk. "He doesn't know." Sikong Wu Yuan answered on his behalf. "Have you been bewitched by him? How could he not know? He's a member of this temple."